Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
You want to kill me. Xia Nuan had already approached Sixth Brother's kayak, and the bow and arrow in her hand had been replaced with an extremely sharp watermelon knife. She looked down at the man who was clutching his wrist and wailing, slowly exhaling a considerable amount of the pent-up hatred in his voice. Her casual question sounded like the biting cold of winter to Sixth Brother, sending a chill from his toes to the top of his head, making him shiver involuntarily. No one is unafraid of death. There are only those who dare to face it. But it's clear that Sixth Brother wasn't the latter. He hadn't lived enough nor had he enjoyed life enough. I'm sorry, please let me go. What I said was just to scare you. I didn't really mean to kill you, whether from fear or pain. Sixth Brother's lips were pale and he was trembling uncontrollably. Rainwater splattered all over his face, making him look extremely disheveled. And he was stammering as he spoke. He no longer had any followers. All the men who had come out to rob with him had been killed. After Xia Nuan shot down the pistol, she gave each of the others an arrow, the murky, clogged rainwater tinged with a scarlet hue, lay lifeless on its surface, their unfocused pupils no longer visible. Ha ha. Xia Nuan suddenly laughed twice, her laughter filled with pleasure and mockery. She slowly placed the watermelon knife against Sixth Brother's neck. A slight smile playing on her lips and asked softly, "Do you think I'd believe that? Really, I'm telling the truth. I'll be your slave from now on. I'll never dare to rob again. I promise I'll turn over a new leaf. Please let me go. I still have a family to support." Sixth Brother wept bitterly, too afraid to move, lest the sharp watermelon knife sever his own neck. But Xia Nuan interrupted him before he could finish speaking. "You're not going to tell me you have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old daughter, are you? I know you've got a lot of lives on your hands. The fewer scumbags like you there are, the fresher the air in this world will be. I'm in a hurry today, so I'll just give you a quick death." As Xia Nuan spoke, she slightly raised her knife. With a swift motion, he severed Sixth Brother's head without hesitation. Blood spurted out, staining a large area around them red. Looking at Sixth Brother, whose head had been separated from his body and who could no longer utter a word, the fear hidden in my heart began to gradually dissipate. Xia Nuan stared at her Sixth Brother's corpse for a long time. During those countless tormented days and nights, she felt both hatred and fear towards this man. She wished she could devour his blood and flesh. Yet she dreaded hearing his voice and seeing his twisted smile. Latter she could neither see nor hear. And the fear in her heart was amplified by the loss of her 5 senses, to the point that even in this lifetime, she dared not recall that time in detail, nor carefully remember what her enemy looked like. It's over, this memory ends here. There will never be another Sixth Brother who treated her like that again. "Brother, let's go." Xia Nuan felt much more relaxed, and her tone became cheerful and pleasant. Looking at Xia Mu beside her, who was covered in blood just like herself, Xia Nuan couldn't quite describe the feeling in her heart. "Perhaps I feel more fortunate than anything else." Fortunately, she had such family members by her side, which made her feel less lonely in the apocalypse. "You take a break, I'll take the helm. I've been watching you paddle a kayak for a while. I think I've learned how. Now watch your brother show you." Xia Mu still looked the same as before, without any plastic surgery. He could tell that Xia Nuan wasn't at ease inside, as if she was constantly suppressing something. He seemed to have shed a heavy burden at this moment, and looked much more cheerful than before. "But my younger sister needs some time to recover." Despite being in a state of panic and fear after his first murder, Xia Mu managed to hide his unease and took the initiative to take over the job of driving the kayak, allowing Xia Nuan to clear her mind. Xia Nuan definitely needs some time to adjust. She didn't notice Xia Mu's unusual behavior and nodded in agreement. The electric paddle couldn't be retrieved in time and sank to the bottom along with the kayak. Fortunately, Xia Nuan had prepared quite a few, and she took out another one from the space and installed it, which slid up very quickly. The electronics factory was not a target for people to scavenge for supplies. The surrounding area was quiet, and the factory itself was also silent. The people here have long been evacuated. The tallest building in the electronics factory is only 5 stories high. Everything is buried in the water, and they have to dive down to find what they need. Xia Nuan didn't understand these things and had no idea what components her brother needed. The electronics factory was so big, and there were only 2 space warehouses left. It wasn't realistic to open several warehouses to store everything. There was nowhere to store it, so she could only search for it with a specific goal in mind. But Xia Mu couldn't dive in suddenly. Deciding who would go down to find supplies became a major problem. How about I go, bro? Just describe what you need to me, maybe I can recognize it. No, I'll go. All those circuit boards look pretty much the same. Even if I describe them, you'd have a hard time distinguishing them. We don't need many, just take what we need. Taking too much takes up space, and excess stuff can cause pollution if not handled properly. I'll go down and pick them out. I won't drown with the oxygen tank. I'll tie a rope and you can pull me up in time. We can't have you go into the water every time we go out. I'll have to learn to swim sooner or later anyway. So this is a good opportunity. Xia Mu insisted that Xia Nuan not go into the water. And his reasons were sound. Xia Nuan had no reason to refuse. And after hesitating for a while, she finally nodded in agreement. They took out all the diving equipment and put it on Xia Mu, checking the oxygen equipment 3 times before they were satisfied. Brother, be careful when you go down to open the warehouse. Make sure you stay behind the door, or something inside might fall out and hit you. Also, be careful not to puncture the oxygen tank. This oxygen tank lasts for 40 minutes. I'll pull the rope after 20 minutes, regardless of whether you're responding or not. Xia Nuan was a little worried about her brother and gave him a lot of advice, all based on her experience from their last dive. Xia Mu listened attentively, nodding occasionally in response, showing no sign of being perfunctory in showing concern for her younger sister. Okay, I'm going into the water, wait for me to come back. Xia Mu waited for his sister to finish speaking before jumping into the water, as her brother's figure gradually disappeared into the water, until he was completely gone. Xia Nuan was still frowning and looking around, like an elderly mother seeing her son off on a long journey. Her heart is filled with worry. There was nothing around except the sound of rain and wind. Not even a single tree could be seen, just endless water. While waiting for Xia Nuan squatted in the kayak, scooping up the rainwater that had fallen in with a small basin. While feeling utterly bored, Xia Nuan saw clusters of white shadows drifting aimlessly in the distance. She assumed it was something like plastic and didn't pay any attention. But then she vaguely saw that white shadow moving again. Xia Nuan looked at it carefully in confusion, and then stood up abruptly. It's a sheep. Lots of plump white sheep. Xia Nuan disregarded the 20-minute agreement and forcefully pulled on the rope, dragging Xia Mu up, peeking out from under the water. Xia Mu removed his mask and asked, 20 minutes have passed. I saw quite a few useful things down there, and I've only stored a portion of them in my storage space. I need to go down and get some more. No rush, the thing can't escape underwater. Brother, come with me to catch the sheep first. Xia Nuan quickly grabbed Xia Mu's sleeve to stop him from diving any further. Upon hearing the words sheep, Xia Mu was momentarily stunned. Where did these sheep come from? It's over there. Oh dear, hurry and get on the boat, I'll take you there. Xia Nuan pointed in one direction. She suddenly remembered that her mental strength had been trained, and her eyesight was extraordinary. What she could see, Xia Mu might not be able to see. Flocks of sheep were floating on the water, drifting in the opposite direction. If they didn't chase after them soon, they would be gone. Xia Mu hurriedly boarded the boat, and Xia Nuan didn't even wait for him to be seated before quickly setting off. Lamb skewers, lamb hot pot, roasted lamb leg, grilled lamb. She's here, ha 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 ha, among the supplies they prepared. Fresh beef and mutton were scarce. Most of it consisted of frozen meat. I took a trip to the countryside and found that the farmers were reluctant to slaughter and sell the sheep that hadn't reached market age yet. My family wasn't so greedy that we had to pay extra to force the farmers to slaughter their sheep or pigs for us. So we didn't insist now that she's seen a flock of fresh, plump sheep which could just fill the gap in supplies. How could Xia Nuan not be excited? Food is the most important thing for people. Because of the scheming of Lu Xiaoxiao's family, he rarely had enough to eat in his final days. So he became extremely obsessed with food. Xia Nuan rushed forward at top speed, while Xia Mu tumbled and rolled like a ball inside the unstable hull. He clung tightly to one side of the kayak, afraid that his sister might throw him off in a moment of excitement. The original owner's body was too weak. He needed to train harder. I absolutely have to build muscle. Now I'm like a little dog, I can't even sit steadily on a boat. Xia Mu wouldn't look into Xia Nuan's problems. He didn't think his sister was being too reckless in driving the boat, but rather that he himself was too useless. On the fast-moving kayak, Xia Mu was completely disoriented, finally. Xia Nuan slowed down and he heard the bleating of sheep. There really are sheep, Xia Mu sighed. He had one right beside him and with a thought. He grabbed the wool and threw it into his spatial storage. After developing the neighbor function, he can also put things in the space. But he cannot live in the space for a long time. Unlike Xia Nuan's, he stored everything he put into his spatial storage in the cellar beneath the wooden house. The cellar wasn't very big, not even half the size of Xia Nuan's warehouse. But it was more than enough to hold a few sheep. Xia Nuan also frantically started catching sheep, throwing them directly into her spatial storage whenever she touched one. They don't need live sheep. The space will be developed into sheep pens in the future. The live animals thrown in now can skip the slaughtering process and can be eaten directly when they get home. A dozen or so sheep floated over. After Xia Nuan collected them all, she checked the pile of mutton in her spatial storage and smiled contentedly. I also need to go back to the electronics factory to collect all the other things Xia Mu needs. Now that they had been out for 4 or 5 hours, Xia Nuan decided not to waste any more time and refused to return to the electronics factory. The journey back was exceptionally smooth, except that when they passed the place where sixth brother had died, they discovered that the several kayaks that had been floating on the water earlier were gone. Xia Nuan didn't pay attention to these details, anyway. When she confronted sixth brother, there was nothing around except his underlings. The water surface is completely visible, so there's no fear of people hiding there. Their standoff lasted for more than an hour. Even with oxygen tanks, it was impossible to stay underwater for that long. Either sixth brother's underlings came back, found him dead, and not wanting to give up the kayak took it away, or it simply drifted away with the current. After getting home and changing into dry clothes, as sunset approached, the loudspeaker blared again outside. They were still government officials, but this time they weren't there for rescue. Attention all residents, those who need daily necessities. Please immediately gather at the 7th floor window and line up. Bring cash or a bank card to purchase supplies. Please avoid crowding and arguing otherwise. Your purchase will be cancelled. The loudspeaker's voice was playing on a loop. Fu Ying was about to process the mutton that Xia Nuan and the others had brought back that day when she heard the sound and suddenly stopped. She turned and went to the window, where she saw a boat heading into the residential area, with a whole crew of people carrying real guns standing stiffly at the bow. From upstairs, you can still vaguely see a small cargo ship moored in the area where there are no houses along the main road. You can tell at a glance that they're from the government. Official people are here selling supplies. Should we go? Fu Ying turned to ask her son and daughter for their opinions, but mainly asked Xia Nuan, we still need to go. Quite a few people in this building have noticed us, especially since the Liu family lives in the same building as us. If we don't show ourselves and we always have food, it'll be easy for people to guess that we have a large amount of food stored up. Let's go and make it look like we have a lot. Xia Nuan was drying her hair when she thought for a moment and answered. She still had tens of thousands of yuan left, which should be enough to buy grain from the government. Then you don't need to move. There are real guns and ammunition outside. Even if ordinary people had 800 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble at this time. Your dad and I will go down and buy it. You two have been busy all day, so get some rest. Officials sent boats to the 7th floor windows of each building to buy and sell goods. With so many people watching, there probably won't even be any arguments about queuing. Right now each building has 10 households. Soon they'll have 12. Fu Ying prepared the mutton upstairs for a while, and when she felt it was about time, she pulled Xia Zhiguo downstairs. The woman in front of them was from the 8th floor. Because of the previous conflict, Fu Ying had a lot of resentment towards this woman and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seeing the other person's pale and sickly appearance, he couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Hey, isn't this the rich lady from the 8th floor? Why are you personally queuing up to buy supplies? You're so wealthy. You should have someone bring the supplies up for you. Oh dear, where's your inseparable husband? Isn't he the one who loves you the most and can't live without you? My husband came with me, where's yours? Fu Ying is not usually one to flaunt her relationship, although she and her husband have maintained their loving relationship for decades. She doesn't show it off to anyone but today. To spite this woman on the 8th floor, she grabbed Xia Zhiguo's arm straightened up and was determined to infuriate her. The woman on the 8th floor is indeed afraid of Xia Nuan, but she's not necessarily afraid of Fu Ying. When they first met in the elevator, Fu Ying was very kind. But in her eyes, Fu Ying, who always relied on her daughter to get things done, was just a middle-aged woman who bullied others and had no real ability. If Fu Ying had mocked her about something else today, the woman on the 8th floor might have remembered Xia Nuan's warning from last time. But since her boyfriend was mentioned, the woman on the 8th floor was instantly furious and forgot all about the warning. You have the nerve to bring that up. If you hadn't been so disrespectful to me last time. Your daughter, the woman on the 8th floor, was about to say the words vixen. But then she remembered the fear of a knife to her throat and quickly swallowed the words back, saying something else instead. Your daughter is so ruthless. How could my husband possibly abandon me and leave with the rescue team? Just you wait after this disaster is over. I will definitely not let your family off the hook. The woman on the 8th floor still had some sense, but not much of it. She didn't utter any more foul language, but her tone remained unfriendly, and she ended with a threat. But she dared not take any further action, and could only fantasize that she could kill Fu Ying with her eyes. Really? Then I'll wait, Fu Ying sneered at her head held high, her contemptuous gaze finally turning the woman's face a deep purplish red. The ship carrying supplies arrived, and the crowd in front of it was bustling. The woman on the 8th floor was immediately distracted and stopped arguing with Fu Ying. I'm so hungry, so very hungry. She has to be very careful with what she has left at home to have managed to survive until now. If it weren't for the people buying and selling supplies who came today, she probably would have been so hungry she would have eaten the table. The woman on the 8th floor tried to be clever, squeezing her way forward with all her might. Amidst the curses of the crowd, she decisively found a person with an honest-looking face and cut in line to the front. What? A pound of rice costs 100 yuan. And that's the kind that's been soaked in rainwater. The kind that hasn't been soaked costs 300 yuan. Why don't you just rob us? Are you government officials? You're more like bandits. The first person to ask the price exclaimed in surprise, finding it hard to believe that prices had skyrocketed to such an extent. Even officially sold grain can be this expensive, which shows just how scarce grain is. This is the price. Buy it if you want, leave if you don't. Don't even think about looting or causing trouble. Supplies are scarce right now, and anyone engaging in such behavior can be shot on sight. The person in charge of selling supplies seemed to have been asked this question countless times before. His expressionless answer was concise to the point, and utterly ruthless, which also made him seem very cold-hearted. The man who had just exclaimed opened his mouth as if to say something. But after glancing at the people standing next to him with real guns, he felt that what the other person said didn't seem fake. For the sake of his life, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. You can only try to negotiate a lower price by being a little more accommodating. But this price is too high. Can you give me 51 yuan per jin? This isn't even good rice. It usually only sells for 3 to 5 yuan. You've increased it by almost 20 times. That's a bit too much, no bargaining. This is the price for the grain if you don't accept it. You can buy a kayak or a basin like this and go out to find supplies yourself. So are you still buying? The supplies being sold by the authorities this time include more than just food. They also have medicines, meat and vegetables, various seasonings, clothes, blankets and other daily necessities. They have also prepared a lot of kayaks, inflatable boats, swimming rings and life jackets, as well as large water basins that can hold a person. They even sell oxygen tanks and diving equipment. These are all things that are extremely needed right now. And you can still buy them if you have the money. But the price has increased many times over. The authorities expended a great deal of manpower to salvage and retrieve these supplies from the water. In fact, those who are brave enough can choose to buy only a little food and things that will allow them to get around. There are still many supplies underwater that haven't been damaged. With a careful search, they can still be found. It all comes down to whether they have the guts. This official action also implies a desire for citizens to be self-sufficient, rather than relying solely on aid. It also reflects that the government's food reserves are limited, making it impossible for everyone to weather this difficult time smoothly. I'll buy 2 pounds of rice. And also get me an inflatable boat. The man who was first in line was smart. Realizing that things were tough these days, he immediately took the advice given to him, bought some food to fill his stomach and regain his strength, and then bought an inflatable boat to prepare to find supplies on his own. Having learned from this example, almost everyone else opted to buy some grains, vegetables, and meat and then buy a boat when it was Fu Ying's turn. She hesitated for a moment, then inquired, "How much do life jackets cost on the boat?" A decent quality kayak costs 80,000 yuan. A cheaper inflatable boat costs 50,000 yuan. If you just want a wooden tube, it's 3,000 yuan, a plastic tub too. 0 yuan, the price was astonishing. Fu Ying's mouth dropped open. She could hardly believe her ears. She hadn't even noticed when the person in front of her was paying. She never imagined that a means of transportation could be so expensive now. Then give me 5 caddies of rice, a bunch of bok choy, and 2 caddies of meat. Fu Ying understood the situation, so she didn't say anything more and bought a few things as a token gesture. But as she was about to leave, the man selling things in front of her suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Which floor do you live on?" 16th floor. Fu Ying was cautious and didn't give her real address, but instead gave her a floor number below. The man lifted his eyelids, sneered, and suddenly shouted, "Hey, you from the 16th floor, come here for a second. What's your relationship with this couple? Why are you sitting together? I remember this building only has 1 apartment per floor." It turns out that Fu Yichen, who lives on the 16th floor, was in line ahead of Fu Ying. He had just finished buying supplies and was almost up to the next floor. Suddenly called to a stop, Fu Yichen turned around leisurely, looking at Fu Ying with an indifferent gaze. Last time, Xia Mu accompanied Xia Nuan to the transaction. Fu Ying didn't recognize the residents on the 16th floor at all, so she quickly answered, "This is my nephew. We're visiting relatives and staying with him, nephew." "What's your name?" the man continued questioning her. And this time Fu Ying didn't lie. "Fu Ying." "What's your nephew's name?" This question stumped Fu Ying. just as he was racking his brains to come up with a name. He heard a cold, indifferent reply from the 16th floor, Fu Yichin. Coincidentally, two complete strangers shared the same surname. The surname Fu is not common. Although the person questioning him was somewhat convinced, he still had reservations and immediately asked, "Both of you show me your ID cards. When you're just out buying something, no one can carry their ID card with them, however. Mobile network access payment receipts and real name authentication for various apps can all prove their identity." Neither of them lied about their names, so they quickly passed the identity verification stage. The man relieved nodded slightly and then asked, "Was there a fight in this building before? A young girl on the 17th floor stabbed someone. Do you know that, girls?" Good heavens, isn't that describing Xia Nuan? Fu Ying immediately became alert, but he quickly recovered. His expression returning to normal, he tentatively asked, "I wasn't there that day, but I heard about it. It seems the fight started because the family on the 17th floor had a kayak, and they tried to take the little girl's boat. I haven't heard anything about anyone being stabbed. It resulted in one person being injured. We were able to reach them that day, and the injured person was promptly taken to the hospital and is now out of danger. However, the other party has filed a police report, saying that an argument with the girl on the 17th floor escalated into a physical fight. They didn't specify the reason, but you should still be careful on the 17th floor. Carrying a knife and being able to stab someone, even if it's a ghillie, is still somewhat dangerous." The man thought this matter had nothing to do with Fu Ying and the others, so his attitude softened considerably, and he even kindly offered some advice. Fu Ying recalled how thoroughly he had questioned them earlier, not revealing his purpose at all before confirming they were residents of the 16th floor. As if it were a routine check, she then realized they were intentionally looking for Xia Nuan, since it concerned her daughter and son. Fu Ying found it hard not to care. She feigned surprise and continued to probe for information. "Since the 17th floor is so dangerous, and you're all here, why didn't you arrest her? Firstly, this matter is not under our jurisdiction. We are only responsible for selling supplies and maintaining order in the sales area. We cannot overstep our bounds. Secondly, similar incidents like the one on the 17th floor have occurred frequently recently. With the current natural disaster and public anxiety, coupled with insufficient police resources, it's extremely difficult to manage. The entire city is currently without power, and without surveillance footage or evidence to prove the stabbing occurred to a resident on the 17th floor. Furthermore, the person who reported the incident was vague and likely concealing something. Additionally, many other reports have been filed targeting women on the 17th floor. Considering all these factors, the person on the 17th floor of your building is not considered an extremely dangerous individual, and therefore cannot make an arrest at this time." The man had participated in many rescue operations, including the major earthquakes of earlier years. After the earthquake, everyone felt extremely depressed and desperate. In this atmosphere, the crime rate is extremely high. Theft and robbery were commonplace, but even more human depravity was revealed at that moment. Because of the chaotic situation at the time, even if a report was filed, there was no energy to deal with these matters. Everyone's attention was focused on the danger. Furthermore, because the earthquake destroyed many surveillance cameras, it was impossible to find evidence, even if a report was filed again after the situation stabilized. It was impossible to convict or make an arrest due to insufficient evidence. In the face of danger, the lives of the masses are of paramount importance. We can't even manage the lives of so many people. So a fight is already a minor incident, all right. We'll be careful. Let's go up together. Fu Ying didn't forget her public persona. The more she said, the more mistakes she made, and she was afraid that further inquiries would arouse suspicion. So she quickly called for help from the 16th floor. Fu Yichin had been standing on the steps waiting for them ever since they started questioning him. clearly intending to help them. Hearing this, he nodded slightly and only continued climbing the stairs after Fu Ying and Xia Zhiguo walked up to him. Silently climbing to the third floor, Fu Ying made sure the people downstairs couldn't hear her if she spoke now, and then thanked them in a low voice. "Thank you, young man. It's all right. I know what happened in the corridor wasn't your fault. They were greedy and wanted to steal things. Even if they were stabbed to death, it wouldn't be unreasonable right now. A ship is more important than a life, and besides, Xia Nuan doesn't seem like the type to hurt people without reason." Hearing him pronounce Xia Nuan's name accurately, Fu Ying immediately became curious. "Do you know our daughter? I've dealt with her twice before. Your husband injured his ankle, and I exchanged some medicated wine for his fever reducer. After that, I also exchanged some pet supplies with her." Fu Yichen's tone was cold and distant, but his attitude was still very polite. This is simply how social interactions between strangers should be. And Fu Ying didn't mind, on the contrary. She was very happy that the young man spoke up for her daughter, and thought her daughter was a good person. "My daughter is a very good person. She's usually very well behaved and obedient, always speaking softly and never being fierce. She won't fight back unless someone provokes her. There's a saying, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Although my daughter is well behaved, she's not entirely without a temper." Over time, Fu Ying grew to like Xia Nuan, the daughter she had after transmigrating. Unlike their brat who gets impatient after just a few words, she listens to her nagging very attentively and patiently. Every time she cooks a meal, her daughter showers her with compliments, providing plenty of emotional support. We greeted each other warmly on a daily basis, and when preparing supplies, we spent a lot of money on the couple, buying things specifically for their age group. Very thoughtful and filial. That's why they say daughters are like warm cotton-padded jackets, a comforting presence in a child's heart. That neglected son of mine is like a leaky leather jacket. Fu Yichen didn't know how to answer, and after thinking for a long time could only nod blankly. He did think about Fu Ying's words carefully. "I never realized that the little girl was so well-behaved and obedient. She does look cute, but the fierceness she exudes doesn't seem like that of a good-tempered person." By the time Fu Ying reached the 16th floor, she was already out of breath and had no energy left to talk to Fu Yichen. He thanked her again, and watching Fu Yichen climb the 16th floor without batting an eye, he secretly sighed at how wonderful it is to be young. Finally home, Fu Ying first gulped down a mouthful of water. Senpinting heavily called her daughter over. "Nuan Dab, I'll come here for a second." Xia Nuan, who was busy inside the house working on her spatial farm, immediately abandoned everything when she heard her mother calling her and ran to the living room in her slippers. "Mom must be tired. Next time let my brother and I do it." Climbing from the 7th to the 16th floor is quite a height. Xia Nuan noticed that her mother was panting heavily from the exertion of climbing the stairs, and offered her a concerned suggestion. No. You can't show your face whenever officials come during this period. They're probably trying to arrest you." Fu Ying recounted what had happened downstairs, and also mentioned the help she received on the 16th floor. Xia Nuan had actually anticipated the official investigation when it began, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. Chaos doesn't happen overnight. There are still people trying to maintain order, but evil and darkness continue to fester in people's hearts. Even if there are still some people with a strong sense of morality, they cannot reverse the situation that the majority of people have changed. Good people make up less than 10% of the world's population, and so do the most vicious and wicked. 80% of them are people with a weak sense of morality who only restrain themselves because of the law. Their fate will be either good or bad. It all depends on the environment and the actions of those around them. Xia Nuan knew her limits and didn't cause anyone to die. The official food supplies are so expensive that not everyone can afford them. What about those who don't have money to buy supplies, or can only afford a small amount they can only steal or rob? Perhaps at this very moment in some unknown corner, Someone has already died in the struggle. There are so many people that the authorities can't possibly manage them all. She was just one of many who resorted to violence, moreover. She was acting in self-defense. Even if we consider the law and reason she is in the right. It's all right, they won't be coming many times. At this stage, a fuel is a very scarce resource. And small boats can't be used to transport supplies. The fuel consumption would be enormous. To conserve resources, the authorities will definitely not come every time. Xia Nuan spoke with great certainty, and so far, everything she said has come true. But Fu Ying was still uneasy, frowning and looking unconvinced. Better safe than sorry. Who knows if they'll make an example of someone and then target you. It's best to stay away if you can. Xia Nuan didn't want to cause trouble unless absolutely necessary. So she nodded slightly in agreement just then. The doorbell rang, and that familiar yet annoying sound came once again. Auntie, uncle, brother, are you there? Lu Xiaozhao is here again in just a few days. She has adjusted her mindset and, with her sickeningly sweet voice, has once again put on an enthusiastic demeanor. What do you want to do if I'm the only one here? Xia Nuan rushed to open the door first. When Lu Xiaozhao saw that it was her who opened the door, even the sincere smile on her face became somewhat insincere. However, he did not show his emotions and gave the first answer that he found agreeable. Sister, I've come to bring you some food. You took some money with you when you left home. But I heard you invested a lot in renovations and preparing to open a supermarket. So you probably don't have much left. Food is expensive. And I was worried you wouldn't be able to buy much. So I thought I'd bring some over, it's such a pity. The goods you prepared for your supermarket probably haven't been shipped out yet. If you had those goods, you would definitely be living a good life now. Lu Xiaozhao's words were extremely sarcastic, and Xia Nuan immediately sensed something was wrong with them. She looked Lu Xiaozhao up and down, scrutinizing her from head to toe. They didn't miss any subtle changes in the other person's expression. Lu Xiaozhao was genuinely mocking her. She wasn't testing her. The schadenfreude in his eyes was impossible to hide. Xia Nuan had always suspected that Lu Xiaozhao, like her, might have been reborn but in her previous life. Lu Xiaozhao was the one bound to the bracelet, and she also opened and used the space. If she were a reborn person like herself, she certainly wouldn't have said such a thing. Could it be that they think she hasn't bound herself to the spatial dimension yet? Thank you so much for your kindness. We're actually quite short of food, so I won't stand on ceremony. In the end times, food is like gold. People are scattering gold on the streets. There's a bargain to be had. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of it, especially if it's given by an enemy. Then you should keep it safe, hopefully. When food and clothing become scarce, Lu Xiaozhao will regret presenting the food to her with both hands today. Xia Nuan reached out to take it, but Lu Xiaozhao did slightly turn her body to avoid it. Little sister, food is so scarce and expensive right now. We can't just give it away for free. I brought mom and dad over, and these things were all bought with their money. When I said I wanted to bring them to you, dad got really angry. It's because you talked back to him last time, and you went too far. I had to persuade him for a long time before he finally agreed to let me bring the things over to you. Out of consideration for our past relationship, I can sell them to you cheaply as a way of settling old scores. I know you don't have much money, little sister. I really liked that bracelet you took last time. How about we trade that for it? Lu Xiaozhao smiled gently, speaking softly and gently, with the air of a woman from a water town. If you weren't so thick-skinned, it would look even more like it. Lu Xiaozhao's actions were tantamount to taking advantage of a crisis. She still desperately wanted the bracelet and planned to use the food shortage to manipulate Xia Nuan and snatch it away. Didn't I tell you last time? I threw the bracelet in the trash, Xia Nuan sneered, withdrew her outstretched hand, and leaned against the door in a lazy manner. Lu Xiaozhao's smile froze slightly. Her brows furrowed gently, and a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. Xia Nuan did say last time that she casually threw the bracelet into the trash can. In order to get that bracelet, she sent many servants to search all the trash cans around. But they couldn't find it, finally not giving up. She went to search those disgusting garbage heaps herself and searched for a long time. But there was no bracelet at all. I initially thought the sanitation workers had already taken all the garbage to the garbage dump. But I later found out that the property management hadn't had time to throw it away that morning. So Xia Nuan didn't throw the things away at all. She was just lying to her. But how could Lu Xiaozhao admit to personally rummaging through the garbage? She had finally regained her status as a wealthy heiress and was living a noble and luxurious life. How could someone like her do something as degrading as rummaging through trash cans? Little sister, please don't lie to me. That's a token of love from your parents. You won't throw it away. Xia Nuan raised an eyebrow slightly. She could tell from Lu Xiaochao's subtle reaction that she must have searched for her deliberately. My parents said it was up to me to do what I wanted that day. I accidentally cut my hand with a fruit knife. And some blood dripped onto the bracelet at this point. Xia Nuan deliberately paused, not noticing that Lu Xiaozhao showed any signs of nervousness, which further convinced her that the other party was not a reincarnated person at all. If she wasn't a reincarnated person, then why was Lu Xiaozhao so obsessed with the bracelet? Did she see something or know something? And through what channels did she find out? Xia Nuan really couldn't understand it. Now was not the time for him to think about these things. She continued, there was blood on the bracelet. And I thought it was dirty, so I threw it away. The trash can I'm referring to isn't the one around here, but the one in the nearby hotel rooms. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Xiaozhao's face contorted for a moment. This time she finally lost her temper and raised her voice. It's just a few drops of blood on it, you can just wash it off. Why throw it away? I can throw my things away if I want. It's none of your business. We don't have the kind of bracelet you want. But we do have other things. If you like anything, I can give you a few more. I only want that once. Fine, since you don't have it, then you can all go hungry. Lu Xiaozhao came to the door several times, but was never given a good welcome. In order to get the bracelet, she even went so far as to follow Xia Nuan and moved here. But it's clear that Xia Nuan will never give her the bracelet. Whether she loses it or hides it, she probably won't be able to get it back through normal channels. Lu Xiaozhao wasn't stupid. After trying several times and realizing that her efforts were useless, she simply changed her strategy. She no longer wanted to give the Xia family a friendly welcome. So she stopped pretending and, carrying the things she had brought, turned and went downstairs. Before leaving, she turned back and gave a defiant smile. Xia Nuan, this time the authorities came to sell supplies. And Mom and Dad bought a lot of things. Even if this rain continues for another half-month, Mom and Dad can still manage fine. You've basically spent all your money. All of it went into that rundown supermarket that hasn't even opened yet. I bet you didn't buy much anyway if you ever go hungry. Even if you have to beg, please don't come to our doorstep. After saying that, Lu Xiaozhao turned around and went downstairs. Xia Nuan watched her back as if she were watching a clown. Xia Nuan didn't have time to deal with these people. She was busy being a servant in her spatial dimension. The space has now been upgraded to level 9. It owns 45 plots of farmland, 2 cowsheds, 2 chicken co-ops, a feed mill, 9 warehouses, and a neighbor's cottage. The crops that have already been planted include carrots, corn, wheat, potatoes, strawberries, tomatoes, peppers, as well as watermelons and cabbage. We've been planting them but haven't sold them yet. Xia Nuan first sold all the agricultural and sideline products produced in the warehouse, and surprisingly received 6,000 gold coins directly. I promptly exchanged for 2 more keys, which I'll give to my parents when we go out later. They used the remaining money to buy the most expensive seeds and invested them in the fields. Xia Nuan has now figured out how long neighbors can stay in a space. Currently, level 9 restores 1 hour every 24 hours. and the living time of neighbors increases according to space upgrades. To live here long-term, the space needs to be upgraded by at least another 100 levels. This is truly a challenging and long-term goal. After spending another busy afternoon in the space, Xia Nuan leveled up from level 9 to level 10. When she wanted to purchase a warehouse, she discovered that a new section had been added to the building category. Processing plant. The first facility to be lit up is the noodle processing plant, which requires 10,000 gold coins to build. The grayed out icons that are not yet available require both gold and purple coins to build. Purple coin, the space has opened a new currency system. But how do you earn these purple coins? Does this mean we need to build a processing plant and then sell the processed food to the space to earn purple coins? Xia Nuan curiously clicked on the purple coins feature and discovered that it was actually quite useful. It has more than just one purpose, building manufacturing plants. After the introduction of purple coins, advanced crops and materials such as cocoa tree skin and rice will require purple coins in combination with gold coins to purchase. In addition, there are a fish pond map and an ocean map, both of which need to be purchased with purple coins and gold coins, including the areas that are not yet open to the public. This is basically how people buy things. As for the acquisition channels, Xia Nuan frowned upon seeing this. Sell valuable items to the shop to exchange for purple coins. What constitutes a valuable item? If everything produced in this space can only be exchanged for gold coins, then what has any value? Xia Nuan opened the sales section and found that all the supplies collected from outside and stored in the warehouse had been marked with prices. Food grain soils and other supplies were all sold for gold coins, while the steel found in the building materials factory was sold for purple coins. Diesel and gasoline can also be exchanged for purple coins. Xia Nuan closed the window without thinking. It seems that the valuable items mentioned in the space are probably ores or energy sources. But these things are not only needed by the space. They are also very necessary for her, these things, which I worked myself to the bone to buy. I would never sell to a space. We'll have to wait until the heavy rain stops so we can go out and find more supplies before we can exchange them with the space. Xia Nuan felt a little regretful. She had actually really wanted to open a fish pond and ocean-themed business. These two areas do not have level restrictions. They can be purchased simply by spending a certain amount of gold and purple coins. Let's take it slow. Xia Nuan came out of the space. Although the space had been upgraded and she had exchanged 2 keys for her parents, she looked rather uninterested because she was thinking about the fish pond and the ocean. She's already starting to think about whether she should take some time to go out again and look for more building materials. Nobody wants steel these days, so buying a few more for free shouldn't be a problem. It seems I'll have to store everything I encounter in my spatial storage from now on. After all, even the plastic bags I've hoarded can fetch a few gold coins there. Previously, the space did not have the function of selling external items, so Xia Nuan would selectively choose items to store each time. Especially the last time at the dock. She missed a lot of things she felt were temporarily useless. Xia Nuan was a little annoyed should have taken them all. Maybe it can light up the fish pond. There were no live fish in the space in coastal cities. There were relatively more sea fish and seafood. But they were not cheap. Freshwater fish were all farmed, and their prices were also very high. Not as high as meat products, so Xia Nuan didn't store much. She really liked to eat fish, and the ones she had stored in the space were just for satisfying her cravings. Little sister, people from the 16th floor have come looking for you, saying they want to trade something with you. Xia Mu knocked on the door and called out from outside. I'm coming. Xia Nuan couldn't possibly refuse 16th floor's request to exchange things, since 16th floor had just helped her parents. Moreover, the man on the 16th floor was quite nice. He never joined in the commotion or tried to take her things. Even when she offered to give up her supplies, he would say he wanted to share them equally. He wasn't a greedy person. Xia Nuan didn't dislike dealing with people like that. As she walked to the door, She saw Fu Yichen holding a brocade box in his hand, frowning and looking preoccupied. Do you have any bottled waters? The water supply was suddenly cut off, and there's no drinking water among the supplies being sold by the official channels this time. If possible, I'd like to exchange this bracelet for some bottled water. Fu Yichen opened the brocade box, inside which was a jade bracelet that looked to be of excellent quality. The bracelet appears to have been broken, but it has been repaired with excellent gold-inlaid jade craftsmanship. It does not detract from the beauty of the table at all. On the contrary, it adds to its antique charm. It's pretty, but it's completely useless in the apocalypse. Xia Nuan wasn't interested in this kind of jewelry either. But considering he had helped his parents before, the deal was okay. I can get you 3 more cases. But that's all I can do this time. My water supply is also running low. 3 cases of bottled water would have cost only a few dozen yuan before, far less than the value of the bracelet. But Fu Yichen didn't hesitate for long and immediately nodded in agreement. Good. Xia Nuan asked Fu Yichen to wait at the door for a while, then went around to the kitchen and brought out 3 cases of mineral water from her space, calling on her elderly father and brother to help her deliver them to the door. Fu Yichen was very strong. He lifted 3 cases of mineral water without any effort. The transaction was completed smoothly. Xia Nuan was about to casually toss the bracelet into her spatial storage when she suddenly remembered the newly developed purple coin system. She couldn't help but wonder if these jadeite ores, which were neither edible nor drinkable, could be sold, and if so, what their value would be. She immediately teleported to the space she was in, put the bracelet into the warehouse, opened the for sale section, and found that the bracelet's value was listed at the very top. You will receive 100 purple coins upon selling it. This price is already very high. The steel and ironware in the space would only sell for a fraction of a percent. Some even less. A single bracelet can earn you 100 coins, while developing the fish pond area only requires 59 purple coins. Could it be that the price of external goods is determined by human society's definition of the value of goods? Is the space really this intelligent? Xia Nuan didn't quite understand, so she scrolled down and found the spare laptop she had saved earlier. Seeing that the value was only 0.1 purple coins, I decisively rejected the idea. The computer is probably worth more than the large steel bars, but she could sell the large steel bars she bought for 0.5 yuan. The space may be more inclined to recycle resources. Jade is also a type of ore and can also be called a resource. Then treacle, gold, silver, and ironware should all fetch good prices, as expected. Xia Nuan carefully reviewed her resource list. Energy items were the most expensive. Coal, which had been overlooked before due to its extremely low unit price, was only insignificant because the coal blocks were so small. However, in terms of value, coal was much more expensive than items with higher intrinsic value. Xia Nuan felt she should go out for a walk again. The authorities sold a lot of kayaks this time, and it's estimated that many people will go out to salvage supplies. In the current situation, most people are probably focused on physical goods or daily necessities. So she can go to some jewelry stores now and collect items that can be sold in her space. Once the resources in the space become plentiful, there will be no need to go out and work yourself to death to collect resources anymore. Self-sufficient, able to lie down and die of old age. Now that you have enough purple coins to unlock the fish pond, you need to work even harder to accumulate gold coins. Opening the fish pond required an additional 20 gold coins. Xia Nuan worked until midnight, and the space was upgraded again before she finally earned the 20 gold coins. The fish pond was unlocked, and a small patch of the mostly gray map suddenly lit up. The entire area from the farmland to the stream, all the way north to the fish pond, is open. These areas were previously inaccessible to Xia Nuan. There were no initial fish fry in the fish pond, and the fish fry needed to be purchased with purple coins. Xia Nuan used all the remaining 40 British and American dollars to exchange for fish fry, and then ran to the fish pond impatiently. The fish pond in the space was very clean. Though called a fish pond, it was more like a small pond. The fish's growth cycle is half a month. After they grow up, Xia Nuan needs to catch them herself. If they are not caught in time, the fish will die naturally in the third month after they grow up. Besides, other freshwater aquatic products can also be raised in the fish pond. But the seedlings are too expensive. Xia Wen is short of money and couldn't afford to expand the species. After squatting by the fish pond and observing the fish for a while, Xia Nuan finally left the space. I didn't feel anything while I was working. But once I lay down in bed, fatigue hit me immediately. Even without leaving homes, I can still have a very fulfilling day. Xia Nuan was very puzzled in her previous life. Lu Jiazhou had a space. Yet she always dressed up in a flamboyant manner, played the social butterfly and looked for boyfriends. She basically had no time to manage her space. As for the supplies in the space, according to Lu Jiazhou, they were basically all things she found outside and hid without permission. Possessing such a vast treasure yet not utilizing it. Instead racking her brains every day to extract from others, does Lu Jiazhou really enjoy playing mind games and scheming? If that's the case, Lu Jiazhou probably won't have a good future. Mountains crumble, people run away, if Lu Jiazhou, who has survived in the apocalypse for so long, doesn't even understand this principle, then she has truly lived in vain. As she pondered these thoughts, Xia Nuan drifted off to sleep. Back home, Lu Jiazhou tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Taduan the official supplies were being sold. She suggested to her father that they buy as much as possible. Ideally everything the official team brought out this time. But Dad said that although they were rich, they couldn't be taken advantage of. The rain would eventually pass. And living in their current house and eating these shabby foods was only temporary. There's no need to spend so much money buying so many overpriced supplies. Lu Jiancheng, true to his businessman nature, and with high hopes, meticulously calculated the costs and benefits. Lu Jiazhou couldn't persuade Lu Jiancheng, especially since she didn't have control over the family finances or the final say. So she had no choice but to give up. But now, listening to the sound of rain outside, Lu Jiazhou felt increasingly uneasy. She felt her father had made a terrible mistake. But since she still depended on him for a living, she absolutely couldn't show the slightest dissatisfaction. Lu Jiazhou had a feeling that things weren't so simple, and that this rain wouldn't pass so easily. Her intuition was very accurate when she was a child. She could always sense danger in advance when she grew up. Just because a neighbor said that she didn't look like her parents and brother, she instinctively felt that she was not their biological child. She saw Lu Jiancheng in a financial magazine again, and a voice in her heart seemed to be shouting, "This is my biological father." So with a triatancy attitude, she went to his door. The final result proved that she really was the heiress of a wealthy family who had been switched at birth. And this time, his instinct for danger was just as strong as before. Perhaps even stronger. That fear, seemingly emanating from her very soul, made her even more flustered and uneasy. She always felt that the bracelet that Xia Nuan had taken back would be very useful. No, we have to think of a way, Lu Jiazhou thought for a moment. Then turned on her phone and sent a message to the property management group. This group was later created by the woman on the 8th floor as a property management group. The entire group consisted of residents from Building 12. But Xia Nuan's family was excluded. Last time Xia Nuan injured someone in the emergency exit. Most people on the 12th floor had a lot of grievances against her family. If they could unite them and create chaos for Xia Nuan, she might be able to get what she wanted. 1214, my water's cut off. I went to the apartment on the 17th floor today to ask if I could borrow some water. I thought since she's my sister, I'd have some connection with her. But they clearly had extra water yet, so never mind. Does anyone have extra water? I'm willing to trade food for it. After sending this message, Lu Jiazhou immediately turned off her phone. After 3 days of standby, the phone only had 30% battery left. Just leave this message and let it spread in the group. She didn't expect anyone to exchange water with her. Many requests for supplies had appeared in the group before, but all of them disappeared without a trace. She wasn't actually that short of water 3 days earlier. After the power went out, she sensed something was wrong and stored a lot of water in containers at home. Enough to last her for a while. The real emphasis of this sentence is in the first half. Firstly, it reveals that Xia Nuan's family prioritizes water resources that everyone urgently needs. Secondly, it portrays her as a villain who doesn't even care about her sister and family. When everyone can no longer bear the shortage of supplies, there will always be a group of people who will create chaos for Xia Nuan. The message Lu Jiaozhao sent in the group had the effect he expected. Previously, the woman on the 8th floor not only created a separate property management group, but also a smaller group. The small group consists of regular residents of this building, who are very familiar with the woman on the 8th floor and share her views, as well as being extremely dissatisfied with the woman on the 17th floor. Xia Nuan's threat made her dare not target the 17th floor so openly anymore. But as the boss of a small company, who had always been influential outside, found it hard to swallow this insult. Lu Jiaozhao was looking for someone to stand out. And so was the woman on the 8th floor. She happened to see Lu Jiaozhao's message and immediately forwarded it to the 9th floor. The family of 4 lives on the 9th floor, a couple, their 7-year-old son, and their daughter who is less than a year old. The man was in the building materials business. He came from the countryside and used to work as a bricklayer on construction sites. Later, he became a contractor and gradually built up his business, making some money. He has a fiery temper and is prone to violence at the slightest provocation. He's interested in both legitimate and criminal activities and is not someone to be trifled with. The man's wife was no pushover either. Calling her a shrew wouldn't be an exaggeration. And she didn't care what others thought at all, to outsiders. This couple was a typical nouveau rich, lacking manners and education. The woman on the 8th floor had previously sought help from the man on the 9th floor regarding business issues. So she knew this family's temperament inside and out. Their good relationship was also due to business otherwise. The woman on the 8th floor would never have dealt with such people. The men and women in this family are all strong and healthy. And they are also very unreasonable and protective of their own. After reading the text, Mesagethi stored some food at home. So they weren't starving, therefore. This family was unwilling to participate in the robbery of the 17th floor. But now that the water is cut off, and they have a child who is less than a year old, they will definitely try to buy and sell water from the 17th floor, even if it's just to make formula for the child. But the person on the 17th floor doesn't even care about their own sister. They have so many things but refuse to sell a single one. Why would they bother with the person on the 9th floor? They will definitely have a conflict over the buying and selling of water. This person is not someone to be trifled. The person on the 17th floor is bound to suffer a silent loss. In the stillness of the night, many people are scheming and plotting. Xia Nuan opened her eyes washed up and opened the door to go out, intending to go to the jewelry store for a free purchase, just as she had planned yesterday. But as soon as the door opened, a burly man came upstairs. Huffing and puffing, the man had a fierce face. But upon seeing her, he gave her a fairly friendly smile and asked cheerfully, "Little girl from the 17th floor. What a coincidence, I just happened to need to talk to you. Was the water cut off yesterday? I heard you have some extra water, could you sell me some? I'll trade this gold chain for it. I don't have much money left, I bought food yesterday. But don't worry, this gold chain is definitely genuine. How much do you want to exchange?" Xia Nuan had already seen the importance of energy and mineral resources to the space yesterday. And now she no longer seemed like a giant dragon guarding its treasure, only wanting to enter and not leave. Such a deal would allow her to expand her options and avoid making more enemies. So she didn't mind at the very least. We should get at least 10 cases of bottled water. The man was asking for an exorbitant amount. He probably didn't realize that water resources are just as precious in the apocalypse. Xia Nuan frowned and shook her head decisively. Even if this chain is real, it can't be exchanged for 10 cases of bottled water. Besides, I don't have that many, 2 cases at most. Otherwise, I won't exchange it. When the price was reduced from 10 to 2, the man was stunned for a moment. I never expected anyone to haggle like that. What he had in his hand was a genuine solid gold chain. It could be sold for 20,000 yuan. Young lady, don't be too greedy. How much are 10 cases of bottled water? Even at the official markup, I could only charge you 100 times the price per case. I could probably exchange this gold chain of mine for 10 cases of yours. The man felt his offer was reasonable. A case of mineral water that costs 20 yuan. Multiplied 100-fold becomes 2,000. He bought this chain for 25,000 yuan. That's more than enough to buy 10 boxes, no means no. 2 boxes at most, if you don't want it then forget it. Xia Nuan wasn't one to waste time talking nonsense. And she was too lazy to argue with him. Just as she was about to leave, the man suddenly stepped forward and blocked her path. The other person was a head taller than Xia Nuan, with a muscular build, and his presence was extremely intimidating. Xia Nuan was not afraid at all. She raised her eyes and stared coldly at the man, asking him with her eyes what he wanted to do. Young lady, don't be so stubborn. The most I can tolerate is you cutting the price in half. 5 cases of bottled water, not a single bottle less. The other person's tone while the man scratched the back of his head, his eyes wide open, looking extremely angry. Having been targeted repeatedly these past few days, Xia Nuan is now prepared to fight back. If reasoning doesn't work, then fists will. Xia Nuan has experienced life-or-death situations more than once. To her utter surprise, the man who looked like he was about to explode and attack her simply sighed deeply, waved his hand impatiently and said, fine. I'll trade with you. Young lady, how come you have such a temper? I wasn't as bad-tempered as you when I was young. Give me the water now and this chain is yours. After saying that, the man threw the gold chain to Xia Nuan, who reached out and caught it. It was quite heavy in her hand, and it looked like it was pure gold. However, gold is indistinguishable to the naked eye. So Xia Nuan thought of checking the price in her spatial dimension. Wait a moment, I'll go get you some water. After Xia Nuan finished speaking, she turned around and went back into the house. She found a secluded spot to go to her spatial dimension, where the bracelet was being sold for 10 purple coins. It's definitely a gold chain. This deal was worthwhile. Xia Nuan took out 2 cases of bottled water from her spatial storage. The bottled water she bought was the cheapest and the largest quantity in the case. Normally people buy 12 bottles per case, but he bought 24 bottles per case. The man initially thought Xia Nuan would bring him a case of 12 bottles of water. Seeing that the quantity had doubled compared to his expectations, he suddenly no longer felt the tightness in his chest, so, by that calculation, it was only 1 box less than he had expected. He can buy another gold chain and he can earn more money later. But he can't let his child run out of milk powder. After taking the 2 cases of water, the man regained his cheerful demeanor and even had the leisure to chat with Xia Nuan. Oh, little sister, you should have said so earlier. It's a case of 24 bottles. Then I wouldn't have bothered haggling. It just made us both unhappy. Xia Nuan's lips twitched involuntarily as she watched his expression change so quickly. You didn't ask. Xia Nuan is so straightforward that she doesn't seem like a businesswoman at all. And of course Ash has no experience in doing business. It's my fault. If I want to exchange something again in the future, can I still come to you? We can exchange what we have. It's so difficult to go out these days. If we each have something that complements each other, bartering is safer than going out. Hey girl, what's your name? I live on the 9th floor. My name is Zhang Deyoung. Don't let my older appearance fool you. I'm only 32 this year, if you don't mind. You can call me Brother Yang, that's what my friends call me. Zhang Dayang was a very outgoing person. When Xia Nuan was about to leave, she dragged the kayak downhill, and he followed along carrying things. In that short time, his mouth never stopped talking. If you have anything you'd like to trade, you can come and ask me, however I only accept gold and silver. And jade and similar stones are also acceptable. But nothing else. Exchanging resources with others to enrich one's space is also a way. Xia Nuan did not refuse but Zhang Dayang, upon hearing her words, assumed that Xia Nuan wanted to profit from the disaster, and his brows immediately furrowed into a deep frown. Young lady, your thinking is wrong. Profiting from disasters will shorten your lifespan. However, since you've already hoarded a lot of things, you should be able to make that money. But I owe you a piece of advice. We need to know when to stop. Otherwise, even if you make money, your reputation will be ruined in the end. I have some cash at home, I'll bring it to you next time. And you can also buy some water. No, I don't want cash, I just want what I said earlier. Xia Nuan refused outright, leaving Zhang Dayang puzzled. Isn't cash the same as those other valuables? Cash is more convenient to carry and spend. The other things you mention at except for gold don't hold their value, especially silver, which is currently cheap, they're not suitable. Zhang Dayang couldn't understand it. If the goal is to profit from a national crisis, wouldn't it be better to simply accept the money directly? If you insist on owning jewelry, you'll have to pawn it or find a seller after you get it. Except for some meaningful pieces or those in excellent condition, second-hand items will always be discounted. It's nowhere near as convenient as cash, I just like it. I don't lack anything right now, so I just want to say what I like. Is that okay? Xia Nuan made up an excuse and quickened her pace. This resident on the 9th floor talks too much. She really isn't used to such excessive enthusiasm, especially since the other person might have been at odds with her 1 second and then completely changed their attitude the next. She always felt that this person was like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. It was all up to no good. Oh, you just like it, huh? Would you accept diamonds or something? Zhang Dayang noticed Xia Nuan's impatience, so he stopped trying to get closer to her and tried to keep his words very concise. All that I've said wasn't for the purpose of making friends, but rather to improve my relationship with the person on the 17th floor so that we could benefit each other in the future. Having more friends means having more options. This is his guiding principle and the experience that has enabled him to grow his business into a thriving enterprise. He had indeed gotten a little angry and impulsive during the bargaining, but Xia Nuan's words had brought him back to his senses. He came here today to buy water, and since he was the one asking for it, his condescending attitude was really inappropriate. When something is scarce, its intrinsic value can no longer be measured. He wasn't concerned about the gold chain. He just felt that Xia Nuan was being incredibly greedy and asking for an exorbitant price. For a fleeting moment had considered just grabbing it. But he had also heard about the heroic act that happened a few days ago on the 17th floor in the emergency exit. The girl was ruthless, she was even willing to stab someone. Although he didn't think the girl on the 17th floor could beat him. In the current situation, getting injured during the struggle would be enough to give him a hard time. Reason prevailed, something is better than nothing. Which is why he suddenly changed his attitude. The man was just generous, he wasn't stupid. He knew best what kind of person the woman on the 8th floor was. Having dealt with her for so long, trying to use him as a pawn is impossible. But he wouldn't side with the woman on the 17th floor or cause any trouble with her on the 8th floor. Since they still had business dealings, we'll be seeing each other all the time from now on. Not necessarily, we'll see. We've reached the 9th floor, Xia Nuan said, quickly shaking off the people behind her. She dragged the kayak down 2 floors and arrived at the 7th floor window. Coincidentally, Fu Yichen happened to be there. The man turned around, saw Xia Nuan, stopped throwing the boat out, and stood up to greet her, going out. I'm going to find something. I'm going to the Oriental shopping mall. Fu Yichen revealed his destination. clearly wanting to ask Xia Nuan if she wanted to travel with him. Xia Nuan originally didn't want to travel with anyone, as it would make it inconvenient for her to use her space. But by sheer coincidence, the other person's destination was the same as hers. Oriental Shopping Mall is the largest shopping mall in the city, with countless high-end boutiques and a large supermarket in the basement. Xia Nuan wasn't that interested in large supermarkets. She mainly went for the high-end luxury boutiques. "Are you going to the supermarket?" After hesitating for a while, Xia Nuan asked. "If we could separate inside the mall, it wouldn't be a bad idea to walk together." "Yes, we need to find some water and food. The mall might not have it. Most of the food sold by the authorities has been soaked in water. They've salvaged a batch of supplicand for convenience. They'll probably retrieve them from the mall." Xia Nuan wanted to send Fu Yichen away, but her intention was to do what was best for him, so that he wouldn't go and end up with nothing to show for it. "No, I saw it today. The supplies they've salvaged so far are mostly stored grain from the granaries. Zhang Liang's belt is a special item, not for sale. The authorities probably haven't had time to go into the water to salvage it from the market area yet. Also, the water outage wasn't originally planned. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't only be selling grain and not water. Besides, I know where the supermarket's warehouses are. They're stocked with a lot of stuff. It's impossible to salvage everything from the granaries and supermarket warehouses in just a few days. There must be something I need." The information revealed by Fu Yichen was truly astonishing. Last time, Xia Nuan guessed that this person might be a dock worker. But today he said that he was also very familiar with the supermarket's warehouse. Is he a map maker? Even someone who makes maps shouldn't be this familiar with every interior space. This looks like a navigation system that has come to life. You know a lot, let's go together then. As long as it doesn't interfere with her looting of the jewelry store. Xia Nuan doesn't care about anything else. Once inside the mall, you'll inevitably have to split up. If you encounter any difficulties along the way, having someone to travel with will make things safer. The two reached an agreement, and Xia Nuan simply tied her boat to the back of Fu Yichen's boat with hemp rope. This will save space to the maximum extent and allow for the storage of more supplies. The Oriental Shopping Mall was not far from where they lived. Moreover, the building is very tall with at least 10 floors, and it has not yet been completely submerged in water. At this moment, it can be considered a landmark building. In less than 15 minutes, the two saw the magnificent and imposing skyscraper. The two were going to act separately, each with their own purpose, so the boat couldn't be tied to the outside. One person had to stay and guard it. They smashed open a window in the mall and laboriously dragged the kayak inside. They found a relatively secluded place to hide. "I'm not going to the underground supermarket. We still have plenty of food and drinks at home. I need to get some other things. You can go downstairs, don't worry about me." Xia Nuan had made arrangements beforehand, then put on an oxygen tank and jumped into the water. Instead of swimming directly to the jewelry counter, she planned to browse the stores floor by floor. First, we went down to the 7th floor. The products sold here are mostly maternity and baby products. A wide variety of maternity wear, baby formula pacifiers. Baby bottles, toys and children's clothes are available. Xia Nuan had no plans to date or marry a man. The secrets of her spatial dimension were simply too great. Apart from her family, she didn't trust anyone. If she married a stranger and spent her life with him, who could guarantee that he would never betray her or discover her secrets? But her brother might not be so sure, who knows? Her brother might bring her a sister-in-law someday. And if they get together and have a baby, she'll need to prepare these things in her space. Xia Nuan had already started planning for Xia Mu's future, with the addition of her current space, which allowed her to sell external items. She began a frenzy of stockpiling supplies. Whether they're useful or not, I stuff them into the space. Don't worry if it gets soaked in water. Just let it air dry at home. Some high-end clothing items are unwearable after being soaked in water, but they can be sold to the space recycling service. Besides the baby and maternity products in sight, Xia Nuan didn't miss the counter selling baby diaper covers as she passed by. It's always better to be prepared. After browsing the entire floor, Xia Nuan didn't take everything. She only picked out the expensive items and left some for those who came later. Feeling that Fu Yichin had probably already gone down to the underground supermarket, Xia Nuan headed straight for the jewelry counter on the second floor. She didn't touch the things that were visible, but instead forcibly broke open the cabinet and ransacked the place, taking everything inside. She felt no guilt about taking these things away. After the apocalypse, probably no one but her would need them anymore. The oxygen cylinders were also nearing their limit. She swam upstream, but passed by a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. The man also noticed her and their eyes met. Xia Nuan instinctively felt disgust. That person was Yi Fan. Xia Nuan wasn't surprised to encounter someone at such a high material level location. But meeting Yi Fan felt like bad luck. Xia Nuan assumed that Yi Fan, like Fu Yichin, was going to the underground supermarket to find bargains, since he had already collected everything he needed. She ignored him and went upstream, emerging from the water. Xia Nuan dragged her kayak out ready to leave at any moment. But just the hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind. Following this was a call from a young man, "Hey girl." "Hey girl, wait a minute." Xia Nuan turned around and saw Yi Fan soaking wet. Running towards her, she instinctively took 2 steps back, her whole body on guard. "Is there something you need? I wanted to ask you, besides you, has anyone else been here?" Yi Fan flashed what he thought was a handsome smile, and even deliberately flicked his wet bangs with his hand. A greasy gesture that was almost unbearable to watch. "I don't know, I just arrived too." "Hey, that's strange. Where did everything go from the jewelry counter?" Yi Fan muttered something. His voice was very soft, but it did not escape Xia Nuan's ears, whose 5 senses were heightened. Hearing his words clearly, Xia Nuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. How come Yi Fan is also looking for jewelry just like him? His purpose is so clear. Is it because of greed? "Hey girl, didn't you notice there were other people around?" "Don't worry, I'm not here to steal your food or drink. I just want to get something else, nothing to do with you." "Hey, what are you looking for? Why didn't you take anything?" Yi Fan noticed that Xia Nuan's hands were empty, and his eyes showed a mixture of doubt and scrutiny. "I hadn't been down there long when I discovered my oxygen tank was broken. So I came right back up. I didn't bring a new one. And I was just about to go back. I haven't had time to grab anything yet." "Oh, is that so? Then you don't need to go back. I have some new oxygen tubes here. I can give you one." Yi Fan seemed to believe Xia Nuan's words and stepped forward, wanting to touch her shoulder. Too aggressive. Xia Nuan didn't like that kind of attitude. "I'm not a merchant selling things. You need something and are begging me to sell it to you. If I don't sell it, what can you do to me?" "Hey girl, why are you out alone today? Where's Xia Mu? Didn't he come with you, or have you two broken up?" "I always said that guy has nothing but a pretty face. He used to flirt with all sorts of women. He seems so naive. You must have been fooled by him if you have nowhere to go. I'm staying at a pretty big place now. Want to come back with me? It's fate that we met. In this situation, we need to help each other to get through this." Xia Nuan retreated step by step, trying to avoid Yi Fan. But he followed her every step, pressing closer and closer. The other person's shrewdness and calculation were almost palpable. He looked ordinary with an honest and simple face, but his actions were completely at odds with his appearance. "No need, I have somewhere to stay, so I won't trouble you." Xia Nuan decided not to back down any further and raised her hand to slap away Yi Fan's outstretched hand. A red mark appeared on the back of Yi Fan's hand. He touched his hand, which was a little sore, and as if some kind of attribute had suddenly erupted, his smile became even more lewd. "That's quite a temper, but it's okay, I have a good temper. How about we exchange contact information now? If you ever have any difficulties, you can just tell me. Or give me a call, let's be friends." Yi Fan's actions were no different from harassment, and Xia Nuan was already considering whether to beat him up to scare him away and prevent future trouble. But just then, a sound suddenly came from the water behind them. Fu Yichen climbed out of the water, still holding a rope in his hand last time he was pulled up. A storage box was tied to the rope, and the rope was still hanging down in sections, obviously. There was more than one storage box tied to the rope. Fu Yichen glanced at Xia Nuan and Yi Fan, then pulled the rope forward with one hand, dragging everything in the water up. The rope once tied to the suitcases was 40 meters long. Every meter or so, a storage box was tied to it. Fu Yichen packed more than 30 of the largest suitcases. "We can go now," Fu Yichen raised his hand and called out. Xia Nuan nodded, slightly ignored Yi Fan, and walked around him towards Fu Yichen. Compared to Yi Fan, an ordinary yet very confident man, Fu Yichen is simply more pleasing to the eye, especially that face even from a great distance. Yi Fan paled in comparison. "Wait a minute, bro, can I open your box and take a look?" Yi Fan, for reasons unknown, strode forward and reached out to block their path. The way they asked the question was extremely impolite, even condescending, as if the owner of the mall was catching a thief. Xia Nuan simply couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Could Yi Fan really be the owner of this shopping mall? But if she really was a rich kid, how could she possibly have met her brother while working a part-time job? "We were colleagues. Do you own this shopping mall?" Xia Nuan went out for a free shopping spree, but didn't intend to rob anyone. If Yi Fan really happened to be the owner of the mall, it wouldn't be a problem for her to take back her belongings. However, she always spoke coldly to people she didn't know well, and this attitude was a provocation to Yi Fan. "You're not the owners of this mall, yet you still took so much stuff. Girl, is this your next boyfriend? Looks like you're not as naive as I thought. But let me tell you, girl, your taste is really bad. You can't just look at looks when choosing a boyfriend. You have to consider other things. There are plenty of people with only a pretty face. If you don't have any other qualities, you'll suffer sooner or later." Yi Fan was no longer so kind to Xia Nuan. He became like a hedgehog in attack mode, all his quills standing on end to protect his fragile and sensitive heart. Does a man and a woman standing together necessarily mean they are in a romantic relationship? Xia Nuan was so angry she laughed. She realized that Yi Fan's thought process was different from that of normal people. Leaving aside her relationship with Fu Yichen, let's just talk about her relationship with her brother. The two looked so alike, like gender-swapped versions of himself, that Yi Fan could mistake them for a couple. It seemed his mind was only capable of romantic love, so blind that he couldn't even see their sibling relationship. "What else could we be but boyfriend and girlfriend? I only warned you because you're a pretty young woman and I was worried you'd get scammed. I was even thinking of giving you a hand and letting you come to my place to tide you over. Once you're there, I promise I won't be like other men, making a woman go out looking for things. What kind of man doesn't have that kind of responsibility? Pretty women should stay home, looking beautiful and enjoying life, don't you agree, bro?" Yi Fan's words sounded strange. While it's true that a man protecting a woman in a relationship is a manifestation of responsibility, the male chauvinism he revealed made it sound like he was treating women as possessions, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The most obvious manifestation of this thought in him was that even though it was Xia Nuan who was speaking to him, it was Xia Nuan's words that made him feel suffocated. But he kept staring at Fu Yichen, as if Xia Nuan was just an insignificant appendage. And only Fu Yichen was speaking to him. What is this? Is one stranger fighting with another for her ownership? Xia Nuan hardened her fists and turned to look at Fu Yichen, waiting for him to speak. "I initially thought the person on the 16th floor was quite nice, and that we might be able to keep in touch often. But if he really says something disgusting today, there's no need for any further contact. I don't know. I only know that even parents don't have the right to interfere in their child's life. Whether a person chooses to stay at home or go abroad should be their own decision." Fu Yichen looked serious, water droplets sliding down his hair, his clothes clinging to his body, outlining his strong physique. And his answer was extremely satisfactory. Whether you are a man or a woman's, the path you take and the life you choose are your own decisions. No one can treat another person as a subordinate unless the person agrees. You see a pretty girl and try every means to abduct her to your home. What's the difference between you and a human trafficker? Disgusting, Xia Nuan casually looked away from Yifan, as if he were an insignificant piece of trash. Yifan absolutely could not tolerate such a look. What he hates most is being looked down upon, especially by women. How you think you can just take advantage of me? With looks like yours, I could have as many as I wanted. I've seen plenty of people like you who judge others by their appearance and look down on others. They all end up badly. I'm asking you, did you steal the jewelry from the mall? Hand it over now or don't blame me for being impolite. Yifan acted like a clown, desperate and irrational. After being repeatedly prevented from leaving and uttering so many disgusting words, Xia Nuan's patience had reached its limit. Her hand reached into her pocket, already touching the folding knife. Xia Nuan raised her head and asked, "Oh, so how are you going to be impolite, huh? You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences," Yifan sneered. Reached for his lower back and pulled out a revolver. For a moment, Xia Nuan even doubted whether her memory was playing tricks on her. It wasn't the 7th day of the apocalypse, but 3 months later otherwise. Why would everyone be jumping around in front of her? All of them armed with guns. When did guns become as common as rotten cabbages? With everyone having ones, it's obvious that a knife can't outrun a gun. If it were thrown, it might be a step faster. And Xia Nuan wouldn't be able to dodge the bullet at that distance. If she used a bow given her skill with archery, she might be able to strike first. But the bow is in her spatial dimension, and Fu Yichen is right beside her. Even if he's confident he can kill Yifan, he can't just kill Fu Yichen to silence him for no reason. Xia Nuan believed she still had some moral bottom line. I won't offend others unless they offend me. If they do, I'll eliminate them completely. She couldn't bring herself to harm an innocent person, nor could she convince herself to cross that moral line. Otherwise, how is she any different from those villains she hates who indiscriminately rob and plunder? Just as Xia Nuan was considering a solution, Yifan had already pointed his gun at them. Where did you get this gun? Fu Yichen's eyes darkened slightly, his brows furrowed, and his questioning tone was as if he were interrogating a criminal. I got this through my own abilities, what's it to you? Little girl, I told you you'd regret it. Now I'm giving you a chance to back out if you come to me now. I can forgive and forget what happened today. And I'll keep what I said earlier. Yifan exuded an overwhelming aura, but he had only recently acquired his cheat ability and was still developing. His demeanor didn't match his tone at all. It seems somewhat all bark and no bite. Private gun ownership is strictly prohibited in this country. The origin of your gun is unknown. If you don't explain its origin, your good days are numbered. Fu Yichen gave a calm warning. His tone was calm and collected, and he was generally composed. Yet he always gave people an invisible sense of pressure. Xia Nuan became increasingly curious about what Fu Yichen did before the apocalypse. If he was just a key manager in a company, would he have such a strong aura? She had met many big bosses before. Business people are usually reserved, and even if they are assertive, they are not too sharp. But Fu Yichen is decisive in his actions, and his every move exudes a maturity that is inconsistent with his age. The sharp edge he is showing now makes him seem like a wealthy businessman. What am I going to explain to you? I'll count to 3. And if you don't come over, I'm shooting. Yifan pressed the safety button. Staring intently at Xia Nuan and began the countdown. 3, 2, bang. Before Yifan's countdown had even finished, a gunshot rang out. But the loud gunshot did not originate from him, but from Fu Yichen. Xia Nuan was surprised to see another gun appear. But before she could even be astonished that Fu Yichen had pulled out a gun, she witnessed an even more amazing scene. The bullet stopped half a meter in front of Yifan. The bullet didn't hit the ground. It continued to rush forward. It was as if an invisible barrier was protecting Yifan, preventing the bullet from penetrating it no matter what. But this miraculous scene lasted only half a second, and then Yifan was seen taking a step to the side. The bullet continued forward, grazing his shoulder and landing on the ground behind him. Xia Nuan didn't know whether Fu Yichen noticed that subtle half-second change, but she saw it clearly. Her mental focus seemed to have sharpened. She could even detect the trajectory of objects moving at high speeds. Yifan didn't manage to dodge completely. The bullet grazed his shoulder, and blood immediately gushed out. The abrasion was on the hand that held the gun. Yifan clutched his shoulder and stumbled back several steps. Fu Yichen stepped forward, pulled Xia Nuan back with one hand, and shielded her with his body. Broad shoulders were right in front of her, completely blocking Xia Nuan's view. She couldn't see Yifan, she only heard his harsh words. You win, fortune changes every 30 years. Just you wait. Then a muffled thud came from in front of Fu Yichen. When Xia Nuan peeked out, Yifan was nowhere to be seen in the mall. He vanished on the spot. Such a big person, just like that, he disappeared. Where are the others? Xia Nuan herself possessed such a magical space. And although the series of shocks left her bewildered, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Nobody said she was the only one in the world with a cheat code. Perhaps there are still supernatural abilities in this world that are talked about online. I don't know, he just disappeared. This person is very strange. Fu Yichen put away his gun. And Xia Nuan then remembered that the man in front of her had given her a huge surprise. There was a resident downstairs who had a gun. So even though Xia Nuan didn't want to meddle, she had to ask him something. What did you do before? How come you still have a gun? It's a confidential matter. So I can't reveal the details, but you can rest assured. I'm not a bad person. If I were, I would have robbed your house with them on day one. Fu Yichen's words made sense. Xia Nuan thought about it carefully. He did have the ability to harm people, but he had always been well-behaved and had never posed any threat to their family. Since it's confidential work, let's leave it at that. Let's go back. Yifan left behind a kayak, which is just enough for us to load our cargo. Meeting Yifan wasn't entirely fruitless. He arrived in a kayak and suddenly vanished, leaving the kayak adrift outside as their possession. Fu Yichen brought a lot of things, but they could all be contained in a single kayak. He originally planned the salvage operation based on the capacity of one boat. Now that there's another one, the two of them went underwater again. Xia Nuan turned a corner when she saw the counter specializing in beauty and skincare products. No woman doesn't love beauty. Her elderly mother still uses cucumbers as face masks. Cosmetics are truly useless in the apocalypse, so Xia Nuan can now store them in her spatial storage without any restraint, leaving none for those who come after her. Planning for my brother's future. Worrying about my mom's skin. It seems like all I'm missing is bringing my dad something. Xia Nuan circled around underwater, wondering what her father liked. She felt that her father rarely showed up, usually just making a racket around the house. My mom said she's using it for fitness, so collecting some massage tools and gym equipment shouldn't be a problem. Right back in the neighborhoods, I could see the official team selling supplies from afar. Today they brought mostly bottled water to make up for the shortfall in supplies sold yesterday. Many people witnessed Xia Nuan and Fu Yichen returning home laden with their catch in 3 kayaks. They peered inside, and although they couldn't see what was inside the opaque storage box, they were still filled with envy for 2 consecutive days. Officials came to sell supplies, which was practically like having them delivered to their door. In this neighborhood where most people weren't short of money, most people still didn't feel any sense of crisis. They just envied Xia Nuan and her partner for not having to spend exorbitant prices to buy official supplies. But they also secretly laughed at them, thinking that the two probably didn't have much savings. Unlike them, who had money in hand and didn't have to go out in the pouring rain and take such a big risk to find supplies. Back at Building 12, Xia Nuan climbed in first, while Fu Yichen passed supplies outside, working together. The two finally finished moving everything from the kayak. However, there was still a distance between the 7th and 16th floors. Fu Yichen didn't bother Xia Nuan, but simply asked her to stay there while he busied himself climbing up and down the stairs to carry the loads. Whether or not they were involved in the last ship hijacking incident, everyone on the 12th floor knew that the seemingly well-behaved but aloof girl on the top floor was not someone to mess with. So no one came up to make a fool of themselves. Only Zhang Dayang on the 9th floor nodded and greeted Xia Nuan when he saw her. A long queue formed in front of the window, all waiting for the officials to come and sell supplies. Soon, shouts came from the window. "Line up properly, don't rush, everyone gets a share." Upon hearing this, sound everyone knows they can buy things. Then just like yesterday, I inquired about prices and made the transaction. Xia Nuan stood quietly in the corner, observing the people who came out to buy supplies. There were several familiar faces. They were the ones who caused trouble that day. But what was surprising was that none of the three from the Lu family were in the crowd. "Did we buy enough supplies yesterday? We only bought food, daily necessities and travel supplies. The official authorities don't sell water." The fact that the Lu family isn't going down to buy water at this time probably means they still have quite a bit stored up. Having the awareness to store water in advance means that, apart from some people who are just being cautious, others are like her who have foresight. Lu Jiancheng and his wife are definitely not that kind of people. If they were really careful or could predict the future, they would have moved to a high-rise building long ago, instead of only drifting over in a small boat these past 2 days. But Lu Jiazhou, she doesn't react to the space at all. After careful consideration, many things become increasingly perplexing. Xia Nuan's eyes were vacant as she carefully recalled her past life. By carefully untangling the jumbled and complicated memories, I seem to have found some clues. In her past life, Lu Jiazhou was always very lucky. The typhoon caught them all off guard. After several windows in their house were broken, Lu Jiazhou, who was still living in the intact house, felt uncomfortable all over and persuaded Lu Jiancheng to move to another residence. The Lu family owns more than one property in the city. The villa was in such a dilapidated state that Lu Jiancheng didn't want to stay there any longer. So when Lu Jiazhou made this suggestion, readily agreed. As soon as the typhoon passed, he immediately took his family to a higher-rise residence, thus avoiding the fate of being flooded. On the eve of the earthquake, Lu Jiazhou, who usually disliked going out, suddenly suggested that the family go back to the villa to see what had happened to their home. And they miraculously escaped the earthquake again. In the subsequent near-death experiences, it was almost always Lu Jiazhou who suddenly had an idea, either going out or staying at home, or pointing out a relatively safe route, successfully leading everyone to safety, of course. The only people she really wanted to avoid were the Lu family. The reason Xia Nuan was able to survive among them was because her fighting skills were relatively high, and she still had some use. Once or twice could be a coincidence, but what about 4-5? Or 6 times? Xia Nuan couldn't help but speculate about more mysterious possibilities. After Aleph, Yi Fan could disappear into thin air. It wouldn't be surprising if Lu Jiazhou had some special life-saving skills. The fact that the other party didn't crave the bracelet because of the space itself is enough to rule out Lu Jiazhou being a reincarnated person. Therefore, she could only have obtained it through other means or possess a certain precognitive ability from birth. This ability wasn't so clearly defined. Otherwise, Lu Jiazhou wouldn't have shown such surprise and shock every time something unexpected happened. Understanding the enemy's true intentions is crucial to increasing your chances of victory. The time she killed 6th brother, and her encounter with Yi Fan today, both made Xia Nuan deeply understand this principle. She would never underestimate anyone, not even Lu Jiazhou, who seemed frail and only knew how to scheme and cling to others for survival. Being able to catch big fish and get others to willingly raise her is also a skill. What's going on? Why can't I pay? A sudden exclamation from someone in the front row interrupted Xia Nuan's thoughts. She looked up and saw a woman holding up her phone and waving it around. Her phone was stuck on the payment page. The network kept spinning, but there was no response. Xia Nuan immediately took out her phone to check. And sure enough, her phone also showed no signal. Why is there no signal? The internet is down, I can't pay. Could you let me pay on credit and I'll pay you back tomorrow? The woman bought a lot of things. Cases of bottled water were stacked to the side, along with rice flour, meat and vegetables. It seems she didn't buy much yesterday, so she bought a lot today. Unfortunately, she had bad luck. Her internet connection dropped right when she was paying for the supplies. It seems like we won't be able to buy anything now. No. We don't have a policy on credit, and we can't make that decision for you. You can buy it tomorrow. The person selling the goods refused very decisively. There are too many people who don't have money to buy things. If everyone could buy on credit, the supplies that have been salvaged by now would have been completely sealed off long ago. Even within their own organization, officials need money to purchase supplies. No one is an exception. The government will only provide relief food to those who can produce proof of poverty. Oh, buddy, it's not like I'm broke. It's just that the internet is bad right now. How can you blame me for not being able to pay? I own a company and do live streaming. I'm very trustworthy. There's absolutely no way I would owe you tens of thousands of yuan. I have a lot of followers online, over 10 million. How could I ruin my reputation for such a small amount of money? Please, buddy, just let me take the stuff back. I didn't buy much yesterday and I'm almost starving today. Whether by habit or intention, the woman spoke with a hint of coquetry. But the officials didn't buy into her rhetoric at all, giving her a cold and indifferent reply, cash on delivery. If you can't pay, try again next time. Please don't inconvenience the people behind you. If you continue this unreasonable behavior, we will take enforcement action and record your information, ensuring we never sell you anything again. Hey bro, how can you be so heartless? I'll give you my green bubble, okay? Just let me off this time, please, Tilda. The woman cupped her hands in front of her chest, making a pleading gesture. Even if he's just going downstairs to buy something. He puts on a full set of exquisite makeup and wears his prettiest dress. The honey trap ultimately failed to work, and the beautiful woman was eventually driven out of the group. It was just a coincidence that someone's phone had no internet. The young woman stormed off in a huff, and most people assumed she couldn't pay because her phone was out of credit or broken. But when it was her turn, she realized she genuinely had no internet. What happened? My phone has no internet either. Damn it, I can't even dial a number. I can't get through on emergency calls. Is the signal down? Hey buddy. It seems like everyone's phones are out of service. So none of us can pay otherwise, like that pretty girl said. If you give us the supplies today, we'll definitely all come and line up to pay tomorrow, okay? With everyone's network down, some people naturally started discussing things, since it was an unavoidable situation and they weren't trying to renege on their debts. A person can survive for 2 or 3 days without food, but they can't last more than a few days without water today. Everyone is mainly here to buy water. They all want to take drinking water home no matter what. Cash payment is accepted, credit is not supported. The cold-faced noodle vendor's answer was very curt, leaving everyone looking at each other, a sense of powerlessness welling up from the bottom of their hearts, disturbed by the sudden natural disaster. Everyone's pent-up resentment erupted under these cold and inhuman rejections. The man behind the pretty young woman was pounding on the window, extremely excited. Are you even working for the government? It's one thing for the government to profiteer from the national crisis and inflate prices. But now that the internet is down, even though it's not our fault, you still won't sell us anything. Are you trying to watch us starve to death? Cash. These days it's all mobile payment. Who uses cash? You're just deliberately making things difficult for us. Look at this neighborhood. The house I live in now is something you couldn't afford even if you worked 10 lifetimes. With this little bit of money, who cares about owing me anything? If it weren't for the lack of internet, I'd bury you in money. The more the man spoketh, more emotional he became. And the arrogance that had been hidden deep within those behind him was also brought to the surface. We're all respectable people when we're out and about. Everyone has to address us as boss, yet these past few days, even getting a bite to eat has made us feel incredibly humble. The contrast was too great for them to accept. They also knew in their hearts that officials wouldn't open fire indiscriminately or harm ordinary people. So they became even more unrestrained in their insults. Amidst the cacophony of complaints, the sales clerk, though verbally abusive, remained expressionless. Like a robot, he waved his hand. And immediately 3 men armed with real guns crawled through the window. As soon as there was any action, the crowd shouting and cursing in the stairwell instantly fell silent. They thought the 3 who came in were there to arrest them for causing trouble. But things didn't turn out as they thought. The 3 men simply moved the supplies they had just carried into the safety passage back inside, and then climbed back onto the ship outside. That was when the salesperson said her last words for the day. "We don't come here to sell supplies every day. There's one supply point in each area, and this area's is on the ship over there. If you need supplies in the future, please bring money to the ship to purchase them. Today is the last time. Since the network is unstable and we can't make payments, we'll be leaving now." The ship sailed away without hesitation, and there was no need to go to the other buildings. Everyone's mobile network was down. There was no electricity and even Wi-Fi was unusable. The loudspeaker blared, repeatedly broadcasting the vendor's last words, informing residents of the supplies distribution point. Before simply disappearing, the hallway remained silent. Looking at the expressions of surprise, shock, and anger on the faces of this group of people, Xia Nuan remained indifferent. That's how the apocalypse Israel's hearts are cold. Even the governments in times of scarcity. Everyone has to tighten their belts and make ends meet. No one is an exception, and no one should expect anything from others. Have the officials left? Fu Yichen carried another load of things downstairs and saw that there was still a queue in front of him. But the window was empty, he asked in confusion. The internet was down, so mobile payments were unavailable. And the official channels don't support credit. So we had to leave. From now on, if you want to buy supplies, you'll have to go to a specific location, which is the ship we saw earlier. Xia Nuan offered an explanation. But Fu Yichen didn't seem surprised. He simply nodded calmly, picked up the last 3 boxes, and headed upstairs. There were no more supplies downstairs that Xia Nuan needed to keep watch over. So she went upstairs with them. To her surprise, Fu Yichen did not stop on the 16th floor, but instead walked straight to the 17th floor behind her. "What are you doing?" Xia Nuan looked at Fu Yichen with a puzzled expression. But the man just kept walking upstairs until he had carried all 3 boxes to his doorstep before stopping to answer. "We went out together, so I should share what we found with you. It's not much, but it should be enough to eat and drink for a while." It was only then that Xia Nuan noticed that 30 boxes were piled up in front of their door. They brought back over 60 boxes this time. Xia Nuan didn't know what was inside, but they were probably all daily necessities. Fu Yichen mentioned that half of the supplies they retrieved were actually salvaged by him alone. From beginning to end, it seemed to everyone else that Xia Nuan had nothing in her hands and hadn't taken anything. "You're the one who fished all of these out. Give me a share. If you hadn't come with me, and if we hadn't had 2 spare kayaks, I wouldn't have been able to bring back so much stuff. Half for each of us is fair. I'm heading back now. If you need to go out again, feel free to come find me anytime." Fu Yichen wasn't one to mince words, nor did he like to exchange pleasantries. He put down his suitcase and went straight downstairs. Xia Nuan didn't even have the right to refuse. He simply disappeared around the corner of the emergency exit. Looking at this pile of supplies, Xia Nuan felt a headache coming on. As the saying goes, favors are the hardest to repay. Every time she exchanged favors with the 16th floor, she hoped to ensure fairness and avoid any emotional entanglements. However, after only a few interactions, she already owed favors to two people. This time it was forced upon me again. However, Xia Nuan wouldn't let her take those boxes back. She hadn't taken anything with her this time. If she took them back, their family would still be able to eat well and have rosy complexions every day, which would be a clear indication to people that they had a lot of supplies. Forget it. If there's another chance to work with the guy on the 16th floor, let's follow his rules and split it in half. Why did you bring so much stuff back? Xia Mu stood guard at the door, and upon seeing his younger sister return, he immediately went to greet her. He had been in the space for a whirlwind when he came out. He found that Xia Nuan was not there after looking around. He realized that she had already gone out. He was a little worried, but he also knew that with Xia Nuan's abilities, she wouldn't have any problems even traveling alone. Official ships were moored outside, and patrol teams were all around at this time. No one would be foolish enough to rob them openly. He was just curious why Xia Nuan didn't put the supplies in her spatial storage when she went out to collect them, but instead brought them back in storage boxes. We happened to run into the 16th floor. We went to the mall together. He'd salvaged all these things and said he'd give me half. Xia Nuan smiled, helplessly pushed the box into the house, and did not put it into her spatial storage. The people on the 16th floor seem all right. Did you encounter any danger on your trip? Xia Mu helped carry the items into the house. He also began to learn from Xia Nuan how to control his own little house with his mind. He didn't feel much difference in his mental strength, but his physical strength was much stronger than before. The weakling's body finally doesn't look so frail anymore. I did encounter a strange person, Yi Fan. I went out this time to find jewelry. The space has developed a new function, allowing us to exchange collected resources for special currency. Jewelry is the most valuable and logically. No one should be thinking about collecting it now. But Yi Fan's goal was the same as mine. Ladder attacked us, produced a revolver out of thin air, and then disappeared again. I think he also has a space. Xia Nuan opened the boxes that had already been moved in order to answer. He told his brother about this in order to find out if Yi Fan had done anything unusual before. After all, the two knew each other before, so they might be able to spot some clues. Xia Mu paused slightly while moving the things, but quickly resumed his normal movements. Space isn't some rotten cabbage, how could that be? Everyone has it. If he really had space, knowing him as I do, he wouldn't just take a single piece of jewelry. He'd leave a trace, like a goose taking a feather from a passing goose or an animal leaving a mark. He'd empty the entire mall. But the fact that he can disappear into thin air is quite unusual. The Yi Fan depicted in the original novel is extremely greedy and insatiable, perhaps to avoid making the character's personality seem too unappealing. The author didn't give Yi Fan any special abilities or cheat codes related to spatial abilities. The system cheat gave him could only be used to exchange for items. He could either complete tasks to earn points or collect various resources from the system to earn points. Points can be used to purchase items in the system shop, but there are basically no daily necessities available. The closest items to daily necessities are probably satiety pills and nutrient solutions. The rest of the items were high-tech machines or weapons, protective gear, and even blueprints for manufacturing these machines. Yi Fan simply didn't understand these things, so he had never exchanged them. They purchased weapons, using weapons purchased from the store, recruiting a bunch of henchmen, and then doing business with outsiders. This is Yi Fan's path to power. It's supposed to be a post-apocalyptic survival novel, but it's written like a period business novel, making it seem incongruous and quite strange. Yi Fan's ability to disappear into thin air must be due to the use of some kind of protective item. The life-saving items sold to him by the system shop are all one-time use, but there is no limit to the number that can be purchased. Judging from Xia Nuan's words, They must have had a direct confrontation today. Otherwise, Yifan wouldn't have used props so frequently. Yifan is vengeful since he caused Xia Nuan to waste a prop. She's definitely going to hold a grudge. He's not the kind of person who forgets you just because you don't see him. He'll keep this grudge in his heart and think about how to get revenge all the time. Xia Mu felt that such a dangerous individual, who posed a constant threat to his sister and family, should be eliminated as soon as possible. But Yifan had the support of a system and too many life-saving measures, making him really difficult to kill. Xia Mu had countless ideas running through his mind, deducing that Yifan went out to find jewelry, probably to sell goods to the mall and earn points. Perhaps if we cut off Yifan's means of gaining points and slowly deplete the items he currently possesses. Even if he's difficult to kill, we can eventually kill him after a few more attempts. Xia Mu carefully recalled the progress of the sorting. According to the contents of the book, Yifan had already completed the early beginner tasks. In addition to the gun his sister mentioned, he also had a teleportation array, as well as the powerful healing potion Stele shield and laser reflection amulet carried in the beginner gift pack. The teleportation array must have been used. The revolver is nothing to fear, it can make that thing. And even something better. The powerful healing potions and laser reflection charms are the most difficult to deal with, as is the delay shield whose effect is practically bugged. When encountering danger, it can slow down the surrounding time, giving the opponent enough time to react and avoid danger. Did you hurt Yifan when you encountered him today? Xia Mu carried in the last box, wiped the water off his hands, and asked. I didn't. When I went out, I didn't bring anything except the kayak. The bow was still in my spatial storage. The guy on the 16th floor was still there, but I didn't dare take it out in the end. The guy on the 16th floor took out a gun and fired before he could, wounding him. I don't know what this guy on the 16th floor does. He's extremely familiar with some supply points, besides the special folding knife he took out when we bartered last time. He even has his own gun, but judging from his appearance, he didn't seem like someone who did bad things before. I can't figure him out. Xia Nuan felt that there were more and more things around her that she couldn't understand. Fu Yichen organized the items in the box very neatly. He seems to have a bit of OCD. His storage boxes are crammed full, and even the gaps are filled with tiny things. But it doesn't look messy at all. It goes from large to small, from complete to scattered, and even the colors are arranged in a regular pattern. It's hard to imagine how nimble this person is when packing things, managing to pack so many boxes and organize them so well in such a short time. The contents of the storage box were quite messy. Besides some well-sealed food, there were also a lot of candy. Snacks and nuts. Food was the main thing. Then there were some daily necessities, but not many. They would probably only last for a while. There are many consumables like toilet paper, and even sanitary napkins are available. The water was stored in 4 separate boxes, along with various brands of beverages and energy drinks. In addition to bottled water, these supplies should be enough to sustain a family of 4 for almost a month. That's really thoughtful. The person on the 16th floor must have served in the military before. Xia Mu quickly reached a conclusion. Bro, how did you figure that out? This kind of organization method is something every soldier learns, and only soldiers would learn it. Moreover, he must have served for quite a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so proficient and familiar with the surrounding environment. He was probably a reconnaissance soldier before the typhoon. He certainly hadn't been discharged before then, and most likely was still on a mission, which is why he carried a gun with him. Xia Mu analyzed the situation briefly and found that he didn't dislike the man on the 16th floor. In fact, his goodwill towards him increased dramatically because the man had managed to injure Yifan this time. Yifan is a skilled young man. He could injure him in a single encounter, forcing him to use his few remaining life-saving techniques. He must be quite formidable. It would be good for their family to maintain good relations with someone like him. We don't have much fresh food left. We'll go out again tomorrow. We can bring back the sheep we encountered last time and share them with him. By the way, sister, you must have heard the official announcement outside. Right, the official prices for supplies are very high. And they only accept cash now. Besides that, they'll probably only accept hard currency like gold. There aren't many people with cash these days. The official government won't accept some valuable non-gold and silver jewelry. They can't exchange it for money if they keep it. Why don't we do some small business? Trade supplies with other sand, earn some more jewelry. Xia Mu's suggestion was also Xia Nuan's idea otherwise. She wouldn't have sold the water to the 9th floor. Besides bartering, collecting valuable items and selling them to the space to obtain currency. Xia Mu also wanted to cut off Yifan's source of income in this way. Since Yifan also lives in this community, we can first monopolize this area and then gradually expand the scope. There won't be many things Yifan can exchange for supplies. It's much better to reclaim the resource ratings than for them to break into stores one by one to offer freebies. Okay, let's leave this to Mom and Dad. We'll be going out frequently. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain the source of the goods we exchange with others. Xia Nuan readily agreed. After discussing it with her parents for a while, she returned to her space and first exchanged all the jewelry she had bought for free that day for purple coins. Diamond items are not very valuable. A watch with a full 1-carat diamond is only worth a few dozen purple coins when recycled in the space. Jade items are relatively more valuable. Especially jadeite. Each piece can sell for 1 or 200. With all these jewels sold, Xia Nuan will be able to expand her area of operation even further. After browsing the available options, Xia Nuan first used enough gold coins to build a pasta processing plant. A basic pasta processing plant can process wheat grown in the space into foods such as steamed buns, rolls and noodles by adding other ingredients. The variety of products that can be made can be greatly expanded. Frozen dumplings, glutinous rice balls, cookies. Almost all kinds of pasta dishes are included, however. Complex crafting requires unlocking techniques, and each unlocked technique costs 100 purple coins. Xia Nuan earned 852 purple coins from selling so many jewels. Just upgrading all the recipes in the factory would cost over 1.0 after thinking it over. Xia Nuan only unlocked some simple and common foods, spending only 500 afterwards. The space orchard area was unlocked, expanding the activity area. A lot of fruit trees were purchased with purple coins and planted, trying to ensure a variety of species and that each one could yield some harvest. The fruit trees in the orchard don't take long to ripen. The fruit will rot if left unharvested for too long. To activate the automatic harvesting mode, you still need to pay with purple coins. Every 24 hours outside the space costs 12 purple coins. Xia Nuan renewed her account for half a month straight, and the purple coins that had just arrived were all spent, while the gold coins were not consumed much, indeed. No matter what it is, stopping up is the only way to win. This space, which looks exactly like a farm game, actually requires you to recharge and spend money at every turn. Xia Nuan sighed and came out of the space. She didn't plan to sleep that night either. The slow-motion bullets she saw during the day made her realize that training her mental strength not only enhances her 5 senses, but also improves her attention span and visual perception. Xia Nuan imagined that if things continued to evolve slowly like this, perhaps one day, the trajectory of all the world's movements would appear to her as if in slow motion. Even if cannons were to fly towards her, she would easily dodge them, just like in a frame-by-frame animation. Xia Nuan didn't want to let such a great skill slip by. Therefore, it became even more determined to train his mind. And he simply stayed up all night, lying in bed and using his mind to control the planting in the space. It was late at night and suddenly, some faint sounds came from outside the door. Then came 2 thumping sounds. Xia Nuan suddenly opened her eyes, tiptoed out of bed, and slowly pushed open the door, confirming that the sound was coming from her own front door. Someone is trying to pick their lock. Now they dare not force it, so they've resorted to stealing. Xia Nuan quietly pushed open the door and hid behind it, peeking out only half an eye to stare intently at the door. The locksmith wasn't very skilled. He couldn't open the lock even after a long time. Xia Nuan specifically replaced the door locks with the highest security level during the renovation, so they wouldn't be able to get in anytime soon. The room's soundproofing had also been improved. After waiting a while to make sure the renovation company hadn't ripped her off, she tiptoed to the door, looking out through the peephole. Then I saw two small thin figures, crouching down and busily working on the door lock. It was too dark outside, and the two figures were so dark that their faces were indistinct. Xia Nuan pressed her ear against the door and vaguely heard their conversation. "Brother, are you sure you can handle this? Don't talk, shut up, what if you wake someone up? I'm not a professional. I only bought this master key out of curiosity. I'll have to try it again. But you've been trying for 5 or 6 minutes already. What if the person inside wakes up, so what if he's awake?" As soon as we heard noise inside, we ran. "Don't worry, we're fast enough, they can't catch us. But I have this really bad feeling about it. Maybe we shouldn't try to pry it open." "Shut up. What are we going to eat if you don't pry? I told you to go downstairs and buy more yesterday. But you thought the officials would come every day and you didn't want to carry so much stuff. Only buying a little bit. Now there are so many mouths to feed in the physics department. How are we supposed to manage? Why should we care about them? Just hide the food and eat it ourselves. Get out. Have you forgotten how the last one died? If another one starves to death, how are we supposed to survive? If you can't work, shut your mouth when you go inside later. Bring out as much stuff as possible. They brought over 60 boxes today. There's bound to be a lot of food inside. A person had starved to death silently inside the building, and no one knew about it. Judging from the conversation between the two people outside, there were many others living with them, and they all tacitly concealed the fact that people were starving to death, choosing to go along with the crime. Xia Nuan still couldn't see the faces of the two people outside, but there shouldn't be many households where brothers live together. If she asked around, she might be able to find out. Oh no. This lock as 2 sturdy master key is completely useless. The man who had been picking the lock suddenly straightened up, revealing a relatively thin and frail physique. "Forget it, bro, let's go check out another place. They don't live together anyway. I know the guy lives on the 16th floor. That guy doesn't look like someone to mess with. If things get really tense, the two of us probably can't bait him. What's the big deal? We can just run away, at worst we'll get a beating. Do you think they'd dare kill us? Besides, there are more of us. If we're sure they have a lot of food, we can go back and call for reinforcements. Surely some people will be willing to fight us for it. The official food is way too expensive, your cards don't work. And we don't have a single penny of cash. We're going to starve to death if this keeps up." There was a long silence outside. After a while, Xia Nuan heard the older brother reply, "Okay. Let's go down and try." The two of them were going to pick the lock on the 16th floor, which was really a tough nut to crack. Although Xia Nuan didn't think the 16th floor couldn't handle these two people, given their previous tip-off, she couldn't just stand by and watch the 16th floor be burglarized. The two figures had already disappeared into the emergency exit. Xia Nuan quietly opened the door and slipped downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw those two dark figures, bending over and picking the lock, doing the same thing they did when they picked their locks. Xia Nuan tiptoed down and patted the shoulder of the person behind her. The man shrugged his tone impatient and said in a low voice, "Stop fooling around, we are doing serious business." "What important business are you doing?" Xia Nuan spoke slowly. The cold, clear female voice did not lower its tone, creating a small echo in the empty corridor. The man who was patted on the shoulder immediately felt his hair stand on end. His scalp tingling, he even started to stutter. "Who are you, brother? There's something behind me." I heard it too. No, could it be? She's come back to find us. Don't talk nonsense. How could such a thing exist in this world? Xia Nuan initially thought the two were caught red-handed and were stuttering out of guilt. Now she realized that the person who starved to death while living with them was probably a woman. And these two mistook him for a ghost. It's true what they say: if you do nothing wrong during the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking at your door at night. After doing something wrong, even if you're caught stealing, you'll think it's a ghost coming to claim your life. You too, are you trying to steal something? Xia Nuan had no intention of pretending to be a ghost to scare the two of them. But her tone was slow and deliberate, her voice cold and clear, which sounded particularly eerie in the silent night. We just wanted to get something to eat to take back. I'm so sorry. We really didn't know you had low blood sugar. We didn't mean to starve you, yes, eyes. We were all starving back then and you weren't the only one. If you had a hypoglycemic attack and died, it wouldn't be our fault, it was just an accident. I really regret not stealing something sooner. If I had stolen food, you wouldn't have starved to death. They even mistook Xia Nuan for a female ghost. The two confessed to each other to the air. But Xia Nuan didn't believe a single word they said. If everyone was starving and the death was purely accidental, these two wouldn't have been so terrified that they didn't even have the courage to turn around and check. The person who died from hypoglycemia must have suffered even more severe treatment from them before their death. Xia Nuan simply didn't like meddling in other people's business. Nor did she want to investigate the truth behind it. She couldn't be bothered with the two trembling figures anymore. So she simply reached over them and knocked on the door of the apartment on the 16th floor. Only then did the two realize that there was no female ghost behind them at all. What ghost would knock on the door so politely? It really is a ghost, why not just go in? Realizing they'd been caught stealing, the two thieves stopped flinching, their eyes darting around nervously, and they turned to run away. They thought they could run smoothly because there was only a woman's voice behind them. But they didn't expect Xia Nuan to be so quick. She grabbed one of them with each hand and pulled them back by their collars. At the same time, the door on the 16th floor opened. The candlelight inside illuminated the scene outside the door. Fu Yichen paused for a moment when he saw Xia Nuan, then noticed the two people he was carrying and asked, puzzled, what's going on? Those two, working the night shift, didn't sleep in the middle of the night and went out to steal. They went to my place first but couldn't open my door, so they tried to steal from you instead. And I caught them red-handed. Xia Nuan forcefully shoved the two of them inside, and then stepped in herself. Fu Yichen understood immediately and slammed the door shut. The thief caught like a turtle in a jar, staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Swallowing hard, there were no lights outside, but candles were lit all around Fu Yichen's house, making it fairly well lit. Xia Nuan and her companion then got a clear look at the faces of the two thieves. He has delicate features, but he looks listless, with dark circles under his eyes, as if he has been drained by wine, women, and money. The two thieves also realized who was arresting them. Upon seeing that it was Xia Nuan, they instinctively backed away as if avoiding a plague. Why are you stealing from us? Xia Nuan crossed her arms and looked down at him. Asking the question, she exuded an imposing aura. Despite her baby face, her icy gaze, as if looking at the dead, made the two of them feel suffocated. We saw you brought back so much stuff today, so I'm so sorry, but we were so hungry. Before the typhoon hit, we were having a party at home. Besides my brother and me, there were so many other people at our house. The food we bought from the authorities yesterday wasn't enough. And we have no cash on hand, and our internet is down. We had no choice. I promise we'll never do it again. Please let us go, please don't kill us. The older brother spoke quite fluently, unlike his timid younger brother who shrank back and dared not utter a word. Recalling that day, the scene of the chaotic fight in the emergency exit, he didn't even have the courage to resist. He could only beg for mercy, making himself sound pitiful and pleading for his life. But who wouldn't feel sorry for someone in this situation? Xia Nuan had no sympathy for this kind of person. They would rather sneak out and pick locks than go out to find supplies and try to survive. They only thought about taking what belonged to others. And there was no need to sympathize with them at all, however. She didn't believe her brother's words either. And her face grew even more gloomy as she questioned him sharply. Who are you trying to fool yesterday afternoon? When the officials came to sell supplies, every resident in the building bought things. And some even stockpiled quite a bit. You don't pick on the weak though were clearly afraid of me. Yet you still chose to target my family. You think I'd believe you're just short of food? The man who had been begging for mercy suddenly froze, glanced back at his younger brother, and seemed to be hesitating about something. Xia Nuan silently took out a folding knife from his pocket. That day had used this folding knife to injure many people, one of whom was seriously injured. Upon seeing the folding knife, the younger brother was the first to break down. Brother, at a time like this, what's the point of hiding anything? This woman's gone mad. She's really capable of stabbing someone in the back. I'll speak for my brother. It's a woman from the 14th floor. She was knocking on every door, asking if anyone knew how to pick locks. She said she'd forgotten her house key and couldn't get home. My brother saw she was pretty and said he had a master key and could try. Then she told us to go outside and talk. She led us to a secluded place first, giving me a bag of rice, saying she hoped we could use a master key to open your lock and steal your things. She said everything Tao Tao owned would belong to us, and she would give us another 100 jin of rice and 2 cases of water if we could find a silver bracelet and give it to her. She promised to triple what she gave us. We agreed, which is why we came to break into your house today. Everything I said is true. We have no past grievances or recent conflicts, and I have no reason to target you. It's all that woman's fault. He insisted I do it. The younger brother blurted out the truth, and the older brother didn't try to stop him. The residence on the 14th floor. Xia Nuan vaguely remembered that Lu Xiaozhao seemed to be a resident on the 14th floor. Lu Xiaozhao instructed the 2 men to steal from their house, both to test how much supplies they still had and to gauge their level of vigilance. At the same time, it can also cause them some minor troubles. If those 2 succeed and actually get the bracelet, then even the ultimate goal will be achieved. Even if she didn't succeed, as long as the 2 of them could open their door smoothly. Lu Xiaozhao only needed to put in some effort to exchange goods for the master key and get it into her hands. Sooner or later, she would have a chance to look for the bracelet while they were out. This woman really enjoys using people as pawns. Although her scheming and methods aren't particularly sophisticated, she always manages to maximize her own interests. Xia Nuan couldn't possibly bring these 2 thieves to confront Lu Xiaozhao. Their relationship had already fallen apart, so whatever tactics Lu Xiaozhao used against her seemed perfectly reasonable. Then whatever move she uses to retaliate would be perfectly reasonable. Right. I'll give you a 100-pound bag of rice and 2 cases of water. Go and move everything from the apartment on the 14th floor. Whatever helps is yours. They bought a lot of supplies yesterday, enough to last you for a while. Xia Nuan is prepared to retaliate in kind. She looked at the 2 of them with a half-smile, and they exchanged glances unsure whether to agree. Being caught red-handed on their first attempt at something like this is enough to prove they're simply not cut out for it. If I agree to that and then get caught downstairs again, and word gets out, not only will my reputation be ruined, but what if I get beaten up again? Even if they didn't want to admit it, they knew perfectly well that their bodies were weaker than a chicken's, and coupled with not having eaten enough for the past few days, they had long since exhausted their strength. There were 2 other people in the woman's house on the 14th floor, and they had absolutely no confidence in the situation. They were doing this for the first time today, and they were still hoping to get away with it. But now they no longer dared to have that hope. What are you hesitating about? You can pick my lock, but you can't throw something at the 14th floor. Xia Nuan narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing the 2 of them, wondering if they had become Lu Xiaozhao's lackeys. No, it's mainly we're afraid of being discovered. So what if we get caught? Even if we do, you can just rob us. Didn't you say you have a lot of people in your family? Take them with you. If they want food, they can't just come out and do nothing. What kind of family do you think you are? Just making you work like slaves. It seems there's only one family of 3 on the 14th floor. 2 of whom are pampered rich wives and daughters. And the only man is someone who never lifts a finger. With so many of you, they definitely can't beat you. Xia Nuan's words were like the whispers of a demon, carrying a deep seductive power. The two recalled the group of women back home who were always urging them to go out and find food. Chattering away all day long suddenly, I realized that what Xia Nuan said seemed to make some sense. The women in the house were all women they invited to their parties to have S*X with them. To put it bluntly, it's a S*X trade, just a higher-end one, catering only to the wealthy at first. The women were willing to appease them. But as the food dwindled and one of the women died from hypoglycemia, these men decided to take control. They constantly make demands on them, and if they disagree, they unite against them, even though it was just a monetary transaction. And they were the clients. They were being exploited so badly that the 2 men immediately felt resentful. They're all starving, so why should they go out and work themselves to the bone, while the women just lie around at home and eat? We have to work, we all have to work together. With so many women, surely they couldn't possibly be unable to handle 3 people even if they all worked together. Okay, then we'll go tomorrow's. The older brother gritted his teeth and agreed. Xia Nuan wasn't satisfied with the answer, so she shook her head and set a time for him. Today. Oh. Are you in such a hurry? What else do you need to prepare before stealing? Xia Nuan countered with a question, which left the 2 of them speechless. They didn't need to prepare anything, but they were still shaken from tonight and wanted to go back and get some rest. Both brothers shared the same idea. But after glancing at Xia Nuan's expression, they immediately changed their minds. He readily agreed. Okay, let's go downstairs and call the others up. We'll go now. Xia Nuan was satisfied this time. She nodded with a smile, then stepped aside and pointed to the door behind her. You can leave now. Oh, and I'll be going downstairs to check on things later. Don't go back on your words. I'll give you what I promised you after it's all done. The 2 brothers nodded repeatedly, shakily getting up from the ground. They didn't even have the courage to look Xia Nuan in the eye, and quickened their pace to slip out. Thank you for reminding me. Fu Yichen finally spoke up to thank her. He didn't ask any further questions about the conflict between Xia Nuan and the 14th floor. And he wouldn't say a word that he shouldn't ask. Xia Nuan disliked having her secrets pried into. And the fact that the 16th floor was more of a watcher than a listener made people feel much more at ease. Thank you for tipping me off last time, meow. The sound of a kitten suddenly came from around the right corner. Xia Nuan turned her head and saw an elegant black cat stretching on the ground before slowly walking over. Unexpected, lithe kitten didn't run to its owner, but instead came to Xia Nuan's feet. He sniffed briefly, then affectionately nuzzled her trouser leg with his head. Meow. After rubbing against her for a while, the cat squatted down, staring up at her with its big eyes. The black cat's eyes were big and round, and they looked extremely beautiful. Xia Nuan squatted down and gently touched the black cat's forehead with her finger. The black cat immediately stretched its neck and rubbed against her finger. She's a very affectionate little cat, Xiao Qi. Fu Yichen greeted him, his tone full of helplessness. He also squatted down and gently patted the black cat's rump. You usually ignore me, so why are you so excited when people come to our house? Fu Yichen's words were laced with jealousy. The black cat glanced back at him, then turned its head away with a haughty and disdainful expression before continuing to fawn over Xia Nuan. The difference in treatment is so obvious. Who could resist a little kitten whose heart and eyes are only for you? Xia Nuan immediately felt a surge of affection for the black cat, picked it up from the ground and held it close to her chest. The black cat looked up and nuzzled her chin. Xia Nuan now looked more like its owner. Xiaoqi usually only barks when it's eating, and it never comes to see me. I didn't expect it to like you so much. Xiaoki is adorable, you've taken good care of her, but do ordinary cats get this fat? When Xia Nuan picked up Xiaoqi, she realized that the black cat seemed to be several times larger than the cats she usually saw. When it stood up, it was longer than her calf, and it weighed at least 20 pounds. No. Recently, Xiaoki's appetite has increased significantly, and its size is growing at a visible rate. It's already 5 years old, which makes it an adult cat, so it shouldn't be growing at this rate. It's just that we can't take it to the vet right now, so we can't get it checked out. I don't know what's wrong. Speaking of this, Fu Yichen's face showed a faint sorrow. He had no family or friends. His only companion was this clever little black cat. She's been by his side since he was born. Over the past 5 years, Xiaoki has long since become part of his family. So when he noticed Xiaoki's recent abnormalities, he was very worried. But unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to examine her, so he could only let it drag on. Has your appetite suddenly increased? When did this happen? Xia Nuan suddenly remembered the various enormous animals that appeared in the later stages of the apocalypse in her previous life. Those animals couldn't have grown that size overnight. Could they? Perhaps the crisis had been foreshadowed, but it had been lurking in the shadows unnoticed by anyone. After all, the animals in the city have long been devoured by starving people, and those who are unwilling to eat their pets would never allow them to show their faces. Because in the eyes of the other survivors, those pets were just walking meat easily stolen and eaten. The unusual occurrence that happened early this morning was probably only known to the animals themselves. Besides their owners, after the typhoon, Xiaoki had a fever for the first few days and didn't eat much. So I switched her fever reducer with you. After her fever subsided, her appetite started to return. Fu Yichen thought about it carefully and gave the exact time. Xia Nuan thought of her 2 dogs but the cat on the ground, and whispered, "Wait a moment, I'll be right down." She rushed home, picked up Big Yellow and the puppy. Only a few months old, had already become very heavy. The dog was woken up by Xia Nuan while it was sleeping. When it opened its eyes and saw its owner, it let out a soft, babyish whimper. Overand went back to sleep. Xia Nuan went downstairs, handed the dog to Fu Yichen, and asked, "How big is our dog?" "It should be a year old by now, right?" Fu Yichen had never owned a dog before, but he had seen quite a few, judging from its size. "This Mongol should be about 1 year old." Xia Nuan frowned and hugged the dog back to her arms, shaking her head slightly. "No, hun, I found it. It wasn't weaned yet, only about 1 or 2 months old. A 1 or 2-month-old puppy drinks about half a can of formula a day. Is it normal for it to grow this big?" Xia Nuan had never owned a pet before. She had only heard that young animals eat more frequently and don't know when they are full or hungry. At first, Xia Nuan didn't dare to feed her dogs so much formula, but the 2 of them were always hungry, whimpering, and their bellies were all sunken. So she gradually increased the amount, and finally figured out that half a can of formula per dog per day was their normal amount. She always thought that the dog she hit was normal. Isn't it said that puppies grow very fast when they are young? Therefore, she never considered the possibility of mutation. But now Fu Yichen thinks that De Huang is over a year old, which proves that their De Huang is many times larger than an ordinary dog. Fu Yichen was equally shocked, his eyes widened slightly, and he asked uncertainly, "Is it really only 1 or 2 months? I'm not entirely sure. But when I found them, their teeth hadn't fully grown in yet. Now they can already gnaw on bones and they're still nursing. Probably only a month or 2 old." Xia Nuan didn't know her dog's exact age, but it couldn't be more than 4 months old. It has indeed grown quite large. Is there anything else unusual about it? I've only found them a few days ago, less than a month ago. I don't know their exact age. I have no experience raising dogs, so there might have been something unusual, but I didn't notice it. Perhaps the puppy had a fever along the way. Xia Nuan recalled carefully that when Fu Yichen changed her fever reducer, her dog was also listless and had a poor appetite at the time. She simply thought the dog was full and didn't want to eat anymore. Her temperature was a little high, but the pet care information she bought said that puppy's body temperature is usually on the higher side. So Xia Nuan didn't take it to heart. The dog recovered within a few days, so Xia Nuan paid even less attention to it. If Xiaoqi and her family members both initially had a fever and loss of appetite, but then suddenly recovered, their appetite increased, and their bodies grew larger, it would be enough to prove that animals are now beginning to mutate. Xia Nuan didn't voice her guess, keeping the thought to herself and casually changing the subject with some excuse. I need to take the dog over first, then go check if they've started working on the 14th floor. Xia Nuan hadn't forgotten there would be some excitement tonight, and she certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to gloat. She wasn't that noble, seeing her enemies suffer misfortune without feeling anything, or even a little sympathy. She just wanted to gloat and was extremely happy. I'll go check it out too, and see who's on the 14th floor. Fu Yichen's own home was almost burgled, although Lu Xiaozhao's initial target wasn't him, and the two thieves couldn't possibly have stolen anything from him after they broke in. Anyone would feel annoyed by such a thing. The culprit is about to suffer misfortune, and Fu Yichen also wants to join in the fun. Xia Nuan did not refuse after agreeing. She first took the dog back, and then went downstairs with Fu Yichen. The two brothers had already returned to the 14th floor. Behind them were 7 beautiful women with great figures. The women were still sleepy-eyed, clearly having been forcibly woken from their sleep. Disturbed sleep made her unhappy, which was written all over her face. Upon seeing the 2 men come down, the brother immediately bowed and scraped. The older brother stepped forward to ask Nuan's opinion. We've already called in the men. Can we start now? My brother has been waiting downstairs for a long time. When he got back, he woke everyone up very quickly and told the women that if they didn't go out with him this time, he wouldn't care if they starved to death in the house. The bodies were thrown out the window. There are no security cameras now, and no one will know how they died anyway. These women still depended on the 2 brothers for food, although they had acted fiercely before. If the 2 brothers really hardened their hearts and abandoned them, they had no choice but to obey them and go upstairs with them. The group had been waiting here for a long time, fearing that the real benefactor hadn't arrived yet, and they wouldn't see the excitement or experience the thrill of revenge, and would instead turn around and cause trouble for them. Okay, I'll stay here and watch. If your key doesn't work, just use this. When Xia Nuan arrived, she was carrying an axe. She threw the axe at her brother's feet, her meaning quite clear: if stealing fails, smash the lock, even if it means breaking the door. The 14th floor must be looted clean. The man hesitated for a moment, then picked up the axe. He made up his mind, nodded heavily, and then led a group of people to Lu Xiaozhao's house in a low, stealthy manner. He first took out his master key. This thing couldn't pry open Xia Nuan's door, but it could open Lu Xiaozhao's door very quickly. The door opened in less than 3 seconds. This speed surprised even the man who had repeatedly run into obstacles. The quality of the door is extremely important in the apocalypse, which further solidified Xia Nuan's decision to spend a lot of money to replace the door. This money was well spent, absolutely worth it. The sound of the door opening didn't alert anyone. They waited a while, making sure there was no movement inside, before tiptoeing in. When the man went inside, he was stunned by the stacks and stacks of supplies displayed in Lu Xiaozhao's living room. Water rice and noodles are all available, but there aren't many vegetables or meat. With the electricity and refrigerator out of service, even if we buy relatively fresh ingredients, they'll spoil quickly, making it all a waste of money. This is why, even though men had money, they didn't hoard too many supplies when the authorities first arrived. He quickly called to the people he had brought to move the things out. Try not to make any noise, surprisingly. Even though it was their first time doing something like this, they were quite organized and disciplined. Some people kept watch, some moved things, and others guarded the door at all times. Cases of bottled water, along with large quantities of rice and flour, were being carried out. Xia Nuan secretly felt that this counterattack was the right thing to do. If it weren't for what happened today, the Lu family could have lived comfortably for a long time with these supplies. That's not the outcome she wanted. I don't know how Lu Jiazhou and the others could have such good health. So many people went in and out, yet not a single one of them woke up. The man moved everything out of the house, even the seasonings. Only after confirming that nothing was growing inside the house did he come to Xia Nuan to hand over the task. Sis, everything's moved out. Are you sure you want all this stuff for me? If you don't want it, I can help you carry it upstairs now. The man smiled obsequiously. He had initially thought it was just a few bags of rice and flour, something the 17th floor wouldn't even look at. So it was only natural that they would get a bargain. But now that so much had been moved out, if the 17th floor went back on their word and deliberately made things difficult, they might not be able to bribe them to hand it over. He felt he had no choice but to bring it up himself now. At least it will look better on the surface. Xia Nuan wouldn't even look down on such paltry sums. If she accepted them and gave them away, that would be considered a gift. Keep them for yourselves. I'll give you what I promised you sometime after tomorrow. After Xia Nuan finished speaking, she went upstairs. She was already looking forward to Lu Jiazhou discovering that her house had been ransacked. For Lu Jiazhou and her family, the sky had fallen when they woke up and opened the door. When we returned from buying supplies, everything was piled up haphazardly on the floor. Because we bought so much, there was barely any room to walk in the living room. So yesterday, the three of us spent a lot of time tidying up the living room, and we were exhausted as a result. So we slept very soundly last night. When they opened their eyes, all the things they had neatly arranged yesterday were gone. The front door was wide open, and there were many messy footprints on the ground which, judging from the shoe size, belonged to both men and women. Lu Jiazhou knew what had happened without even thinking. Her house was robbed. Lu Jiazhou's first suspicion was Xia Nuan. She had just ordered someone to steal from Xia Nuan, and then her own house was burgled. It's hard not to suspect that it was Xia Nuan's revenge, since she couldn't exchange the bracelet. She proudly mentioned that her family had bought a lot of things. No, apart from Xia Nuan and her family, no one else knows that they bought so many things. Lu Jiazhou was furious. She couldn't hold back any longer and screamed, clutching her head. The 14th floor wasn't far from the 17th floor, and Xia Nuan heard screams coming from downstairs as soon as she opened the door in the morning, a smile playing on her lips. A beautiful day begins with Lu Jiazhou's anger. Soon hurried footsteps could be heard downstairs. Lu Jiazhou, who was usually very conscious of her image, was now disheveled and looked like a madwoman. When she saw Xia Nuan standing at the door, she walked over aggressively and raised her hand to slap her. Xia Nuan reacted quickly, grabbing her arm and decisively slapping her across the face with her other hand. A red, swollen finger mark immediately appeared on Lu Jiazhou's fair face. "How dare you hit me?" Lu Jiazhou covered her face, her expression gradually contorting. In all her life, she had never suffered such injustice. When she was little, she was pampered by the whole Xia family. Later, she went to the Lu family, and to make up for the regret of not growing up with her parents also spoiled her rotten. When she has a conflict with someone bystanders, seeing that she is pretty, will usually side with her. I've never been slapped like that before. What awful weathers! If it weren't for this typhoon, she'd still be living a life where she gets whatever she wants. Rain or wind. Lu Jiazhou was about to have a breakdown from anger. She charged over again without any regard for her image. Xia Nuan didn't even bother to answer, letting her actions prove that she dared to do it. Snap. Another slap. Lu Jiazhou had symmetrical 5-finger marks on both cheeks, and this blow was much harder than the last. She lost her footing and fell backward, wincing in pain from her tailbone. Xia Nuan, you're being unreasonable. You stole things from my house and you still dare to hit me. Lu Jiazhao broke down in tears, sitting on the ground like a child throwing a tantrum. You need evidence to back up your claims. When did I steal anything from you? You came to my doorstep this morning acting crazy. So hitting you was self-defense. Xia Nuan herself didn't steal anything from her. So she spoke with complete confidence and had no guilty conscience whatsoever. Who else could it be but you? Only you know how much stuff our family buys. When my parents and I go shopping, we always buy things separately several times. Nobody knows we're a family and nobody even notices us. As Lu Jiazhao pointed at Xia Nuan's accusations, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably this time. Her crying was genuine. So many supplies disappeared overnight, including things like the kayak and plastic basins they had bought. Without internet, we can't spend any of our money. Furthermore, starting yesterday, the authorities stopped selling supplies, and even our means of transportation were stolen. We can't even use our personal belongings to buy supplies on the ship. Supplies were so scarce that even money couldn't buy them. Lu Jiazhao knew very well that with these supplies, her family would have a very difficult time, therefore. Regardless of whether Xia Nuan actually broke the lock, Lu Jiazhao must make Xia Nuan admit it. Jiazhao. Two figures rushed upstairs. It was Lu Jiancheng and his wife, Lin Qianghua. This was the first time Xia Nuan had met them since leaving the Lu family. Lu Jiancheng, who was always very concerned about his image, had become unshaven. Without his beard and his haute couture suit, he now looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Lin Qianghua still has an elegant and beautiful face, a refined appearance nurtured by a lifetime of wealth. However, without the embellishment of her jewels, Lin no longer looks as glamorous as before. In her previous life, the Lu family of three were supported by her. They didn't have to work or face any dangers. Although things had changed a lot since the apocalypse, compared to the others in the tomb, they were already living a life of luxury, especially in terms of physical appearance, which was far superior to others. Their attitude towards life has never changed. They still maintain their former arrogance, completely different from their current down-to-earth demeanor. Jiazhao, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Lin Qianghua held Lu Jiazhao in her arms, stroking her cheeks, her face full of heartache. Mom, I only told my sister that we bought a lot of things, thinking that if she got hungry I could help her out. Don't be so polite. Today the house was burgled, so I came over to ask her about it. I don't suspect she stole it. I'm just worried she might accidentally tell someone about our stockpiled supplies, which is why someone targeted us. But before I could even say anything, she slapped me twice. Mom, why does my sister hate me so much? As soon as there are outsiders around, Lu Jiazhao immediately reverts to her previous pitiful state. Xia Nuan felt that she had a bit of a performative personality. No normal person could change their expression so quickly. Xia Nuan, how could you hit your sister? When Lin Qianghua heard that it was Xia Nuandong who had made the gesture, she looked up and glared at her angrily. So what if I hit her? She came to my doorstep this morning and started acting crazy. I've already been very polite. Xia Nuan gave a forced smile. Even before the apocalypse in her previous life, Lin Qianghua had never protected her like this. The difference between love and indifference was quite obvious. Did you do this? Lu Jiancheng asked with a stern face. Xia Nuan tilted her head and blinked, feigning innocence and confusion. What is MRLU saying? I don't quite understand. Our things were stolen. Did you do it? Lu Jiancheng clenched his fists, trembling with anger, and questioned him sharply. When facing Xia Nuan, he remained as aloof as ever. Why should I answer your question? Just because she came up to me and bragged about it, does that make me the most suspicious person? Your family's logic for catching a thief is quite interesting. Besides, I don't have a key to your house, so how could I get in? Don't you lock your door at night to steal your things silently? You'd at least need some lock-picking skills. After living with you for so many years, don't you know whether I have those skills or not? Why don't you ask Lu Jiazhao who else she told besides me? Xia Nuan shrugged and calmly gave them a clue. Lu Jiancheng and his wife were completely confused. But Lu Jiazhao understood it immediately. In this entire building, besides the two brothers she instructed to steal from Xia Nuan yesterday, who else could possibly have the ability to pick locks? This is a high-end apartment building, inhabited by prominent people. It's impossible for others to have had any contact with this kind of technology. I remember now, yesterday I locked one of my cabinets. The things inside are very important to me. So I asked many neighbors if they knew how to pick locks. Two brothers had a master key. They must have stolen our things. Lu Jiazhao finally found her way. And she quickly blurted out what had happened. Things have prioritized for Lu Jiazhao. The most urgent task at hand was to recover the lost supplies. Compared to the supplies, the 2 slaps Xia Nuan gave him were nothing. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find them. Lu Jiancheng was even more anxious than she was. He quickly grabbed his wife with one hand and Lu Jiazhao with the other, pulling them up from the ground and then rushed downstairs. Xia Nuan was really looking forward to the excitement. So she told her parents and then quickly followed them downstairs. Open the doors, I know you're home, open the door now. Lu Jiazhao led her parents to the 12th floor. Lu Jiancheng rushed forward and kicked and banged on the door, making a huge noise that could be heard clearly by people upstairs and downstairs. A short while later, the older brother from yesterday opened the door. He had been thieving all night and only got ready to go to bed this morning. He hadn't slept much at all and was exhausted and sleepy. He was in a very bad mood, opening his sleepy eyes. He saw that it was Lu Jiazhao leading people, and the man's initial anger instantly rose to 7/10. This is so disturbing. It's killing me to sleep so early in the morning. Lu Jiancheng could see the items placed in the living room through the crack in the door. Those were definitely moved out of their house. You stole our things, and you still have the nerve to complain. Give our things back right now, Lu Jiancheng pushed the man, trying to rush into the house. But the man blocked his way with the door. What do you mean your stuff? I bought those myself. If someone stole them, go find them, don't try to scam me. The man, of course you would never admit it. He stubbornly insisted that he was the one who bought it. You're talking nonsense. I marked all the rice and flour bags in our house, I saw it. I even made marks on my bags. The noise from their argument attracted the attention of neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Soon a number of people emerged from the emergency exit, all peering over to watch the commotion. Seeing the growing crowd, the man, still wanting to protect his reputation, just wanted to get rid of Lu Jiancheng as quickly as possible. He shouted, trying to mask his guilt, you're quite an old man. And you come here to extort money from me because you have nothing to eat. Do you think we're easy to bully? I only helped your daughter once, and you're already trying to take advantage of me. I don't have time to waste with you, get lost. Lu Jiancheng was not about to leave so easily. He wanted to use public opinion to suppress the man while there were many people around. When did you ever help my daughters? It was you who were up to no good last night, stealing from our house and taking all our food, neighbors. What? How can you sleep at night with thieves like this living next door? If they can steal from us today, they can steal from you tomorrow. Lu Jiancheng was good at stirring people's hearts, and his words also aroused the concerns of many people. If there really is a thief living in this building, then nobody should sleep at night. Everyone should stay awake and guard against the thief. But how can you expect to guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Their gazes toward the man had turned hostile, and they seemed to be plotting how to help resolve the situation. Dear neighbors, I've marked all my belongings. Just take a look and you'll see I'm telling the truth. Lu Jiancheng pushed the door open with all his might, while the man inside yelled at his brothers to get up quickly, shouting outside, I'm telling you, trespassing is illegal. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you outnumber me. If anyone dares to break an even if I kill you all. It's self-defense, we were all sleeping inside last night. We didn't go out at all. We've been neighbors for so many years. Do you trust me more than a newcomer? A neighbor knows the two brothers who live on the 12th floor. The two were well-known rich kids in the area, known for their extravagant spending and lavish lifestyles. They frequently brought various beautiful women home for parties, throwing money around without batting an eye. In their hearts, they felt that these two rich kids didn't need to do such things. Just as the standoff reached its conclusion, a man wearing glasses suddenly reached out and called out, "We won't force our way in, but surely we can get the police to come and take a look. I have a satellite phone, it can only make calls. I can't dial any other numbers. But the emergency number works." After saying that, he took out his satellite phone and skillfully dialed the emergency number. He was using hands-free, and everyone could clearly hear the beeping sound coming from the speaker. The busy signal lasted for quite a while, and everyone thought the direct call wouldn't be connected. But just as it was about to hang up, a sweet female voice finally came from the other end. "This is the emergency hotline. What difficulties are you facing? Here's the thing. There's been a burglary in our building, and we have a suspect. Breaking into a private residence is illegal, and he's threatening to kill us if we dare to search our home. So could you please send someone to search his house?" "Okay, I've noted your question, but the rest of our officers are still out on duty. You'll need to wait patiently in line for a while. A specialist will handle your issue." The bespectacled man's expression froze. He had never heard of having to wait in line to call the police for help. Before the internet was cut off, the emergency hotline was always busy almost 24/7. So he never got through when trying to call for help and had never heard of such a claim. Toddy, since everyone was without internet, he had the chance to make a clear phone call, but he never expected to receive this answer. The bespectacled man tentatively asked, "So, how long will I have to wait? How many people are ahead of me in lines?" "There are approximately 30. 0 requests for help ahead of you that haven't been processed yet. Please be patient. We are already expediting their processing." A sweet female voice, yet as cold as a robot. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for everyone present. There are still over 30,000 requests for help ahead of us. What are you all doing? We pay so much tax to support you. And when we actually need help, the lines are this long. Let me tell you, someone died here, you know that. The situation is urgent. We need you to come over immediately. The bespectacled man became agitated, deliberately exaggerating in an attempt to attract attention. Apart from Xia Nuan, everyone else's attention was also drawn to his phone call. Even Lu Jiancheng quieted down and listened carefully to the answer on the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry, we're trying our best to mediate. If your accident has resulted in injuries or fatalities, please remain calm, properly care for the injured, and place the bodies in a secluded area while we dispatch specialists to handle the situation." The response was still indifferent. His tone was unhurried, as if he had heard these words countless times. What followed was a complete silence. Even the satellite phone signal was cut off. The bespectacled man stood there stunned, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. The entire emergency exit was deathly silent. Even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. If even death can't get attention, what accident could be more important? Will anyone still care about them? Will there really be anyone to maintain order? If even these officials can't maintain order, then what's the point of them obeying the law? Those who harm others go unpunished. What's the point of them upholding morality? This phone call was like sending a signal to everyone. It's like Pandora's box being opened unintentionally. Those with ill intentions breathed a slight sigh of relief, while those who still held hope for rescue were plunged into utter despair. The man who had just stolen something wore a contemptuous smile. He flung open the door and kicked Lu Jiancheng in the stomach, his attitude extremely arrogant. "If you think I stole your things, then you'd better line up obediently and wait for the officials to come. If they do, I'll open the door and let them search as they please. But for now, please stay away from my doorstep, at your age." It's not worth getting a beating over something so trivial. At the same time, the man's younger brother also came out of the house. The women did not appear, but Lu Jiancheng had taken a hard fall. After struggling to get up, he clutched his waist, assessed his fighting ability, and could only leave angrily as he left. He didn't forget to utter a threat, pointing at the two brothers and saying through gritted teeth, "You just wait, we'll wait then." The two brothers, unlike their timid selves of yesterday, were now incredibly arrogant when facing Lu Jiancheng. With the excitement over, Xia Nuan glanced around at her neighbors. Their expressions varied, their faces obscure, each harboring their own secret plans. One phone call, and this building is likely to descend into chaos. Xia Nuan turned around and saw that the people on the 16th floor were standing away from the crowd, quietly watching the commotion. Their eyes met. Fu Yichen came downstairs, his brows furrowed, and asked softly, "Are you going out?" "Yes, would you like to come along?" Xia Nuan took the initiative to extend an olive branch this time. If chaos breaks out in the building 12th floor, where most people suspect the theft, and the 16th and 17th floors, where people are openly carrying large quantities of supplies home, will become the targets of everyone's anger. Living on the 17th floor, it would be ideal to build a good relationship with the 16th floor resident and form an alliance. Even if those people wanted to do something, they would have to break through the defenses on the 16th floor to get to their house and cause trouble. Fu Yichen's existence is almost like a natural barrier, saving her a lot of trouble and danger. "Okay, I'll go back and get my things." Fu Yichen nodded slightly. Xia Nuan also went back to get the kayak. This time she invited Xia Mu along. The original plan was to go out today, disguise the sheep collected last time as those hunted this time, and give them to Fu Yichen to repay the favor. But now that they're going out together, they can't do that. Xia Nuan decided to go to the supermarket again. She sold all the things she had collected yesterday that she thought were useless to her space. She not only gained a lot of purple coins, but also sold a lot of gold coins. It's much faster than farming. The supermarket has lots of clothes, bags, and shoes. Even if their family members can't wear them anymore, they can collect them and sell them to the space. As Xia Mu was leaving, two walkie-talkies appeared in his hand as if by magic. These two walkie-talkies just look a bit out of place. It looks more like a mobile phone from the early 1990s, with an electronic screen and even some mini-games. "Brother, did you make a cell phone? It doesn't look like a walkie-talkie at all." Xia Nuan fiddled with it for a while, then asked in surprise, even somewhat doubting whether the walkie-talkie would work. "It's just cobbled together from cell phone parts. As long as it can send and receive signals, that's fine. I've kept some of the still functioning features so you can pass the time. However, satellites are unusable now, and there's no network signal at all, so it can only use the walkie-talkie's own signal for sending and receiving. The distance can't be too far. It won't work beyond 1 kilometer. Xia Mu carefully explained how to use the walkie-talkie he had cobbled together. A distance of 1 kilometer is neither too short nor too long. It should be within the range that is just enough. Xia Nuan was very satisfied after a brief test. She found that the sound input and output were very clear. Most importantly, the walkie-talkie was waterproof, so she could carry it with her and not worry about it not working even if she jumped into the water. "Brother, you're amazing." Xia Nuan didn't hold back her admiration and praise for her brother, giving him a thumbs up and smiling with her eyes crinkling. "I never imagined my brother was such a craftsman. He even handcrafted a walkie-talkie. I'm so envious. I'm practically a hopeless craftsperson." "That's impressive. There's something even more impressive here. Look what this is." As Xia Mu spoke, two more silver-white guns appeared out of thin air. The gun was rather crude, clearly pieced together from various steel components. The leather used on it was cut from Xia Nuan's old cowhide bag, and it even had a brand logo on it. Moreover, the gun that Xia Mu made by hand was much larger than the pistols he usually saw. It was almost the size of a small submachine gun. Is it a gun? It's so big, is it a pistol or a submachine gun? Neither. This is an air gun modified from an air nail gun. It has a longer range and greater power. The bullets can be steel balls like these, or nails like these. I've prepared 2 types of magazines for you. Xia Mu took out the matching nails and steel balls and handed them to Xia Nuan. Seeing how curious and fond she looked at them, he quickly gave her some instructions. Remember, don't use it too many times. The steel we found doesn't quite meet the standards. The air gun I modified has a lot of impact, and it's prone to exploding if used for too long. We can make one of these quickly, so don't be reluctant to throw it away. Xia Nuan touched the strange-looking gun, nodded repeatedly, put the magazine in, and hung it directly on her waist. The clothes dried perfectly just right, thanks bro. So you've been working on these things these past few days. Xia Mu has barely shown up these past few days, except for eating and sleeping. He stays in his room every day. Xia Nuan has too many things to think about each day, so she didn't ask many questions originally. Her brother said he would help her get a walkie-talkie and a gun, which she took as a joke, but she didn't expect that he would have done it in just a few days. No wonder my brother was able to make a name for himself in his past life. With just the 3 of them, he was able to have his name in various newly emerging cases. As expected, skilled individuals can thrive in any environment. What's most lacking in this post-apocalyptic world is someone with hardcore skills like the older brother. I promised you last time, and I was trying to get it done quickly, but the materials we collected were rather crude. So this is the best we can manage. But it's okay, we can go out and scavenge. We can upgrade any unwanted junk to better quality and turn it all into weapons and armor for you. By the way, where are you planning to go today? Xia Mu chuckled and patted Xia Nuan's head. He was busy researching at home, partly to keep an eye on Yi Fan. Aside from the newbie gift pack, most of the items Yi Fan can obtain from completing tasks are related to modern technology. If you don't eliminate him during his early development, it will become increasingly difficult to deal with him later. Their only means of survival is their spatial ability. When they go out, they rely entirely on their younger sister's shooting skills. Despite her weak physique, she's only about as good as an average adult after all the training, and hasn't improved her combat abilities much at all. Physical fitness is not something that can be achieved overnight. One can only strengthen oneself from the outside. I'm going to the supermarket to see if I can collect some more things to sell to the space and earn gold coins. I've arranged to go with the person on the 16th floor. Let's not go to the supermarket today, actually. With a wider variety of things available in the space, we can be completely self-sufficient, however. There are many things that the space doesn't produce. Haven't you noticed that the space never produces resource-based items? Xia Mu immediately rejected Xia Nuan's idea. In her past life, Xia Nuan was terrified of hunger. She had witnessed countless deaths from starvation and the hardships of survival. As a result, she had a strange obsession with daily necessities, always feeling that no amount of hoarding was ever enough. So she's been putting a lot of effort into this area. They even felt that exchanging resource-type items for purple coins was a worthwhile investment. But Natsum had the exact opposite idea. Daily necessities are indeed important. Everyone needs to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. However, resources are even more important. With everyone facing food and drink shortages, everyone's attention is focused on necessities. However, once some people are able to eat their fill, everyone's focus should shift to resources. For long-term development, simply eating and drinking is far from enough. In particular, Xia Mu has already discovered the drawbacks of the space. Space does not have those non-renewable resources. For example, fuel resources such as gasoline and diesel, and various ores. Even the space itself is demanding these resources from Xia Nuan. Compared to food that can grow at any time and can be obtained simply by analyzing time, These non-renewable and cyclical resources are much more precious. Xia Nuan suddenly realized that it really was true. The space contains fishbon's forest, the sea streams, fields and hills. Among those icons that are currently undevelopable and remain gray and barren, almost all renewable resources are represented. But there is no mention of fossil fuels. So does my brother mean we should go to the gas station? Xia Nuan asked tentatively. Let's go to a gas station first. There's a food factory near the gas station we went to before. If we arrange to go with him from the 16th floor, we can pretend we're going to the food factory to collect something. And it won't arouse his suspicion. On the way back, it's best to part ways with him. Then we'll go to the Science and Technology City. Xia Mu had already made a plan for today in her mind. His arrangement was fine. And Xia Nuan immediately nodded in agreement. The brother and sister went downstairs together and told Fu Yichen about their route for the day. Fu Yichen didn't object as if for him. As long as someone accompanied him, that was fine. Where you go doesn't matter. The kayak that I picked up from Yi Fan yesterday was given to Fu Yichen. And he brought it along today as well. 3 people shared a kayak, while the other 2 were used to haul cargo. This saves space to the maximum extent and also ensures that people don't feel too cramped when they are in the kayak. On the same kayak in the same city, Xia Mu was in charge of steering, while Fu Yichen was responsible for scooping out the rainwater that had flooded the kayak. Xia Nuan was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, having found a lazy person who did absolutely nothing. The three's appearance did not attract much attention this time, since the official announcement yesterday that door-to-door sales of supplies would cease. An unusually large number of people have been venturing out today. Some people, even if they had to ride in wooden tubs floating on the water, would still try to reach the official supply points. Those who disliked the high price of transportation and didn't buy it could only silently envy and resent it from the roadside. The outside world isn't so desolate today. It's no longer an endless expanse of water where you can't even see a single person. The authorities have notified everyone in the city that they will no longer be selling supplies door to door. So some people have been forced to go out to find food or buy it from the authorities with money. On their way there, they passed by the shopping mall they had visited the day before. Yesterday the mall only had one window that they had broken. But today it was drafty from all sides. It seems that choosing not to go to the mall was the right decision. These days the competition for locations in malls, underwater, and underground supermarkets is incredibly fierce. The 3 headed straight for a food factory in the suburbs. Fu Yichen once again served as a human navigator, Xia Mu, who had driven there several times before, still remembered the route as clearly as he did, Wowbuddy. With that kind of route memorizing ability, it's a shame you're not doing reconnaissance. Xia Mu sighed. Yesterday his sister had praised him, but he hadn't taken it to heart. No, upon reflection, he realized his sister hadn't exaggerated at all. We did it for a while, but then we stopped. Who's going to go in? Fu Yichen was definitely going to go into the water. He had already put on an oxygen tank and was ready to set off at any time. The brother and sister exchanged a glance, and Xia Nuan felt particularly encouraged. I think I'll come with you. This area is low-lying, and the water level is much higher than in the city, bro. You've only just learned to dive. You can't handle the water pressure in the teddy bear enclosure. Xia Nuan wanted to finish quickly, since it wasn't just the 2 of them out today. They also had a companion, and she didn't want to hold them back. Natsuki himself admitted to Thiso he didn't refuse, and he also felt that he was very suitable to be on top today. Both the younger sister and Fu Yichen needed to be tied with ropes. If anything went wrong, the younger sister alone wouldn't be able to pull 2 adult men up together. He gritted his teeth and dragged it along. A man and a woman were no problems. With that decided who would stay behind and who would go into the water. Xia Nuan and the other person jumped into the water at the same time, heading towards the warehouse inside the food factory. This food factory specializes in producing non-staple food products. including various braised dishes and canned goods. Fu Yichen opened the first warehouse. The markings on the boxes on the warehouse made it clear at a glance that they were canned goods. Xia Nuan was once again amazed. How come Fu Yichen can always find the exact location of whatever he wants, even when choosing from among many warehouses? Without making a mistake, this ability is terrifying. Just how many places has he been to? How many maps has he created? It's not just that he knows the way well. His memory is also much better than the average person's. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remember it so clearly. Even if, as my brother said, the person on the 16th floor used to be a scout. Could a scout really be that skilled? Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. She had no contact with anyone who worked in this field. Nor did she know what other people were like. He felt that Fu Yichen's abilities had exceeded his expectations. The water level in the plains area has reached the 7th floor. A depth of 21 meters in low-lying areas it is even higher, reaching nearly 30 meters in depth without oxygen tanks. This depth would be close to the limits of human endurance. Even Xia Nuan, who was used to diving, was still a little unaccustomed to suddenly diving so deep. After adjusting for a while, the two began to move things in a more organized manner. The canned food boxes were quite heavy. The cardboard packaging had been soaked and rotten, crumbling into a pulp at the slightest touch. Xia Nuan could only pull out a plastic sheet from the warehouse, put the cans inside and tie them to a rope. The contents of the warehouse were enough to keep the two of them busy for a while. Xia Nuan was quickly collecting the canned goods when she suddenly froze. The water pressure seems to have decreased after diving. The feeling of being weighed down by a boulder gradually disappeared, and I felt much more relaxed. Fu Yichen seemed to sense something was wrong as well. He froze for a moment, then turned to meet Xia Nuan's eyes. They instantly understood the meaning behind each other's glances, quickly grabbed the injured back, and swam upstream as fast as they could. As Xia Mu poked his head out of the water, he was swaying precariously in his kayak. The water surface rippled, the rain lessened considerably, and strangely the wind stopped. "Brother, pull us up quickly." Xia Nuan reached out and struggled to climb onto the dinghy by pulling on the rope. The brother and sister worked together to pull Fu Yichen up as well, and then immediately started the engine and sped away without saying a word. The water level is receding abnormally, there's no wind. It's not a returning typhoon or a tsunami. Xia Nuan calmly analyzed the current situation. She struggled to stand firm on the kayak and gaze into the distance. After going uphill, she finally saw the huge whirlpool forming in the distance. What is that place about 4 kilometers away? Xia Nuan knew that Fu Yichen was familiar with the route, so she quickly asked him. Fu Yichen tilted his head and thought for a moment before answering. The reservoir dam broken. All three of them simultaneously sent alert signals into their minds. A whirlpool appeared at the location of the reservoir dam, and the water flow in other higher areas receded rapidly. This could be due to either the whirlpool causing a difference in the water level due to the confluence, or the whirlpool being formed by the downstream flow. But in either case, there will only be one outcome. Then there will be a flood. They had to get to safety as quickly as possible. If they were swept away by the flood, no one could stop their mortal bodies. They no longer expected to be able to return home the way they came. They just needed to find a relatively sturdy building. On the way back, we could still see people heading towards the suburbs. The water level in the surrounding area is still dropping, and some trees that were originally buried underwater have even started to emerge. Those who didn't understand even thought it was a sign that the disaster was about to pass, and their faces beamed with joy. Fu Yichen couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Stop going any further. Quickly find a higher spot to climb." His voice was strong and loud enough, but few people paid him any attention. Some even gave him a look as if he were crazy. "They won't believe me, let's go quickly." Xia Nuan patted Fu Yichen's shoulder, her expression indifferent. Most people in this world were irrelevant to her. All she cared about was protecting herself and her family. Indeed, no one believed him. Fu Yichen only shouted once. And seeing that everyone around him was unmoved. He also lost heart. The message has been given. The warning and reminders have been provided. Whether they believe it or not and what the outcome will be is entirely up to their fate. Floods could come at any moment. So Xia Nuan and the others didn't run far. They saw an office building in a remote suburb and rushed over without hesitation. They smashed the windows and quickly moved to safety, climbing the stairs just as they reached the 28th floor. A loud bang suddenly came from outside. With a deafening explosion, a mushroom cloud was created, and the sound waves traveled in all directions. The office building shook and the windows cracked, almost shattering. Xia Nuan gazed out the window at the direction from which the mushroom cloud had formed, watching the towering flames, and the memories of her past life began to clash with them. There were no explosions or floods at this time in my past life. There are more and more different things happening now. So we really can't live on memories from our past lives alone. Fu Yichen frowned, also gazing in the direction of the mushroom cloud, and said softly, "That's a chemical plant." Xia Nuan and her brother were shocked. A chemical plant explosion is not just about creating a mushroom cloud. It also signifies the leakage of various chemicals and the contamination of water sources and land. Rumbles, another loud bangs, this time unrelated to the chemical plant. The receding floodwaters had already begun to form, gathering together and flowing clearly downwards. The massive torrent creating turbulent waves. Those who were heading to the suburbs to find supplies were instantly overturned by the giant wave and fell into the water. They struggled desperately, waving their arms and trying to swim to the side, trying to control their bodies. But all around them was endless water, with no foothold and nowhere to shelter them. It could only drift like duckweed swept away by the flood, rising and falling a few times before never resurfacing. Cries and screams were heard everywhere. Unlike the tragedies that occurred when people stayed indoors during previous typhoons, this disaster was visible and audible. The desperate cries converged into a soul-chilling wail, a heart-wrenching howl that sent chills down one's spine. Human beings are as insignificant as ants in the face of nature. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it cannot be resisted. What's the point of being armed from head to toe? If they hadn't reacted quickly and been alert enough, they would have been among those who were submerged. Xia Mu sighed deeply. Having gained a more direct understanding of the threat posed by natural disasters and his predicament after transmigrating. After today, even the peaceful days filled with constant troubles will be over. This office building has been used before. I'll walk around and see if I can find anything useful. Xia Nuan didn't want to see the human tragedy outside anymore. Although he didn't care about other people's lives, seeing such scenes still made him feel suffocated. It's probably a feeling of shared misfortune, a sense of sympathy for each other's plight. She turned and searched through the various unions. Surprisingly, the results were quite good. Many of the workstations that were clearly used by girls had snacks in stock, while the workstations for men usually had lighters. There's also some coffee, chocolate, paper, and pens, all of which will come in handy. Xia Nuan, like a hamster, hunted for treasures and stored them away. And Jian Jian actually started to like this game. The two men, naturally, didn't want to stand by the window watching a human tragedy unfold. So they naturally went to search for something together to distract themselves. Xia Nuan ignored the two people behind her and, after searching the first floor, continued upwards on her own. The 30th floor is a large office, beautifully decorated. Clearly the place where the big boss usually works. The wine cabinet next to her was filled with various brand-name wines, and Xia Nuan didn't want to miss a single one. After turning around and locking the doors, she moved all the wines, including the wine cabinet, into the space. Xia Nuan also threw the solid wood Huanghuali table into the space. Xia Nuan wasn't interested in the remaining leather sofa and various small ornaments. After walking around the office, Xia Nuan finally focused her attention on a silver-white safe. Fu Yichen was downstairs. So Xia Nuan didn't delay and moved the entire safe into the space. Regardless of what's inside, let's move it first. Things that can be locked in a safe must be of good quality. Just then Xia Nuan put the safe into her spatial storage. And Xia Mu followed her. Seeing that even the desk inside was gone, I immediately realized what my sister had done. I quickly closed the door, then chatted with Fu Yichen for a bit to distract him, before heading off to continue searching for supplies elsewhere. The floodwaters aren't receding anytime soon, so they'll probably have to spend the night in this office building. The wind howled outside at night. Because of the explosion earlier that day, the windows were cracked, and cold air kept seeping into the house. Xia Nuan opened 3 boxes of the self-heating hot pot she had taken from her workstation, and then threw in some canned food she had taken from the food factory that day. Let's just make do with this for today, Xia Nuan sighed. Maybe it's because my mom's cooking is so delicious. But today I only ate self-heating hot pot. And I even found it hard to eat back in the day. She could eat several steamed buns while munching on them. Indeed, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frug. Xia Mu also found the food tasteless. It was far inferior to her mother's cooking. Fu Yichen glanced at the two of them in surprise. Judging by their lifestyle, you can tell how well they eat normally. Since the water and electricity were cut off, he has basically been surviving on these vegetarian foods. I just found some clothes and a blanket in the changing room over there. I'll just have to sleep on the floor tonight. The floodwaters should be calm by tomorrow morning. Xia Mu pointed to the things on the stool next to them. That was what they would use to keep warm tonight. Brother, I'm a little cold, Xia Nuan sniffed. She had been standing in the rain for a long time, and her clothes were still wet, sitting on the cold, damp ground. Xia Nuan felt uncomfortable all over. She felt like she had become a bit spoiled. She had always been like this, able to make do for several days without any problem. Wait while I start a fire for you. Xia Mu smiled gently, got up and went to the office next door. He remembered that there were a few wooden stools inside, which could be disassembled and used as a wood-fired stove. After chiseling away inside for a while, they finally managed to disassemble the stool, grabbed 2 stacks of printer paper, and then went back outside. Arrange the wooden stools into the shape of a campfire. Use printer paper to fuel the fire, and the wood quickly catches fire. Xia Mu rummaged through the clothes nearby and found 2 clean outfits. At this point, she couldn't be picky about whether the clothes were old or new, so she handed them directly to Xia Nuan. Go change your clothes quickly, you are soaking wet. You'll catch a cold, Xia Nuan smiled sweetly, her eyes crinkling, looking particularly serene. The contrast between her behavior in front of family and outsiders was striking. And Fu Yichen stared at her in surprise several times. My gaze followed her as she left. Xia Mu, like a wolf cub guarding its food, unleashed her sister complex, taking large strides forward to block his view. He glared at her and said in a low voice, "My sister needs to change her clothes. You'd better not look around." Seeing his expression and actions, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Fu Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. You 2 siblings have such a good relationship. Of course she's my only sister. If I don't get along with her, who else would I get along with? Well, Xia Mu loved hearing such words and inexplicably raised her head with pride. Have you 2 been this close since you were little? Fu Yichen's deep eyes were full of curiosity, shedding his mature and steady exterior. He was somewhat like a child when it came to this topic, full of curiosity about the unknown world. No, my younger sister didn't grow up with us. She was switched at birth. The previous sister wasn't our child. My sister only came home before the typhoon hit. Xia Mu didn't hide anything, which surprised Fu Yichen even more. Is blood ties really that magical? They can develop a perfect understanding and become very close without spending too much time together. You 2 have great chemistry. Of course, we're siblings, brother. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Xia Mu figured he might as well chat with the guy on the 16th floor since he was just killing time anyway. I have no parents and no brothers. Fu Yichen lowered his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression. Xia Mu realized he had said the wrong thing and gave an apologetic and awkward smile. Sorry, I don't know, it's all right. Since they've already chosen to abandon me, it's none of my business anymore. Fu Yichen shook his head indifferently. It wasn't the first time he had been orphaned. He was already used to it. Perhaps they have some unspeakable difficulties. I'm lost in the vast sea of people, and I can't question them about why they abandoned me. My life is pretty good now. Fu Yichen harbored no unrealistic fantasies about his parents. He was dumped at the gate of the orphanage, and when the orphanage found him, they tried to find his parents. No matter how hard they searched, there was no news. So he knew from a very young age that he was an abandoned child, and that sending one's own child to an orphanage, no matter the reasons, was unforgivable from his perspective. Hey bro, have you ever been in a relationship? How old are you this year? Xia Mu was eager to change the subject. He simply couldn't bear to see others so dejected. Fu Yichen shook his head again. I'm 28 years old this year. The fact that he had never been in a relationship at the age of 28 truly shocked Xia Mu. So what have you been busy with for the past 28 years? No dating, and what about friends? I don't have many friends, I'm always busy with work. Xia Mu gasped. This was truly an extremely lonely and isolated older brother. Fu Yichen, an elderly man living alone. Xia Mu now sees this guy's face as if he has several big words written on it. He gave an awkward laugh and silently chose to keep quiet. I feel like this guy isn't suited to the way you talk to ordinary people. Every topic he brings up seems to be stabbing me in the heart. It's probably better to stay silent. Xia Nuan came out of the cubicle after changing her clothes. Her white floral dress outlined her near-perfect curves, and her thick black hair, like a waterfall, was casually scattered every movement she made, whether still or in motion, exuded an extremely attractive elegance and tranquility. She rarely wore skirts, she used to study sports, and most of her everyday clothes were sportswear. After the apocalypse, skirts became even more inconvenient, and clothes and pants became the preferred option. So even Xia Nuan herself felt awkward wearing this dress. So beautiful, little sister. You should wear more pretty clothes like this. You're already gorgeous, but with a little dressing up, you're like a goddess descended from heaven. How can our family have such a beautiful sister? I'm truly the luckiest brother in the world. Xia Mu praised him repeatedly, giving him a thumbs up and showering him with compliments. Brother, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Xia Nuan felt embarrassed by the praise. She frowned slightly, playfully scolding him, and glanced at Fu Yichen as if to remind her brother that there were still outsiders present. Unexpectedly, just a casual glance led to eye contact with this man. Fu Yichen's already sharp eyes became even more piercing. Filled with admiration, he nodded solemnly, giving them a very respectful response. It is very beautiful, he wasn't exaggerating. See, I told you so, I never lie to you. It's just that the skirt doesn't seem to make it very convenient to move around. Let me see if I have any other clothes. Xia Mu admired the view for a while, then, remembering that they would be sleeping on the ground there later, she immediately felt that her skirt was no longer suitable. His sister is a girl. What if she accidentally exposes herself while turning over? There's a man there too, I searched for ages. But there were no options other than skirts among the clothes they brought. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Xia Nuan waved her hand dismissively. Her white dress was already below her knees, so sitting on the ground wouldn't expose her. And it didn't matter much. The firelight cast flickering shadows in the empty office. In the quiet of the night, a few people chatted idly. Suddenly a muffled thud came from downstairs. Seemingly the sound of glass shattering, the three of them, who hadn't felt sleepy to begin with, immediately perked up their ears without saying a word. They quickly stood up and moved downstairs. Arrive at the floor where the sound came from, which is also the floor where you can jump into the water right now, and peer out through the broken window. A pair of hands reached out cradling a crying-hungry baby. The infant was neither crying nor fussing, appearing so serene in the moonlight. But this was clearly abnormal. The water outside was still rushing. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the baby to sleep so peacefully. Something must have happened to him, which is why he's so quiet. Xia Nuan could be cold-hearted when faced with people who had their own agendas. But she found it difficult to ignore an infant who was still in swaddling clothes and knew nothing about the world. Xia Nuan walked over, and just as the hands were about to break free and throw the baby away, she quickly ran in front of him and caught him steadily. HMPH, the baby whimpered softly twice, its voice as weak as a kitten's. The hands that were holding the baby were bleeding profusely from cuts caused by shards of broken glass, and gradually lost their strength, tilting outwards. It was a woman's hand with a sparkling wedding ring on it. Xia Nuan sighed softly, grabbed the woman's hand, and pulled her upwards forcefully. The woman outside had reached the point of despair, but the sudden external force rekindled her hope. Her previously limp arms suddenly burst forth with strength, and she desperately climbed upwards, finally squeezing into the office building. The woman was disheveled and soaking wet, her hair clinging to her face. Her complexion was sallow and bloodless, and she seemed completely numb, however. When her gaze fell upon the baby in Xia Nuan's arms, a bright light suddenly shone through her. She reached out her trembling hand to take the child, and after catching her breath several times, she managed to utter a hoarse "Thank you. Thank you, thank you. There are dry clothes upstairs for you to change into. Are you still able to walk?" Xia Nuan made sure the woman posed no threat before speaking softly. "Yes, I can walk." She was very weak, and it looked like she hadn't eaten in a long time, but she still managed to stand upright with her swaying body. "Come up with me." Xia Nuan turned around and led her upstairs. Her brother and Fu Yichen were waiting for her not far away, standing side by side as they walked like two guardians. They all deliberately slowed their pace, carefully listening to the footsteps behind them to make sure the woman was keeping up. But no one offered to help her, having fallen to this state. Women have no choice but to rely on themselves. If they show momentary kindness and are taken for granted by women, then those who could have survived might not survive at all. The human body has a kind of energy, which can also be called essence, energy, and spirit. As long as one's spirit and energy remain intact, as long as there is hope in one's heart, then no matter how bitter or difficult life becomes, it can be overcome. Once a woman becomes dependent on someone, relying on them for her last breaths, her spirit may collapse instantly once she realizes that hope has vanished. It would be better to appear indifferent from the beginning, offering only what we can to help him, so that he doesn't have such high hopes for the world or for others. Good intentions can sometimes harm both oneself and others. The woman, struggling to stay upright, climbed 20 floors with them. By the time they reached the top of the stairs, they were panting heavily and unable to utter a complete sentence. None of them spoke to the woman. They simply pointed to the clothes on the other side of the stool. But the woman's eyes couldn't be drawn to the clothes. They were fixed on the 3 lunchboxes on the ground, her mouth constantly swallowing saliva. Those were the leftovers from Xia Nuan and the others' meal tonight. Perhaps they didn't have much of an appetite, because each of them left more than half a box. Throwing it away is a waste, and wasting food in the apocalypse is extremely shameful. Xia Nuan thought for a moment and then said, "You can eat the 2 portions over there." She deliberately avoided eating what Fu Yichen had left, demonstrating excellent judgment and making sure no one felt uncomfortable. Fu Yichen frowned and pondered for a long time, but ultimately didn't say anything and just did it with Xia Nuan. "It wasn't that I was reluctant to part with the food, but rather that I felt awkward giving my leftovers to a strange woman." "Really okay. Sure, those are what my brother and I left over." If you don't mind. The woman swallowed hard, only catching the word okay. She stumbled towards the leftovers picked up the bowl and began to eat without any regard for appearances. They gulped it down, licking the box clean, leaving not a drop of soup. I'm so hungry, so incredibly hungry. Without experiencing it firsthand, one cannot understand how unbearable it is to feel as if one's internal organs are being burned by karmic fire in one's back. The two remaining self-heating hot pots were enough to fill the woman up to about 60%. But even as she wolfed them down, she didn't put down her child, setting down the lunchbox. The woman looked at the blood still gushing from the glass cuts on her hand. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed out a little more and placed it around the baby's mouth so he could suckle. The baby, oblivious to what was being put in his mouth, swallowed frantically out of instinct due to extreme hunger, only stopping when the woman's face turned from sallow to pale. Go change your clothes first. There's a private room over there. Nourishing one's own blood with one's own blood, Xia Nuan had seen this method of breastfeeding before. And every mother who deeply loves her child deserves respect. Xia Nuan gently patted her shoulder and pointed to the cubicle next to her. The woman bowed her head and said thank you, then picked up the clothes from the stool and went to the next room to change. Carrying the baby emerging from the cubicle, she wore a sharp and simple suit, a perfect fit for a woman. The three then realized that the woman was very beautiful, with striking and elegant features. But she had lost some of her luster due to the wear and tear of the past few days. She stood at the door of the cubicle, hesitant to move forward, seemingly unsure whether to approach the fire, since it was Xia Nuan's territory in the end. Xia Nuan beckoned her over, and she slowly shuffled over and sat down in a spot near the outside. Thank you so much for your help today. I almost thought I was going to die. My name is Xia Nuan, and I'm a doctor at a level 1 hospital. I'm sorry I don't have anything to repay you with today. But if you ever need my help in the future, please feel free to come to me. Xia Nuan was very tactful and offered to repay the favor. Her manners were very polite, and communicating with such a person made one feel comfortable. It's nothing. We just found a can of milk powder in this office building. But it's not baby formulates pet goat milk powder. If you don't mind, you can give some to your child. Xia Nuan certainly didn't find that kind of thing in the office building. She was referring to the items in her own space, however. None of the three of them had time to organize the supplies they had gathered. They were just scattered in a corner of the office, waiting to be taken away together when they left. So if she says it exists, then it definitely exists. We've already rescued them. It wouldn't be right to watch them starve to death, especially that little baby who's already trapped in a familiar environment. They initially offered help to save the baby. This is not my child. The woman's answer surprised all three of them. Xia Mu then asked, is it from a relative's family? At the city hospital, many people were injured after the typhoon, and the hospital couldn't accommodate all the patients, so they temporarily opened an emergency medical point that had been built a few years ago to house infectious disease patients. It's relatively quiet there, and it usually houses pregnant women and patients with external injuries. I was assigned to work there. I was supposed to have a day off today, but the flood came right after I changed my clothes. The already unstable medical station was destroyed in an instant. The only person closest to me was this child. I couldn't save anyone else, I could only hold him. Xia Nuan recalled her experience at the time, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but tremble with fear, and she couldn't help but want to say so much. The house collapsed in an instant. The whole house was teetering on the brink of collapse. The lights overhead flickered, and debris was falling down with a crackling sound. She stood at the door of the nursery, intending to make one last round of inspections before leaving get off work. The cries of babies filled the air. She wanted to save them all, but she simply didn't have the ability. She could only desperately protect the child closest to her, and then watch helplessly as other babies were swept away and drowned by the flood. Fortunately, she grabbed a floating board and clung to it desperately, drifting with the current for a long time until she finally managed to grab onto a windowsill of the building. So many people, so many children powerless to resist. They certainly wouldn't have survived. She was lucky to escape death. But the disaster that struck this morning left a mark on her heart that she can never erase for the rest of her life. You are a good doctor. Xia Nuan isn't good at comforting people. But she is equally tolerant of kind people. Kindness in the post-apocalyptic world is like a rose blooming in the winter snow. So conspicuous and out of place. It's something that someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder would want to destroy. Yet it is so beautiful and precious. Before the disaster struck, Thai's doctor held the child, who was not hers, tightly. As she was about to collapse from exhaustion, she desperately tried to move the child to safety, just to give the baby a chance to live. This is enough to prove her noble character. Xia Nuan knew she could never do what women do in times of crisis, and she felt a deep respect for them. I wouldn't call myself a good doctor. My professional skills are just so-so. Xia Nuan sniffed and lowered her head even further. A doctor's compassion is important. I'll go get you some goat milk powder. Xia Nuan stood up, went to a corner and pretended to rummage through the space, secretly smuggling out a can of goat milk powder, dog food one. The woman had already bandaged her arm while changing clothes, but being soaked in water for so long could easily lead to infection. Xia Nuan thought for a moment and found a box of anti-inflammatory medicine, a bottle of alcohol and iodine in the pile of supplies. These commonly used medicines were also available in the office, but they were all collected and piled up in a corner. She handed the items to Xia Nuan, who did not refuse Xia Nuan's kindness. She gently said thank you and then retreated the wound on her arm. Her bandaging skills were very proficient, contrary to her claim of being mediocre at the very least. She appeared to be quite professional in surgical wounds. What department were you a doctor in before? Xia Nuan did a quick mental calculation. Their family had an older brother who was a master craftsman, a mother who was an all-around cook, and a father, a great father, and then there's her, the breadwinner who can go out hunting. They have no worries about food, clothing, shelter, or transportation, but they lack someone with professional medical knowledge. I usually test myself and take medicine for even a minor headache or fever. I'm afraid to get sick. If we can bring this doctor back, our future security will be enhanced, but at the same time, Xia Nuan was also conflicted about a woman's kindness for those in need. Encountering such a doctor is a cause for celebration, but developing a long-term partnership is a real headache. Xia Nuan's kindness destined her to be unable to bear human suffering, and she may want to help many people in the future. Compared to such a saintly heart, Xia Nuan seems too cold and heartless. People with different values cannot work together. Even friends cannot get along if their values are different. So now Xia Nuan can only test the waters. If the doctor is not in a specialized department, even if you can't become long-term friends, you can still help them by getting close to them and maintaining a distance in the future. At least when you need to see a doctor, you won't be like a headless fly. I am an emergency room doctor, Xia Nuan said with a smile, and it was clear that she was very proud of her profession. So what are your plans for the future? I don't know, just keep raising this child. His mother is probably already. Xia Nuan didn't finish her sentence, but you could easily guess what the second half of it was. In such a flood after houses are destroyed, one can only imagine what the fate would be for a woman who has just given birth. The outcome is always the same, a narrow escape from death. And that life in their hearts was simply a matter of human hope. If you have nowhere to go, you can come back with us, but you can't stay at our house. You can stay in the emergency exit. I'll provide you with a tent, warm clothing, and a week's worth of necessities if you'd like. Summer warmth extends an olive branch. Emergency room doctors really need them in the apocalypse. People tend to delay seeking medical help until they are on the verge of death. Most people who go out to find supplies will occasionally get injured. No matter how careful they are, doctors like Xia Nuan who can handle all kinds of emergencies, are exactly what is needed. Of course I would. Thank you so much, you saved me again. Xia Nuan suddenly looked up, her joy overflowing. At this moment, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was enough to make her silently grateful. Not to mention that Xia Nuan had also provided her with enough supplies to last a week, as well as the most basic things like a tent. My name is Xia Nuan, this is my older brother Xia Mu. And this is our neighbor after you come back with us. It would be best if you stayed in the stairwell between our two houses. That way your safety will be guaranteed. Xia Nuan thoughtfully even chose a seat for Xia Nuan. She had never been so attentive to anyone before. Xia Mu looked on in surprise and chimed in. You can come along when we go out together. We have kayaks, so getting around isn't a problem. We'll also share the supplies we collect. But let me make this clear, you can't be overly kind to us. And you can't have any thoughts of betrayal. Xia Mu still smiled brightly, but the coldness emanating from her eyes had already taken on a hint of sharp killing intent. Being robbed last time was also a kind of training for him. All good. Xia Nuan felt a chill run down her spine for no apparent reason. Her mind seemed to freeze for a moment before she could react. A consensus was reached, and night had already fallen outside. The four men lay by the fires, taking turns keeping watch and sleeping. And the night passed peacefully. The floodwaters have receded and the rain, which had gradually subsided, did not become more intense. Judging by the timelines, the rain will stop in about 3 or 4 days. The water level will recede rapidly, and then the earthquake will strike. Xia Nuan sighed deeply. Life and natural disasters give people no chance to catch their breath. They are overwhelmed and exhausted both physically and mentally. It's time to go back. Xia Nu stretched and dragged out the kayak. The group worked together to bundle up the supplies they had collected yesterday when the baby let out a loud cry. The baby's crying, which should have been somewhat noisy, had a unique calming effect at this time. In the lifeless apocalypse, a voice symbolizing new life and vitality is all the more precious. Xia Nuan gently soothed the baby for a while. This little guy is exceptionally well-behaved and clever, as if he can understand what people are saying. After only a few words, he stopped crying and quietly closed his eyes to continue sleeping. It's a miracle that she's so easily appeased. This child is really easy to raise. Are you planning to raise him like this from now on? Xia Mu had never raised a child before, but his relatives had had babies in the past, and he knew that children that age were very unpredictable in their emotions. So it was quite rare to find one that was so well-behaved. Of course it's possible the little one was too hungry to cry. We'll see if we can find his family later. If not, we'll just keep taking care of him. Xia Nuan had already made up her mind, since she rescued him and were destined to be together. Let's raise him. Okay, as long as you've thought it through. Xia Mu was just asking casually. He had no interest in getting involved in other people's private affairs. The group left the office building in a line, and on their way back they saw many boats that had been capsized and were now floating on the water. There were also corpses floating and sinking with the current. This is the extent of the devastation. Each of them felt a lump in their throat, unable to let it out or come down. They drifted back to the residential area. But the official vehicle that had been parked not far outside the area was nowhere to be found. The entire city fell into a deathly silence. So quiet it was like a ghost town thump. As the kayak approached the building, a loud thud was heard nearby. Then they saw a woman who had already begun to rot and stink. She had a beautiful figure and was wearing a silk nightgown. Her face was no longer recognizable, but she must have been a very beautiful woman in life. Xia Nuan looked up and met the head of the man on the 12th floor who was nervously peeking out. I almost forgot, not long after the typhoon, a woman starved to death on the 12th floor. They only dealt with the body today. They probably lived and ate with it for a long time. Go upstairs. Xia Nuan climbed into the emergency exit and, together with her brother, dragged the heavy supplies up the stairs. When I got to the ninth floor, I saw Zhang Dayang, the man who looked a lot like AAA Building Materials CEO Wang. Hey, little sister, don't say I'm not being fair. Last time I bought water from you. You sold it to me at a lower price, so I appreciate it. There's been an accident upstairs, so I'll go up with you to help. Zhang Dayang was holding a baseball bat in his hand, waving it as he spoke. He originally thought that buying water from Xia Nuan was already ridiculously expensive. But when he inquired at the official source, he found out that it could only get more expensive, with no limit to how expensive it could be. Although the authorities do accept valuable jewelry, the discounts are too steep. His other large gold chain could be exchanged for a case of water. It's still the kind that comes in a case of 12 bottles. Having Xia Nuan as a connection, he left immediately after learning the price, thinking it would be better to go back and exchange with the person on the 17th floor. Because he returned early, he was spared from being swept away by the flood yesterday. He's truly blessed with good fortune. Zhang Dayang felt that the aloof young woman on the 17th floor was simply his destined benefactor. Otherwise, he might have been one of those swept away by the flood. What happened upstairs? Xia Nuan frowned and asked somewhat urgently. After the water calmed down today, a lot of strangers barged into our building. I don't know who told them you had a lot of things and they could come and borrow them. So they all came to your door. I told my wife to keep an eye on things and come down to tell me if things got out of hand. My wife hasn't come down yet, so things probably haven't started yet. But I reckon it'll be soon. Upon hearing this, Xia Nuan quickly ran upstairs. There were only 2 people left at home, and she didn't know how many outsiders Zhang Dayang was talking about. She was afraid that if there were too many people, something might happen to her parents. When Xia Nuan reached the 15th floor, she could already hear the commotion upstairs. Upon climbing the stairs to the 16th floor, one would find the upper floor completely packed with people. Some people came to watch the spectacle, while others persisted in knocking on the door. Among the onlookers, the woman on the 8th floor wore a smug, gloating smile, but when he saw Xia Nuan and the others hurrying back, his smile vanished instantly, and he lowered his head as if afraid of attracting attention. But Xia Nuan didn't have time to pay attention to her right now. She coldly demanded, "What are you doing here?" The previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look in those pairs of greedy eyes, which had not yet been concealed, were like cold, venomous snakes, making people feel extremely disgusted and their scalps tingle. Who are you? If you want some food, get in line. Once we break down this door, you won't be left out. Xia Nuan and the others had just returned from being soaked in the rain and looked quite disheveled. The group of people mistook them for refugees like themselves and even felt a sense of shared misfortune. "This is my home," Xia Nuan spoke coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd as she roughly counted the heads. There were more than 20 people. "Your homes." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, but they didn't feel caught red-handed at all. They had originally intended to negotiate with the 17th floor, hoping to get some food from them. They had been knocking on the door repeatedly without receiving a response, which was why they were thinking of breaking in. Now that they actually saw someone, the group swarmed around them like flies. "This is your home, you're the resident who moved in. I heard you bought a lot of things and stockpiled a lot. More than you can eat. It's such a waste to just leave it to spoil. Why don't you lend us some?" "Yeah. There's no electricity right now, and the refrigerator won't work. You've stockpiled so much food. You can't possibly eat it all, please help us. It's not that we're short of money. It's just that our internet is down right now. So we can't pay you, the food we're offering isn't much. But we'll definitely compensate you 10-fold or 100-fold later." "Yeah, so." A group of men and women were talking all at once, making a real headache. Xia Mu wanted to step forward to fight, but Xia Nuan pulled her back. She raised her voice and shouted, "Who told you that my family has more food than we can eat?" "Oh, it's your building manager, that's the guy. Amidst the pushing and shoving of the crowd, a middle-aged, overweight, and unremarkable-looking man was pushed forward. He wasn't very tall, probably around 1.7 meters, and had a kind and honest face. His eyes darted around nervously, revealing a calculating and shrewd nature that didn't match his appearance. "Which floor are you on?" Xia Nuan had some impression of this person. She had seen him a few times in the building, but she had never spoken to him. What reason could a complete stranger have to inexplicably target their family? "I live on the 15th floor. You weren't here yesterday, so you wouldn't know what happened. We had a small meeting yesterday to elect a building manager to organize and help everyone get through this difficult time. I'm not very capable, but I was elected. So I'm now the building manager. We discussed it yesterday. The residents of this building should help each other. You all live in this building, so you must also abide by the building rules." The middle-aged man smiled Chinese letter ly, and spoke with the air of a minor leader. His previous work must have been related to this. But who consulted you? Xia Nuan didn't believe him at all. There were no kind people in this building. The eldest brother on the 9th floor, the love-struck shrew on the 8th floor, the two rich second-generation brothers on the 12th floor, and the Lu family on the 14th floor, none of them are good-tempered. Lu Jianchen in particular would never submit to anyone or obey their arrangements. It's easy to imagine how much of the so-called recommendation of building managers is questionable. Yesterday I knocked on doors one by one, the 8th, 10th, 12th, 13th, and 14th floors all agreed. It's a majority rule after all. I also asked the opinions of a few of your households. The residents of the 16th floor weren't there yesterday, and your two elders said they wouldn't participate, which means they implicitly agree not to compete for the building manager position. If you felt this rule was inappropriate, you should have come out last night and run for building manager. If you had been elected, we could have discussed the rules and decided according to your own ideas. But now that everyone has made their decision, we can only follow the rules we've set. What a fine example of the minority obeying the majority." Xia Nuan was so angry she laughed. The residents on the 1st floor live in their own private homes, yet they are still required to abide by inexplicable rules. "Do you think this is a prison? Take these people and get out of here. We're not involved. And we won't abide by your bullshit rules. If you keep dawdling, don't blame me for being impolite." Xia Nuan's face turned cold as she issued an ultimatum. The middle-aged man, however, was not to be outdone. He glanced at the people behind him, puffed out his chest, and replied defiantly, "We all live in the same building. Don't be so heartless. Young lady, what you're doing is immoral. I admit you're indeed formidable, ruthless, and vicious. But last time there were only 6 or 7 people. This time there are over 20, almost 30. You will suffer if a conflict breaks out." This already carried a threatening connotation, and Xia Nuan couldn't stand threats. To catch a thief, first catch his king. Since this middle-aged man thinks he is the king, let's make him submit first. Xia Nuan was about to take action when just then the door on the 17th floor, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. The sound of the door lock clicking drew everyone's attention away from Xia Nuan. They turned around and saw Xia Zhiguo's tall and muscular figure standing straight in the door, holding a large knife in his hand. "Ignoring you, kid. You really think you're something special? You don't think our family only has one capable daughter, do you? If you really can't handle it, why don't you give me a go?" Xia Zhiguo had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the light flickering intermittently, the smoke obscuring his face, and the large knife in his hand gleaming coldly. He's a bit like Jack the Ripper with the wrong weapon. The broadsword looked intimidating, but no one believed he could actually use it. The newcomers were unaware of Xia Nuan's notorious reputation, and the original residents of Building 12 only knew that Xia Nuan and her brother were fierce. They never took Xia's parents seriously. "Hey brother, don't be angry. We need to help each other in times of crisis to get through this together. You helped us today, so if you need anything tomorrow, we won't just ignore your rights. Relationships are reciprocal, don't be so stubborn. Making a scene won't do you any good for your reputation. Once this disaster is over, let's still be neighbors. The person on the 15th floor raised their hand and pressed it down, displaying an air of harmony and prosperity. You can't hit someone who's smiling. If someone else encountered this kind of person, they probably wouldn't be able to bring themselves to speak coldly to them, especially after he pointed it out. Anyone who still harbors even a sliver of hope that life will return to normal after the natural disaster will carefully consider his words. We're neighbors and now our relationship is so strained. How can I face anyone after this, unfortunately? Xia Nuan and her family knew that the natural disasters would never end, and the world had entered eternal night. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die in the future. Face, how much is that worth? Don't give me that nonsense. This is my front door, my home. I'm not your subordinate and you're not my boss. I don't need to listen to Yuan, I don't need to give you face. Either you train with me or get the hell out of here. Xia Zhiguo took a few more steps forward. His tall and imposing figure stood in front of a group of emaciated people, making him appear extremely majestic in comparison. Everyone else looked like little chicks, so frail and weak. Brother, why does Dad seem so much stronger? Xia Nuan recalled the first time she met her father. Apart from his slightly fierce appearance, his physique didn't seem much different from that of a middle-aged man who had gained weight. It's only been less than half a month, and Dad has already developed a muscular physique. The lines on his body are clearly not made of fat. His tall stature gives people a strong sense of security, but also a strong sense of intimidation. Dad's been exercising indoors these past few days. This is probably the result. Tears of envy streamed down Xia Mu's face. When he first transmigrated, Dad almost collapsed when he saw the layers of fat on his stomach. After all, Dad used to be a martial arts instructor and worked out all year round. Mom chose to marry Dad because of his perfect figure. After transmigrating, lost his physique, and his mother rolled her eyes at him for days on end, refusing to speak to him. That's why his father decided to work hard, locking himself at home and focusing all his energy on fitness. He also longed for his dad's physique, so strong and imposing, able to stand up for his sister when they were out and about, and speak with more authority. He's been exercising a lot these past few days, but he's only gotten a little stronger. He's nowhere near as strong as his dad. Individual physical constitution issues are really infuriating. To reach this level in just half a month, Dad is truly amazing. Xia Nuan didn't even know how to describe it. My dad's training speed is so incredible it's almost freakish. Even a bodybuilding coach would probably find it difficult to achieve that kind of result in a short time. Should we go up there to help? Xia Nuan asked quietly. No need, let Dad do his job, he finally got back in shape. If he doesn't contribute something now, he'll probably die of boredom. Xia Mu glanced at his mother standing behind his father. Sure enough, Mom was now standing inside, her eyes and heart completely focused on her husband, her admiration practically overflowing. Her two sons had no status whatsoever. My parents are my true loves. They're the ones who are truly pitiful. Brother, don't be so rude, there are so many people here. You can't possibly handle it all by yourself. Even with your son and daughter, it still wouldn't be enough. I'm not trying to forcibly take anything. I came here today to discuss it with you. I just wanted to say that if something uncontrollable happens, you'll be at a disadvantage. The man on the 15th floor was thick-skinned and remained steadfast in his appeasement policy, though he slightly altered his approach, starting with friendly persuasion followed by a bit of threat, employing both soft and hard tactics. I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you're going to do it, then get started. If not, then go back to your place. After Xia Zhiguo finished speaking, he immediately swung his long sword and slashed to the side. The person next to him jumped away immediately, the long knife grazing his body before striking the stair railing beside him. The handrail was cut in half, of the cut clean, revealing the solid iron pipe inside. If this blade were to strike a person, it would surely cleave them in two. The man who had just narrowly escaped losing his head was terrified. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he turned around, shoved the door open from the 15th floor, and cursed under his breath. You didn't even say coming here begging for food would be deadly. I quit, do whatever you want. One person leaves in a hurry and then a second and a third. They didn't want to get hurt at this critical juncture. After all, no one knew if they would become cannon fodder if a real fight broke out. They don't even have food knowing if they get injured. They probably won't survive. More and more people left. And those who remained gradually lost their courage. They all descended as if they had lost their parents, moving away from what they considered an extremely dangerous area. Seeing these people run away in fright after being stabbed, the man on the 15th floor was filled with disappointment and frustration. He couldn't possibly go toe-to-toe with the 17th floor by himself. So he had no choice but to back down. Since you're unwilling, then forget it. I came today to try and discuss it with them. We're not that short of anything. I'm sorry to bother you today, after saying Thaith ran away. His steps hurried, wanting only to escape this place as quickly as possible. Before the group had gone far, Xia Nuan turned around and called out to the retreating figure on the 15th floor. Oh, so your family isn't short of food. You only stood up for them, huh? I knew you didn't seem like such a shameless person. Besides, when the officials came to sell supplies a couple of days ago, your family seemed to have bought a lot of things. Enough to last a month or two. Of course you wouldn't be short. The figure on the 15th floor froze upon hearing these words. He turned around mechanically, a flash of anger and resentment crossing his eyes. I wronged you, you're such a good person, I'm so sorry. Xia Mu added with a smile, her good mood contrasting sharply with the embarrassed expression on the man's face on the 15th floor. Isn't it just that you want to be generous with other people's money? Didn't you want to be the building manager? Stand up for others and enjoy the taste of power. With great power comes great responsibility. Let the newly appointed building manager take on the task of ensuring those people are well fed and clothed. Xia Nuan stopped looking at him decisively, turned around, and ran upstairs to go home. Fu Yichin and Kaya Wanning, invited by Xia Mulso, went inside. The door was closed. This was Fu Yichin's first time on the 17th floor. He looked at the interior design of the building with surprise, finding it difficult to form an opinion. Almost all the hard furnishings are designed in a modern minimalist style. The place where the TV should have been in the living room has been replaced with a large European-style fireplace that is completely out of place with the decor. The sofa that was in the center of the living room had been moved to the four corners, and there wasn't even a rug in the middle, making it feel particularly empty. The windows looked very thick, as if they were double-glazed. No, it should be two pieces of glass stacked together. The typhoon did not damage the balcony or windows, but the house had a Syrian-style feel, as if the typhoon had quietly passed by. Xia Nuan caught a glimpse of the indescribable expressions on Fu Yichin and Kyo Wanning's faces out of the corner of her eye. Looking at her own living room and recalling the state of Fu Yichin's home, she suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed, actually. Their house was quite clean, but they didn't have time to renovate it. They only added what they thought was necessary, and some of the original decorations had to be demolished for these additions. So it looks awkward like this. Please sit wherever you like. Xia Nuan swallowed back what she was about to say. The sofa has been moved to the side and is being used as a dog bed. There's nowhere left to sit. At this moment, Fu Ying stepped forward and rescued her. Fu Ying took off her apron and warmly invited them over. It's rare for Xia Nuan and Xia Mu to bring friends over. Why don't you stay for a simple home-cooked meal? I've made quite a lot today, so please don't be shy. Come and sit here with nothing else to do at home. Fu Ying seemed to have nothing to do but cook. She doesn't need to go to work or be busy every day. Her son and daughter take care of things outside, and Xia Zhiguo does almost all the housework at home. If it weren't for her husband's terrible cooking, she probably wouldn't even have to cook. These days are easy, but my heart is weary. Things are different now than before. When people have free time, they tend to overthink and inevitably feel anxious. So every day, Fu Ying racks her brains to think of how to cook delicious meals for the children. Each time Ish makes a lot of food, enough to make Xia Nuan and her brother so full they can't walk. My mom really does cook a lot every day, and she gets angry if we can't finish it all. My sister and I are always so full we can barely eat anything. You guys should come over and help us share the load. Otherwise, if we haven't been home for a day and suddenly have to eat 2 days' worth of food, we'll probably burst. Xia Mu was right. Yesterday's flood was an unexpected event. Fu Ying hadn't expected the 2 children wouldn't come back, so she prepared the meal in advance when the flood came. She was anxious, constantly worried about the children's situation, fearing that the 2 of them would be gone forever. In order to avoid thinking the worst and to distract herself, Fu Ying hardly slept and kept busy in the kitchen. So she made an extra lot of food, their dining table, which could easily seat 12 people. It didn't even fit. Some of it was still on the stove. Looking at the table laden with a dazzling array of dishes, Xia Nuan was speechless, let alone Fu Yichen and his companion, who were visiting for the first time. It would be a waste not to eat so much food. The 2 hesitated for only a moment before following their suggestion and sitting down in the guest seats. Oh my, this baby is so fair and chubby, so cute. He's so well behaved, not making a sound. Has he eaten? If not, I'll go make him some milk. I still have some formula. Fu Ying was very warm and generous. She knew that the 2 children were not the type to bring just anyone home. The fact that they could be brought back proved that they could be trusted. Moreover, Fu Yichen had helped them before, so he's definitely not a bad person. Xia Nuan already gave me a can of goat milk powder, so I can feed him myself. Xia Nuan felt very embarrassed. They had only known each other for 1 night, and the other party had kindly taken her in. She had been eating and drinking for free, and had even taken some food and drinks with her. She felt extremely ashamed. Perhaps sensing her embarrassment, Fu Ying waved her hands repeatedly and said many polite words. After some back and forths, the little dumpling finally ended up in Fu Ying's hands. Cute and well-behaved babies are easy to like, especially for Fu Ying, who is about to become a grandmother. She loves babies like this the most, holding them in her arms and not wanting to let go, coaxing them like her precious darling. Please start eating. Make yourselves at home, don't be shy at this moment. Xia Zhiguo proved his worth by giving a call, and everyone picked up their chopsticks, except for Fu Ying, who was still playing with the baby. The person the head of the household can least control is his wife. Braised prawns radish and beef-fried eggplant fritters. Stir-fried pork slices, sweet and sour pork. Stir-fried eggplant potatoes and green peppers. Every dish on the table was distinctly northern in style. Xia Nuan loves salty food, and these dishes are incredibly attractive to her. Practically a magic trap, she wolfed down her food, quickly finishing 1 bowl, then turned around and asked for another. I feel like I've been eating a bit more lately. Before the typhoon hit, she could only eat about 1 bowl of rice per meal. After her mother's persistent feeding, she could now eat 3 bowls of rice per meal, but she would still feel slightly full after eating 1 bowl. These day 7 after eating a bowl of rice, I'm still hungry. Like a starving ghost reincarnated. Xia Nuan looked down at her stomach, which didn't seem to be getting any bigger, and showed no signs of becoming fat. Forget it, never mind. There's so much delicious food, let's eat first. After a whirlwind of eating, Xia Nuan ate 5 bowls of rice before finally putting down her chopsticks. She leaned back contentedly on the chair, her eyes crinkling into crescents with happiness. Let's not talk about serious matters while eating, lest it affect our appetite now that we're full. Everyone should be able to say what's on their mind. You didn't encounter any danger yesterday, did you? Xia Zhiguo spoke first, his biggest concern being the safety of his son and daughter. Both of them shook their heads in unison, and Xia Nuan answered in a softer voice. No, we sensed something was wrong from the beginning. We found a high-rise building and stayed there for the night. The flood didn't affect us, Dad. Where did the ship that was moored not far from the community go? Did the authorities evacuate? Upon hearing the mention of ships, Xia frowned immediately and let out a long sigh. The area where the ship was moored wasn't spacious. After all, this wasn't a dock. Besides the anchor, there was nothing to secure the ship. The floodwaters came too quickly, and those few anchors were simply insufficient to keep the ship stable. Several times 7 standing on the nearby structures. We nearly capsized. The authorities had no choice but to evacuate. The authorities evacuated all the ships and moved to the empty central square. The central square is located in the city center, on elevated ground, making it a relatively safe location. Furthermore, the city center was an extremely prosperous area before the apocalypse, and the underwater buried resources were abundant and easy to retrieve. This way, they won't have to compete with the surrounding residents for supplies, and they can also ensure that the government receives supplies. For those unwilling to salvage supplies, the distance to the central square is roughly the same regardless of where they are in the city. Xia Nuan was not surprised by this evacuation location or the official evacuation. There was no flood in the past, but the officials also chose to set up camp in open areas after the rain subsided. And the timing and decision were roughly the same. It won't have much of an impact on our family. Xia Nuan has no intention of wandering into official territory. It was even more chaotic there than outside. Everyone was unable to move easily on the water, and most of the people they encountered were scattered individuals searching for supplies. Unless it was a gang like Brother Liu's, they wouldn't encounter any real danger, however. According to the authorities, the crowds were extremely dense both on and off the ship. The danger level has increased exponentially, sigh. The official evacuation isn't the problem. The issue is their indifference yesterday. Many people were near the ships last night, and when the flood suddenly came, the ships sped away as fast as they could, and nobody cared about those swept away. As soon as Xia finished speaking, the atmosphere at the dining table became heavy. The ship's decisive departure, regardless of the reason, appeared to outsiders as disregard for the lives of those around it, proving that the people had been abandoned. People's hearts are already restless. This action will only make the world's order more chaotic. Xia Nuan carefully recalled everything that happened right after the apocalypse in her previous life. How did it evolve into the apocalyptic state it is today? When the typhoon struck, the authorities issued a warning. At the time, not many people died, but all the supplies were submerged underwater. Even with emergency salvage efforts, not much could be recovered. The continuous rainy days meant that the grain, already submerged in water, couldn't be dried properly, and large quantities of it became moldy. Very little of the grain that had been sealed early on was salvaged. With so many people and so many mouths to feed, there isn't enough to eat. Their homes were flooded, and there wasn't enough space for them to live. Food that wasn't too moldy and that had been sealed well in advance was taken out for sale. The remaining moldy food was used to help those who couldn't afford to buy food, as well as those who were homeless living in shelters. Moldy grain can cause stomach upset, and many people have died as a result. The official reputation and image plummeted in the public eye. The grain that was sold did not have any food safety issues, but it was criticized for being too expensive. But there's nothing we can do about it, after all. A batch of grain still needs to be reserved specifically for the internal government, so that those who maintain order and need to go out to deal with emergencies can be fed first, in order to ensure that order will not be too chaotic. Therefore, there were not many incidents of burning, killing, and looting during that period, however. One decision after another that was not in the best interest of the people gradually caused them to lose confidence in the government. Even within the official system, there are those who line their own pockets. I remember the black market boss initially started by smuggling official supplies and secretly doing underground business, and gradually rose to power. There are many people like him, Those who were caught were executed on the spot, while those who weren't caught are mostly thriving in the post-apocalyptic world. People were spreading rumors that the authorities had hoarded large quantities of supplies. Inflated prices squeezed money from the people and didn't care about their lives. They said the situation was rotten to the core, and that instead of begging and pleading every day, spending money and suffering injustice, it was better to take control and become the masters of their own destiny. The most chaotic incident involved hundreds of people gathering together and sneaking onto the ship in the dead of night, claiming to be robbing the rich to help the poor, intending to simply steal the ship. Xia Nuan wasn't entirely sure how the matter was resolved in the end. She only knew that many people died that day. Then the official organization inexplicably fell apart. The patrolmen weren't patrolling, and those who were supposed to handle matters had all abandoned their duties. Xia Nuan guessed that the authorities must have suffered losses during that chaos. And the losses were not small, of course. There is also a group that firmly supports the official stance. But their numbers are too small, and their voices are gradually being drowned out. After that, no one from the government ever came forward to maintain social order again. People have become accustomed to this chaotic lifestyle, completely regressing to the most primitive form of society. So far, most of the changes have been weather-related, with some unexpected natural disasters occurring suddenly, and typhoons that were supposed to happen later appearing earlier. But events involving people don't seem to have changed much. If that gang of over 100 robbers from my past life were still around, the times they would have made their move would probably be. Today, Dad, I have to go out in a bit, and I might be back a little late tonight. My brother can go with me. That guy on the 15th floor probably won't let this go. Make sure the doors are locked. The emergency exit doors are locked so he can't get in. Xia Nuan felt she had to join in the fun. It wasn't that she wanted to take advantage of the situation, but rather she wanted to find out what exactly happened that night in her past life, how much the authorities lost, and how this accelerated the degeneration of society. Just by watching from afar without participating, one can probably guess the general idea. Someone has to stay home to watch over things. Xia Nuan witnessed the power of her father's stab today. Xia Nuan felt very relieved to leave her elderly father at home. My sister and I are going out towards the rare, you coming, buddy? Xia Mu turned to Fu Yichen and asked. Fu Yichen nodded slightly, indicating that he wanted to travel together. Xia Nuan opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to join in. But Xia Nuan stopped her. You stay here and keep watch. It's not safe outside tonight, and having you with us might make things difficult. I'll go get you a tent in a bit, Xia Nuan spoke very bluntly. But Xia Nuan did not show any dissatisfaction. She was well aware of her own fighting abilities. She might be much stronger than the average person, but her strength and agility were just like a normal woman's. In addition, she hadn't been eating enough and was quite weak. In case of an emergency, she might really become a burden. Xia Nuan went back to her room, found a tent in her spatial storage, and grabbed a few blankets and quilts. They set up a temporary shelter for Xia Nuan right in front of their own doorstep. There is a distance between the entrance and the main gate of the emergency exit. As long as you stand behind that gate, you are likely to be safe. Fu Ying forcibly kept the baby in the house, a human infant who knew nothing. There was no need to guard against him. Since he had already been rescued, it was better to let him stay as comfortably as possible. Not long after arriving home, Xia Nuan and her two companions were ready to set off again. When I went downstairs, I saw a lot of people gathered on the 15th floor. Clearly, Xia Nuan's shout had an effect. They all believed that the 15th floor had a large amount of supplies. They had even organized them to coerce the 17th floor. Speaking with such righteous indignation, they thought that with a little moral blackmail, they might be able to get food from the 15th floor. It doesn't matter who kindly helped them. The most important thing now is to survive. Xia Nuan only glanced at them briefly before ignoring them. When she reached the 9th floor, Zhang Dayang, who had tipped them off earlier, was still standing at the door. Seeing Xia Nuan come down, he happily clung to her. "Hey girls, are you heading out? Can I come along? I'm strong enough to help you carry things. I can dive and swim. And I'm really good at fighting. I just need a ride on a boat." Zhang Dayang tried his best to appear amiable. Having struggled at the bottom of society, he knew very well what it meant to be tactful and that if he wanted help from others, he had to show his usefulness. He did try to avoid the flood yesterday, but not completely. He returned home early and had barely reached the bottom of his building when the floodwaters came crashing in. He was climbing back into his house when he watched helplessly as his inflatable boat was swept away by the flood. Now that he had no means of transportation, he had no choice but to find someone to share his ride with. Otherwise, if the household supplies only go out and don't come in, it won't last long. Xia Nuan had a neutral impression of this man. What she was going to do tonight was quite dangerous. So having another person would be like having another helper. She didn't hesitate for long before nodding slightly. But she had to say the unpleasant things first. "You can bring him, but we'll be back very late today and won't be able to bring you back early. If there are any boats left behind by others along the way, you can pick them up and sail them over yourself. But we won't change our itinerary for you." Of course, no problem if they could get out. They would have a chance to find supplies. Zhang Dayang slapped his thigh and agreed very readily. And the trio became a team of 4, climbing out of the window. The water flow outside was still quite rapid. We tried to stay along routes with elevated buildings to avoid another flood. Xia Nuan and her brother made plans yesterday to visit the Science Museum and the nearby gas stations. Today's itinerary remains unchanged. Our next destinations are still these 2 places. She first found the nearest gas station, and then dived into the water with Fu Yichen and Zhang Dayang. Gas stations usually have supermarkets. Zhang Dayang and Fu Yichen had a clear goal: to swim directly towards the supermarket and find something to eat and drink. Xia Nuan looked down and saw an oil tanker truck parked behind the supermarket. That spot happened to be a blind spot inside the supermarket. Xia Nuan circled around to the tanker truck and directly stored it in her spatial storage. A single gas station was enough to make them return fully loaded. Even with 2 additional kayaks, the amount of supplies they could take wasn't particularly large. The 3 of them made 5 or 6 trips back and forth, and they filled the 2 kayaks almost completely. "Are you going back?" Xia Nuan asked Fu Yichen and Zhang Dayang. Fu Yichen shook his head slightly, while Zhang Dayang hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I want to go back. It's really not safe to be out with so much stuff." "Then you should take the supplies back first. There's a spare engine here." Xia Nuan didn't want to slow down by carrying a bunch of supplies. And since Zhang Dayang was planning to leave anyway, she figured she might as well let him take the supplies back first. She wasn't afraid that Zhang Dayang would embezzle all the supplies. They were just strangers who met by chance. So there was no fear of ruining their relationship over these supplies. If Zhang Dayang did have any inappropriate ideas, Xia Nuan was confident that she could get the supplies back and also see if this person was someone she could trust. Zhang Dayang is not short-sighted. He has built such a large business. Xia Nuan trusts him and he will not betray that trust. He could always tell the difference between a full meal and a regular meal. "Okay, then I'll take the things back first. When you get back, knock on my doors, and we'll divide the supplies then." Zhang Dayang didn't ask how the supplies should be divided. Even if he lost out a little, he could still get quite a bit. The 4 parted ways. Fu Yichen didn't ask the 2 siblings where they were going, and silently scooped water from the boat. Xia Mu steered the vehicle directly towards the Science Museum. Upon arriving at this place, it was time for Xia Nuan to use her spatial abilities. This time Xia Mu volunteered to go into the water, and Fu Yichen became the one guarding the boat. Fu Yichen was puzzled by this allocation but respected it. Watching the 2 siblings disappear into the water, he sat on the boat gradually falling into deep thought. Actually, he didn't need to come along this time. He had enough food and drink at home and could last for several months without leaving the house. But his intuition told him he should follow. More accurately, they should follow the two siblings. Having never made friends before, Fu Yichen didn't know how to get close to someone, so he could only use this method to get closer to the two siblings from the Xia family. The doors of the Science Museum were wide open, and Xia Nuan and her companions swam in without any hindrance. Most of the items displayed in the exhibition hall were models. Only those that weren't particularly valuable and were available for sale were the real, high-quality materials. Xia Nuan swam directly towards the area open to the public. She immediately spotted a thermal suit. This is a newly developed product. The clothing is made of a special material that can insulate against high temperatures, but is not cold-resistant. Even if ordinary flames come into direct contact, it would be difficult to burn this garment. The thermal underwear has been sitting in the exhibition hall for a long time. Its function seems rather useless in a harmonious society. But at this moment it might come in handy sometime. There are 10 sets of clothes in total, each priced at 2 million, an astonishingly high price. If it weren't for the high price, it wouldn't have sat here for so long without anyone buying it. Xia Nuan carefully took the clothes off the display stand and put them in her space. When she turned around, she met a pair of eyes. Those eyes were fixed on her, revealing no emotion. Being approached so silently, and having the entire process of storing the item into her spatial storage witnessed, Xia Nuan was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. How could there be anyone here? If someone were to dive in underwater, Fu Yichen couldn't possibly not give any signal. He was supposed to pull the rope when someone approached. The Science Museum is only so big, and the water surface is completely flat. There's no way Fu Yichen couldn't see it. Should we silence them, etc.? No, this isn't a living person. This person stood upright on the ground, wearing a pure white bodysuit, with long hair flowing upwards. They stared at each other for more than a minute without blinking, ignoring the buoyancy of water and without any life support equipment. This is absolutely not something a true carbon-based organism could do. Xia Nuan slowly swam towards the other person, the two getting so close they were only a meter apart. But the person remained motionless as Xia Nuan got closer. She realized that the other person's skin and features were abnormally delicate. She tentatively reached out and poked the other person's arm. Hard, it really isn't a living person, butler robot. No. 7 is at your service, how can I help you, a cold, monotonous mechanical voice sounded. And the woman blinked twice, her mouth opening and closing. The sound was somewhat muffled underwater, but still clear enough. Xia Nuan was astonished. It was actually a lifelike robot. It can still move after being submerged underwater for so long. And its appearance is so realistic. It must be cutting-edge technology. Finding it is like winning the lottery. Xia Nuan's fingers trembled with excitement. With a thought threw the robot into her spatial storage. She immediately closed her eyes to check the spatial storage, her mind momentarily blanking out. What about robots? She just put it away, it's such a huge robot. After searching several warehouses without finding the robot, Xia Nuan quickly checked other parts of the space and finally found the motionless robot next to the farmland. This thing can actually ignore the rules of the spatial storage and appear in the farmland. If possible, could robots help her cultivate the land and upgrade her space? If a few more robots like this worked in the space, wouldn't she be able to just lie down and relax? Xia Nuan rubbed her hands excitedly, eager to find out if the robot could operate as she had imagined, and immediately flashed into the space. I walked around the robot once from the outside. The robot looked completely natural, without any signs of splicing. I just don't know how flexible it is, or how to provide it with the necessary power. Is it still running? Xia Nuan muttered to herself. And the robot immediately responded, butler robot. No. 7 is at your service, how can I help you, what can you do? Xia Nuan asked tentatively, and the robot paused for a moment before giving an answer. Functions include house cleaning, organization, financial management, schedule, reminder, alarm clock, meal planning, shopping, cooking, and laundry. For other functions, 7 needs to learn them before it can operate. How can you learn to farm? The robot has many functions. But Xia Nuan doesn't need any of them. So we need to develop functions that are beneficial to her. Recording mode is now enabled. Teaching can be conducted through written input or physical demonstrations. Action demonstration. Xia Nuan rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. Then turned around, took out seeds from the seed box, and scattered them on the farmland. All the fields were planted and she chose the wheat, which ripens the fastest, and harvested it after waiting a while. After demonstrating the planting process once, Xia Nuan turned to the robot and asked, "Did you learn it?" Entered currently recognizing. 7 took a moment to think, then immediately took action. They also used wheat seeds, which were automatically harvested at the designated time. It seems they've learned how to do it. 007 got busy and, after watching for a while, Xia Nuan finally noticed something was wrong. Why does this robot only know how to grow wheat? Of all the seeds in the warehouse, wheat is the least valuable. Xia Nuan only chooses wheat when she is staying in the space for a long time or when she needs to accelerate the training of her mental strength. The rest of the time, we choose to plant seeds that mature very slowly. Xia Nuan decided to observe for a while longer. She's almost finished with the wheat seeds she bought last time, and she estimates that 7 won't be able to grow wheat anymore soon. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, the wheat seeds were all used up. 007 opened the seed box and, finding nothing it needed, immediately stopped all activity. He slowly returned to Xia Nuan's side and stood still, like a wooden stake. What's with this feeling of being both intelligent and somewhat mentally challenged? With such an amazing appearance and flexibility, couldn't the system be a bit better? Xia Nuan was dismayed to discover that in order to achieve fully automated planting, she had to plant all the seeds herself. Well, as long as it works, it's fine. Even if it's a bit of a hassle, so be it. This is just a one-time hassle, after which you can enjoy a carefree life with your hands free. Xia Nuan quickly adjusted her mindset and prepared to demonstrate the robot to the robot after returning home. Now we're back in the science museum. I saw my brother as soon as I came out. Xia Mu was searching for Xia Nuan like a headless fly when she suddenly appeared, startling him. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was his younger sister. He pointed to the right, as if to indicate that Xia Nuan should follow him. Xia Nuan nodded, waved her arms, and followed. The two walked through several venues, turning left and right until they arrived at a relatively secluded place. Several cars are parked here. A 4-wheeled motorcycle with huge wheels. A 2-wheeled motorcycle and a strangely shaped car. Xia Mu pointed to the 3 vehicles, gesturing with his hands as if he were loading things. Xia Nuan was reluctant to put away the cars that had been submerged in water for so long. But seeing her brother's anxious look, she reluctantly took up half of the warehouse and put all 3 cars into her space. The two went around one last time, and Xia Nuan felt that she had already collected everything Xia Mu wanted. In the end, she would take whatever Xia Mu wanted. Even the odds and ends that showed half of the mechanical body were taken in. Xia Nuan felt like a scavenger and right now, no one looked more like a scavenger than her. After finally finishing collecting the junk, Xia Nuan picked up some small trinkets near the door. Many of the shops around the Science Museum sell electronic products. Xia Nuan gathered several drones, walkie-talkies, high-powered flashlight, solar charging panels, and other items that wouldn't easily get damaged by water and packed them together. Back on the boat, Fu Yichen was still diligently scooping water. A nearly 1.9-meter tall, muscular man was scooping water with a small basin in one corner of the rowboat, his expressionless face and serious demeanor giving him a strangely endearing look. Hearing the commotion in the waters, Fu Yichen put down the basin and pulled the 2 of them up. The bag fell open, revealing its contents, and Fu Yichen's expression showed understanding. In situations where communication with the outside world is impossible, taking these things home is indeed a last resort. Let's go check out the official ships. We haven't been on one in so long. Xia Nuan sat up straight and held on tight. Finalizing the last itinerary. The Science Museum is quite far from the central square. It takes more than 10 minutes to get there at full speed. Sure enough, from a distance, we could see a lot of people going in and out under the large ship in the central square. There are 2 ships like this, each moored on the left and right sides, with a gap of about 20 or 30 meters between them. Xia Mu randomly chose a ship and approached it, observing the people around him. Almost all of them were young and middle-aged men, and those who came all traveled in groups of at least 3, one guarding the ship's deck, and the other 2 boarding together. This behavior, almost a tacit agreement among survivors, also indicates that even under the watchful eyes of the authorities, safety is not guaranteed. There must have been an incident where someone was alone, or a same as *x couple was robbed for everyone to be so wary. The appearance of Xia Nuan and her 2 companions attracted the attention of many people. They were quite good-looking, and despite enduring so many days of flooding, they still had rosy complexions, clearly indicating they hadn't gone hungry. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at her. Under so many eyes staring at her, Xia Nuan just wanted to grab a mask and cover her face immediately. I'm so embarrassed. Finally, they lined up and climbed onto the ship, where lighting was mainly provided by kerosene lamps. The transaction took place on the upper deck. With 3 decks below, the people in line had already climbed up to the second deck below. The rest of the ship's deck was covered by cloth, so nothing could be seen behind it, with a fully armed soldier standing guard in front of the curtain. There's virtually no chance of trouble. The line moved forward slowly, taking almost 2 hours to reach the front. Xia Nuan took out several diamond rings from her pocket. Diamonds are valuable primarily because humans have attributed other meanings to them. Space doesn't recognize them at all. Their price is much lower than gold and silver, so Xia Nuan simply kept them instead of selling them as junk. It's perfect for trading goods right now. The grain selling area consisted of only 1 large desk, in front of which stood 3 tall, well-dressed men. Behind them were neatly piled supplies. Resembling small mountains, there was grain water, and some vegetables and meat that were beginning to wilt. In addition, there are several large freezers on both sides, filled with sealed relatively fresh ingredients. What do you want to buy? Can I buy it with this? Xia Nuan took out 4 rings the size of pigeon eggs and placed them on the table in front of her. The man on the far left picked up the ring and examined it closely, seemingly trying to determine if it was real or fake. He looked at it for a long time before putting it down and nodding slightly. Sure, but diamonds are very cheap right now. These 4 rings will be worth 1 million after the discount. Here's the price list for the supplies. Are you sure you want to exchange them all? The man tapped on the paper beside him. Food prices have gone up again. Clean rice has risen to 1,500 yuan per kilogram, and rice that has been soaked in water costs 800 yuan per kilogram. Vegetables cannot be selected, are randomly priced at 3,000 yuan per kilogram. The same applies to meat, which is priced at 5,000 yuan per kilogram. The cheaper items are daily necessities and non-essential items. For example, the price of toothpaste and shampoo has increased by about 10 times, which isn't as exaggerated as some people think. The same applies to pots, pans, and bowls. The prices of items like gas cylinders, diesel fuel, and candles have increased 1,000-fold, and even then, quantities are specifically marked to inform survivors that they are about to sell out. Scary if she hadn't prepared in advance. Xia Nuan felt she would have become one of those heroes who were stumped by a single penny. She had only inquired about the officially sold supplies once in her previous life, and she had no idea that the premium could be so exaggerated by now. Exchange them, they're useless to us anyway, so we might as well exchange them for something useful. Xia Nuan pretended to be in pain and gritted her teeth to agree. A ring the size of a pigeon would fetch tens of millions in the post-apocalyptic world, and 4 of them together would only be worth 1 million. It would be strange if you didn't feel the pinch. Could you gentlemen please wait a moment? My brother and I need to discuss what we want to buy. Xia Nuan wasn't the first person to make this request, and the salesperson nodded in agreement. Seemingly unsurprised. You only have 5 minutes, hurry up and decide. Xia Mu also glanced at the items officially for sale. Most of them were not things they urgently needed. The most useful items for them were probably fuel and gas cylinders. Get Fu Yichin some more food and water. A few more gas cylinders, a gas stove and some more candles. Also buy more toilet paper and other consumables. Xia Mu's mind worked incredibly fast. After a few mental calculations, he quickly came up with the best plan for purchasing supplies. Not a single penny will be left just right. Once the purchase was confirmed, someone immediately and efficiently packed the items. The items were packed very quickly and thoughtfully. They were placed in black bags so from the outside. No one could tell what was inside. Xia Mu picked up the bag and, following the directions given by the staff, walked out from the other side with Xia Nuan. The area above the deck is a restricted zone, and all entrances are heavily guarded. How could such a tight security defense be breached by just over 100 people? There's still a long time before something bad happens. Having figured out the general routes in and out of the ship, Xia Nuan didn't want to wait idly there after disembarking. She circled back to the entrance, intending to go back and deliver something. The kayak set off as usual, but before it had gone more than 100 meters, a small fishing boat suddenly rushed out and blocked their way. Xia Nuan immediately became alert. Her gaze turning hostile. Do what? The man on the fishing boat grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. His expression was somewhat obsequious and ingratiating, not like someone who is about to rob or cause trouble. Hey, do you guys want some fish? Guaranteed fresh fish. You can trade it for rice noodles, vegetables, meat, anything. So they were planning to do business. Xia Nuan breathed a slight sigh of relief and looked up at the other party's fishing boat, which was empty and bare. Where are the fish? We need to check the goods. Fresh fish is definitely much better than the wilted vegetables you get from the official store. Xia Mu originally bought these to reach the minimum order amount, so exchanging them for fresh fish wouldn't be a bad idea. Sure, shall we inspect the goods here? Or will you come with me? Go get it, I'll wait here. Okay, I'll be right back in 5 minutes. The man readily agreed and steered the fishing boat away into the distance. The boat moved quickly back and forth when it returned. There was a middle-aged woman on board, along with 2 large iron basins. One of the 2 iron basins contained dead fish, but judging from the state of their eyes, they had only recently died. The other basin was full of live fish, which were jumping and frolicking with great energy. Live fish, 1 pound of soaked rice for 1 pound in exchange. Dead fish, 1 pound of soaked rice for 5 pounds in exchange. If you want anything else, we'll calculate separately. You can decide how much you want, any amount you like. If you enjoy the meal, you can come back to me. I do business here every day. How do I replace rice that wasn't soaked in water? Xia Nuan didn't buy any soaking rice. It would be useless to take it back. They all had clean food to eat and the rings were free anyway, so there was no need to consider their cost-effectiveness. The man on the fishing boat froze and, after a long pause, asked in surprise, "You're willing to trade uncooked rice for fish? Fish is difficult to store, and pickling requires a lot of salt. The price of seasonings isn't much lower than that of food these days. So most people who trade fish with him are exchanging their less desirable stored grains for some fresh food. Some of them were even moldy rice. This was the first time he had encountered something like this, exchanging fresh rice for fish. Right, Xia Nuan nodded, the sudden surprise leaving the man somewhat at a loss. No one's ever done this before. How about this? New rice is 5 or 6 times more expensive than soaked rice. Since you're a new customer, I won't rip you off. How about 1 pound for 2 pounds of live fish? Okay, I'll take all the live fish in this pot. Weigh them for me. Xia Nuan pointed to the large basin of live fish and watched as the other person took them out one by one to be weighed. The man used the most primitive hanging scale, and every fish he caught was very fresh. None of them were fake or misleading. Since they were already waiting, Xia Mu, feeling bored, started chatting with another person on the fishing boat. "Dude, you guys caught so many fish, you're really lucky." Xia Mu gave a thumbs up in praise. And the other person grinned, looking quite honest and simple. "No way. These weren't caught there from our own fish farm. We couldn't rent a fish pond before, so we rented a few warehouses to raise fish. When the typhoon came, the water flooded, and it took our whole family a long time to get the fish to our high-rise building. Let me tell you, the only live fish worth eating in the whole city is from our place. So if anyone tries to sell you fish in the future, don't pay them any attention." The man spoke with a heavy local accent, clearly not a local. Xia Mu looked puzzled and followed up on his question, asking, "Why, what's wrong with other people's fish?" "Brother, don't get me wrong. We're not saying this to steal your business. It's just that the fish other people sell aren't clean. They're all fish caught directly from the water, and nobody knows what they ate before. Last time there was this guy who sold fish like us. He tried to steal our business by selling them much cheaper. And he sold a lot, but the next day, someone came to his door saying they found a human finger inside one of the fish. It was terrifying. As soon as the man finished speaking, the man weighing the items nearby immediately pulled him up, almost dragging him into the water. "What's wrong, bro? Why are you pulling me?" The man was simple-minded and didn't get angry even though he almost fell into the water. He just stared with innocent eyes, looking completely bewildered. "People come to buy fish, and you're just trying to annoy them with those words. Shut your mouth," the man glared at him, then turned to Xia Mu with a fawning smile. "My brother is young and doesn't understand. Please don't take it to heart. Our fish would never have that problem. Besides, we're the only fishmonger around here now. The person he mentioned got beaten up badly, and since then no one dares to bring fish of unknown origin to sell. We run an honest business, so you three can rest assured. It's all right, you can continue with your weighing. It won't affect our business. Were the official ships docked here before?" Xia Mu smiled good-naturedly, seeing that they really had no objections. The man breathed a sigh of relief and started chatting casually. "Yes, there were always 2 boats here. But when the flood came yesterday, all the other boats were evacuated. The officials were all here before. So how come there was a fight when this topic was brought up?" The man immediately curled his lip, revealing a look of disgust and helplessness. "Sigh, apart from the boat, nobody cares anywhere else. Didn't you say? That family of 3 who came out to sell fish were beaten so badly. They didn't even spare a teenager. Especially the man, his genitals were completely ruined. The woman swam to the ship for help, but nobody paid any attention when she came back. The group of people who beat them up had already run away. She could only slink away with her husband and son. And I've never seen them since. If you ask me, this world is about to descend into chaos. Look at this weather, it's leaving no way out for anyone. And the attitude of those people over there, tusk, tusk, tusk." The man spoke while pursing his lips and shaking his head. He didn't dare to be too explicit, but simply nodded his head in the direction of the ship, which was enough to make his meaning very clear. Life is tough these days. It's tough at first, but in the end, it's us ordinary folks who suffer the most. Look at this basin of fish, it doesn't actually weigh much. My family originally planned to raise them until the end of the year before selling them. We don't have much grain stored up and our house isn't big. Keeping so many fish here would be terrible. Several die every day, we simply can't afford the losses. It's better to sell them and exchange them for some grain. By the way, if you run into that group I just told you about buying fish, be sure to stay far away, don't confront them. The most obvious sign is that the leader has a scar on his face. The man mentioned it briefly, and Xia Nuan, who had initially taken it as a joke, instantly became serious. The man with the scar on his face and his arrogant attitude sounds like a black market boss from a past life. Is the scarred man you mentioned someone with triangular eyes, slanted eyebrows, a downturned mouth, weighing around 200 pounds and about 1.85 meters tall. Xia Nuan described all the physical characteristics of the black market boss. Looking at the man expectantly, the man slapped his thigh, nearly dropping the scale in his hand, and frantically steadied it. Yes. It's the person you're talking about. You've already met them, they are really fierce. I heard they used to be convicts and after they were released, they didn't do anything good. Apparently they work as loan sharks and debt collectors. They're ruthless and vicious. We can't afford to mess with them. They also rob people all the time. If my brother and I weren't quick-witted and kept our distance whenever we saw them, we would have been robbed long ago. They're all so fat and strong. I wonder how many times they've robbed to become like that in these times of scarcity. He's undoubtedly the black market boss these days. Only the wicked thrive while the good are almost all gone. Xia Nuan responded with a few words of agreement, then said nothing more at this point. The man had finished weighing the rice, and Xia Nuan counted out the corresponding amount. After the other party had weighed the rice, the transaction was considered complete. As the two brothers were about to leave, Xia Nuan asked, seemingly casually, "When and where does that group of people you mentioned usually hang out? Let's try to avoid them." "Oh, they live in this area not far away. They usually come over at night, during the day. The ship doesn't completely ignore them. If anyone causes trouble, they'll just give them a token check." As the fishing boats gradually sailed away, Xia Nuan and her group went home as planned from a distance. We could see the man on the 9th floor craning his neck to look out the window. As soon as he saw them, He started waving frantically, probably waiting there on purpose. "What are you doing waiting here?" Xia Nuan noticed that he hadn't brought anything with him and asked him in confusion. "Oh dear, there are so many people blocking the way upstairs. They're all taking refuge in this building. They've simply made their home in the emergency exit. I can't move all this stuff by myself, and I'm afraid they'll take it all if I leave. So I can only wait here for you to come back." Zhang Dayang spoke with helplessness. He had only taken 2 steps upstairs after returning when he bumped into someone. The person looked at the supplies in his hands, and the greed in their eyes was almost overflowing. The prophet couldn't just go up there so casually, so he pulled his foot back and stood there in the wind, waiting patiently until now. Having too many people in the building is troublesome, but they can't restrict other people's personal freedom. Xia Nuan nodded helplessly and beckoned her brother to help carry the supplies and the boat up. There were exactly 4 people. 2 of the 3 kayaks were filled with grime, and 1 was specifically for carrying people. When it was free, we simply covered it with supplies and took everything up in one go. They went up to the 9th floor first, intending to divide the items with Zhang Dayang. No one bothered to discuss who contributed more to the trip. They all tacitly chose to split it equally. The 4 people divided into 4 groups, and Zhang Dayang helped them move the remaining supplies to the 16th floor before leaving. The first serious collaboration went fairly well, and now we finally have partners to go out and search for supplies with. After arriving home, Xia Nuan first received a loving meal from her mother, and then mysteriously dragged Xia Mu into her room. "Brother, I've got something good to show you." Xia Nuan couldn't wait to show off her unexpected gain today. Suddenly a living person appeared before the 2 of them. The nanny robot that had been stored in their spatial dimension reappeared before them. Xia Mu's eyes widened and she asked, bewildered and confused, "Little sister, did you take in a human-shaped figurine?" Xia Mu knew that the space couldn't accommodate living beings from the outside world, and looking at the lifelike yet lifeless robots, the only thing he could think of was figurines. "No, this is a robot, her name is Seven." Xia Nuan smiled smugly, then touched Seven's shoulder. Seven's mouth opened and closed, but it was still the same original voice. "Butler robot, no. Seven is at your service, how can I help you?" When the robot spoke, Xia Mu remained calm. He looked the robot up and down, rested his chin on his hand, and nodded in agreement. "It's not bad, the appearance is decent. Only the appearance is decent. Dude, your standards are way too high. This robot can even help me farm. But I have to demonstrate it to her before she can learn and start working. I plan to take some time to demonstrate the planting process for all the seeds in the space. So I can free my hands. Xia Nuan wasn't very satisfied with her brother's bland performance. It made her look like a country bumpkin so dull. That's a bit like artificial intelligence being disabled. Everything needs to be trained first. Doesn't it have its own algorithms? Xia Mu showed surprise this time. But he was surprised that the robot didn't seem as intelligent as it appeared. How was I supposed to know I got this robot by accident? And there wasn't even an instruction manual. She just said she wanted to demonstrate or input materials from books for learning. Since there was no manual in the space for her to learn from, I had to demonstrate it myself. A normal robot should also have its own deductive reasoning capabilities. This robot's appearance is indeed very sophisticated, representing top-tier technology. But the system isn't very well made. I suspect it's an exhibit. So they specifically created a low-level system. Let me study it and fix it for you. After careful consideration, Xia Mu gave a leisurely reply. Brother, can you still modify her program? Xia Nuan felt that her older brother was like a treasure trove. The more you dug, the more you found. When it came to handicrafts, was there anything her brother couldn't do? Even modifying the robot's program is possible. Of course, it has its own original program. Adding some things to it isn't difficult for me. But I need to find the program chip first, get me a computer. Since there's no internet, we can only modify it using a cable. Also, find me all kinds of charger cables. And don't forget your USB drives with all sorts of random data. As he spoke, Xia Mu began to work on the robot, exploring its body. He seemed to know this kind of thing very well. He just touched it a few times and found a button on the back. Pressing down caused the skin to dent. And then a spring appeared on the back, revealing the internal machinery. Xia Nuan tried to find the spot herself for a long time, but she couldn't find it at all. Professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. Xia Nuan took out a perfectly good laptop from her spatial storage and then took out various types of data cables. After much searching, Xia Mu finally found a usable keyboard with both ends connected. His fingers flew across the keyboard like a pianist playing the piano. When the older brother is seriously getting things done, he seems to radiate a special light, which inexplicably adds to his charm. Even Xia Nuan, who used to look at her brother as if she were looking in a mirror, suddenly began to appreciate his handsomeness. Xia Nuan couldn't understand any of the strings of data displayed on the screen, and sat on the side watching like a bag. Just as she was getting sleepy, Xia Mu finally finished pressing the last button. Raised her hand on, stretched. It's done. Oh, it's done already. Yes, I was right. The robot's underlying program was actually quite perfect, but it hadn't been properly tuned and had some limitations, so it could only perform simple commands. Now that I've modified it, its learning ability is incredibly strong. I've also input all the information you downloaded before. Now this robot is a walking encyclopedia. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can just ask it and it will answer immediately. And your space planting, it will learn it after just one run. This time it was Xia Mu's turn to be smug. He held his head high, quite pleased with his sister's adoring gaze, and patted the dog's head with a smile, offering an even bigger treat. If you like this robot, I can make you a few more. But I don't have enough materials right now, so they might be a bit rough around the edges. A walking encyclopedia. A fully intelligent farming manager. With an incredibly sturdy casing, there's no reason to ever want too much of something this good. Xia Nuan had just taken a bite when she suddenly remembered the gun her brother had given her last time. The guns are so crudely made, it's one thing. But what if the robots were made of them? They'd be so ugly. Brother, if you're going to make it, will it be a robot or some other weird-looking thing? Xia Nuan asked tentatively. It'll probably look weird. To create a person like that, we don't have realistic skin. And we don't have enough alloy material for a fully mechanical body. Xia Mu had a rough idea in his mind. The functions were the same. The outer shell was sturdy, and the assembled parts would indeed be a hybrid. But having hands and feet was his greatest sincerity. Let's wait until later to do it. It would be a waste to make it now, it's too ugly. Xia Nuan refused outright. She'd rather wait a little longer than have something ugly and trashy hanging around her every day. I put the robot back into the space set up the farming program and stared at it for a while. Having confirmed that the artificial intelligence had been upgraded to artificial intelligence, Xia Nuan went to check other places with satisfaction. The space is currently level 11 with 55 plots of land. 2 cowsheds, 2 chicken coops, 11 warehouses, 1 feed mill, 1 flour mill and 3 neighbors. The orchard currently grows apple spears, bananas, plantains, durian, sand, coconuts. Each type of fruit tree automatically withers and is recycled into timber after producing 100 kilograms of fruit. The fish pond is stocked with crucian carpage grass carp and bighead carp. Xia Nuan checked the orchard. The fruit was still in the flowering stage, and it would take about 3 days before it bore fruit. Once the fruit is ripe, 7 can pick some fruit from the orchard, and then its studies will basically be considered complete. The next spatial upgrade is uncertain, and there's no experience bar for upgrades, making it impossible to calculate. The pattern Xia Nuan discovered is that the experience required for spatial upgrades increases exponentially. The next level to be opened will likely be pig farms, which are the source of fresh meat currently. Chicken and cattle farms require their production to be completed before slaughtering and consuming meat. Finally, I visited a noodle processing plant. Xia Nuan stuffed all the wheat grown in the warehouse into the machine in one gulp. The funds obtained from selling processed food to the space are equal to those from raw materials. But these things can be sold, and what you get in return is always more valuable than 2 gold coins for a single seed of wheat. Xia Nuan specifically set aside 2 warehouses to store the products produced within the space. During this period, the processing plant has produced 3,000 jin of noodles, 2,000 jin of steamed buns, 1,000 jin of twisted rolls, and 500 jin of wheat flour pancakes. I'll go check out the official ship situation tonight. If the government can no longer sell food to the public, Xia Nuan has decided to set up a small stall to do business. Just like the fishing boat brothers, there are only a few days left before the floodwaters recede. In the past, the water level receded extremely quickly. Less than a day after the rain stopped, all the water flowed back into the sea. It will be more convenient to go out and do transactions then. After checking the supplies in the room, Xia Nuan left a note on the dining table at home and went out alone. It was getting late outside, so Xia Nuan didn't take out the boat instead. She jumped into the water with an oxygen tank and swam a long way out. Only after making sure no one was around did she take out the boat. She didn't want anyone other than her family to know that she had gone out that day, so she left very carefully, wearing a mask and hat. Xia Nuan finally docked next to a skyscraper beside the ship. This position allows observation of the ship's movements, but it is also a blind spot for those on board. The office building's windows near the water level were dilapidated, clearly indicating that the area had been ransacked. There was no point in going inside. She waited quietly until night fell. The night was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. On a rainy day, the moon overhead was obscured by dark clouds, and apart from the lights on the ship, there was no other light to be seen. After seeing off the last person in line to buy supplies, the gate to the ship was slowly closed. We waited until almost midnight, but there was still no movement from the ship. The night passed exceptionally peacefully. Xia Nuan even wondered if she had remembered the date wrong, or if something else had happened. Just as she was about to head home, footsteps suddenly came from the office building next to her. Numerous footsteps, densely packed, too many to count. Is someone in the office building? After realizing what was happening, Xia Nuan immediately stowed the boat and carefully listened to the sounds coming from inside the office building while submerged in the water. Thump! Someone jumped into the water. Immediately following were continuous thuds, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Xia Nuan silently calculated in her mind. And long after the last sound of water entering the water had passed, she came up with a number: 1,230. There are at least 1,230 people in this office building. This group of people jumped into the water at the same time, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. It's a chilling and unsettling thought. Xia Nuan donned night vision goggles and silently submerged into the water. I saw a dense crowd of people rowing towards the ship at top speed. Just then, the entrance gates of both ships opened. It seemed as if they were welcoming their arrival. Xia Nuan thought for a moment, then decided to follow them to see what was going on. With over 1,000 people, one more than her wouldn't attract attention. She quietly followed at the back, and before boarding the ship, she made sure to throw all her diving equipment into her storage space. After going up there, Xia Nuan kept her head slightly lowered, trying to minimize her presence. She observed her surroundings discreetly. The curtains that had covered the cabin during the day had been removed, revealing a variety of supplies in addition. Several fully armed soldiers were found with their hands and feet bound together. Left in a corner, it was packed with people everywhere. There was barely any room to put your feet down, but they all tacitly left an empty space in the center, standing obediently in place, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Xia Nuan followed their example and waited patiently. Not long after, several soldiers also fully armed came down. These people all had young faces. The oldest was no more than 30 years old, and the youngest looked like they had just come of age. They looked around and saw a group of emaciated people around them. Their eyes instantly turned red. The oldest-looking man stepped forward, lowered his voice, and spoke slowly. "Today is our only chance. If we fail today, we may all die here. If anyone regrets their decision now, they can leave immediately. If we succeed, we will share the food with you as promised." After the man finished speaking, he waited for 3 to 5 minutes, but no one left. His gaze became increasingly firm, and without needing any response, continued to speak. "I know none of you are bad people, and neither are we. But if we want to survive, we'll have to take this step. The price of food is too high right now, far beyond what ordinary people can afford. Yet they'd rather let the food rot than lower the price." Mr. Shen was a good man. His initial intention in proposing to sell supplies at high prices was to encourage people to buy less so that everyone could have enough to eat. However, after Mr. Shen passed away, this decision became a tool for some people to make money. They distributed moldy grain as relief food, causing countless people to fall ill and die without medical treatment. They also inflated prices and swindled citizens out of their personal wealth. The extent of their unscrupulous acts is too numerous to list. We also have family and friends involved in this. We simply cannot stand idly by any longer. If this continues, I really don't know how many more people will die. We've united everyone today for only one thing: to survive. To live until this natural disaster ends. Even if I become a sinner who betrays my faith, I will not regret it." 2 clear tears streamed down the man's cheeks. His voice trembled unable to conceal his grief. When he mentioned that old man, Mr. Shen, Xia Nuan didn't know who he was talking about, but she could tell from his words this old man, Mr. Shen, likely held the power of discourse from the beginning. His policy of raising prices to sell goods was intended to discourage more people from participating and prevent the wealthy from controlling most of the resources, while exploiting ordinary people for survival. The initial price was affordable for ordinary people. They could buy less, eat sparingly, and make it last until the floodwaters receded. But overnight, this decision took a turn for the worse. No wonder Xia Nuan felt something was off when she saw the price list today. It turns out the decision-maker has been changed. And the person making this decision doesn't sound like a good person at all. The office building she was hiding in must have belonged to one of the groups whose homes were flooded and who left with the initial rescue team. It's bad enough that so many people are crammed into office buildings. But what's worse if they're eating moldy food every day? Things are different now than before. Getting diarrhea from eating something bad wasn't a big deal. But without medicine, a high fever could be fatal. The end times have quietly arrived. So many people have already died without us even realizing it. You guys are in charge of moving things. I'll guard the ship. All the supplies on the ship are in the lower warehouse. Work quickly and try not to make any noise. If we're discovered, I'll be at the front until I fall. The man made a final promise, and everyone in the cabin nodded in unison. Immediately getting to work, they moved the supplies in the ship's hold with lightning speed, as if they had been trained beforehand, whatever it is. Pick it up and disappear into the water. Swimming towards the office building. More than 1,000 people boarded the two ships. One on the left and one on the right in two batches. There were probably 600 people on one of the ships. And on the other side there were probably men like that, manipulating the emotions of others. The operation to empty the ship's hold of supplies is proceeding at a rapid pace. Even if you move very quietly, it's impossible to avoid attracting attention when you're moving with 500 people at the same time. The ship rocked quietly amidst the trampling of the crowd. A loud shout pierced everyone's ears, shattering the tranquility of the night. What are you doing? Put down what you're carrying. Who put you up here? Someone's trying to steal something. Wake up, you bastards. Someone was awakened by the ship's rocking and came down to check the situation. Only to witness this scene, he shouted twice. Then turned and ran towards the deck, shouting as he ran, determined to wake everyone on board. Xia Nuan looked at the empty cabin floor, her brow twitching wildly. Something's not right. A chill ran down her spine instantly. Xia Nuan didn't know why she felt this way, but she chose to trust her intuition and, following the example of others, grabbed a bag and jumped into the water. She wasn't swimming very fast. She was trying to observe the situation inside the boat. Even if she couldn't see it, just listening to the sounds would be helpful. A moment later, the familiar sound of gunfire echoed from both ships. The crackling and popping continued incessantly for almost 10 minutes before finally stopping. Blood flowed down the ship's cabin like a lake, and a body fell into the water with a splash. It slowly floated to Xia Nuan's side. It was a girl with a ponytail, her eyes wide open, dying with her gaze unresolved. She was still clutching a black bag tightly in her hand, and her chest and abdomen were riddled with bullet holes. She was thin and her complexion was sallow. The coach was carrying the smallest bags, so he must be a very weak person. She had no weapon in her hand, and the faint trace of death lingered in her unfocused pupils. Xia Nuan did a quick mental calculation and estimated that there were about 300 people being moved back, and about 200 people remaining on the ship. They didn't even spare such a frail girl. The ship's cabin must be littered with corpses by now. Xia Nuan didn't dare to think about it any further. What will happen to those who took the supplies from the ship if they are caught? A group of people, nearly starving and eating moldy food every day, had to pay such a high price just to survive. Even though she was used to the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world, the shock of what she saw before her left Xia Nuan stunned. Escape, we must escape. This is not an officially established trading point at all. The situation at the top has become uncontrollable, and the person who has been replaced in power is definitely not a good person. The conflicts of interest that arise after the apocalypse are far more brutal than humanity imagined. Whether the death of the first person in power was a natural one or due to being framed by others remains unknown. Regardless of which lifetime she lived, Xia Nuan was just one of countless survivors, living a difficult life filled with both despair and hope. I had never been involved in such a big event before, nor did I have the mind or inclination to guess the changes at the top. She initially thought that the price was rising because supplies were becoming increasingly scarce, which was why the government was being so stingy. But what's happening before her eyes now tells her that's not true at all. A series of splashing sounds came from inside the ship, followed by a bullet whizzing past her body underwater. Xia Nuan snapped out of her daze, quickly threw the bag in her hand into her spatial storage, and swam downstream continuously, diving to the deepest part of the water. It's too late to get away now. The only way to save your life is to go shallower. Only by escaping the crowd's line of sight and disappearing into a hidden space could she have a chance to survive. Otherwise, she would likely face certain death.